your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi.
Hello and welcome, everybody. We're here getting ready for another day of action in Paradise, Bali. That's right. It's beautiful over there, but you're here with us. You're not there yet. You can still be, probably. Just sneak onto the set. I'm sure everything will be fine, right?
It's a great
That's
idea.
How that works,
yeah,
right?
just make sure you're dressed like us. Very colorful, right? That's what we're aiming for here. Very vibrant, exciting stuff here in Bali. We want as much brightness as when you open up the Dota 2 client right now. That is what we're looking for. So it is expected.
I love that idea. And we have a couple of things that we can talk about as we're getting ready to go into this day number 1. We're going to take a quick little look at some housekeeping items. The format first up of this entire set of games that we've got. So, of course, right now we're in the beginnings, the group stage. We're going to narrow that field of 18 teams down to the 12 teams that are going to be playing in the playoffs. And then, of course, those last 8 that are going to be playing at the Ayana Estate, waiting for that final best of 5 grand finals that's going to be coming out as we get ready. And of course, these teams, they're playing for something as well. They're playing for a prize pool, a lot on the line. For some of these teams haven't been to that many tournaments. Those winnings would be very tasty treat. The other one is those DPC points. Precious, Trent. Super neat.
Oh, the points. It's tight, guys. You open up the overall rankings, there's a lot of movement, lots of mobility in terms of the teams that who could theoretically go up, make it to TI. Some who might fall down. So when you move over here to these group stages, you got to look at these teams who are trying to find their way up. And one team coming into this, hashtag Nouns sweep, I believe. They need to get a lot of points. And very surprisingly, they're 3-1. I mean, that's definitely a team that stands out to me here when I look at these groups.
Right. No, totally. They're one of the ones to watch for, but there are other teams. So right now, amongst the teams that are vying for TI relevancy, and we're just going to stay on this graphic here for a little bit. The key ones to watch for: Execration, Aster, Nouns, Bleed, IG, who we're going to be watching on this channel, Blacklist International, and Quest. All of those teams right now can still go into TI, and a lot of them are in the upper sides of these group stages, which is crazy. Blacklist, Execration, and Bleed are the main ones that are sort of struggling at the moment, but it's day 1. There's still a lot that can change throughout the course of it. You're looking at Nouns. The other one that definitely stands out are Aster and Beast Coast to me, that are trying to sort of either make their way up in terms of Aster or Beast Coast hold on to their spot.
Yeah, it is terrifying. There's a lot of teams. Again, I think it's going to be really exciting at the end of this group stage when we start to see the formula that we have left here and what teams are left here. That's when we're really going to get the answers of just okay, so who still has a shot, right? Because we're dropping 6 teams here in this group stage, 3 from each group. We're going to say sayonara to. And that's where their road to TI might just end before we even get into the main event.
Which would be crazy. So we do have a lot of matches that are going to get played, including some matches today that we can take a look at. Our today's schedule of what we've got on this channel at the very least. IG facing off against Spirit. That's the match that's going to be happening in just about 10 minutes from right now. After that, Gaimin Gladiators facing off against Bleed, Blacklist, Shopify, and 9 Pandas versus the Nouns. I am curious your point of view on this is, we've taken a look at the schedule, but I want to know from you. I saw some highlight video things on the Nouns social media of them freaking out and going crazy and super happy after their LGD win. Yeah. And there's part of me which is this is awesome. It's the other part that's are they going to be mentally there? Because they're peaking early, you know what I mean? Is that
as long as you keep winning? Right?
Okay.
Just keep winning, because then that high energy just stays high, and you keep cruising, and it all feels good. The real test will be, just keep winning. Don't lose. And if you do lose, got to get that big mental reset.
Right. Well, the thing that's interesting is you're saying that your hockey team, whatever you people do up there, I'm not sure even what that is exactly, they come in expecting to win. I'm curious if Nouns came in expecting to win. You know what I mean? I think that there's a part of them that was we're gonna do well. We're gonna show up here, and I think you always try and talk yourself up a little bit. But coming in and taking down LGD in the first series, kind of crazy. I don't know. There's some other teams that we should probably talk about though. We're just gonna turn the only broadcast we have into North America gaming, even though there's no North American teams here. Let's take a look at the teams we got though for today, who are also exciting.
I suppose they are indeed. And this will be our first visit with IG, at least for us, as casters so far. I believe they made it the third one on this stream yesterday that we missed out on here. But it's a good looking squad. Expectations coming into this tournament for them, probably some of the lowest, I would say. Just like, obviously the region China is sort of in this stage where people aren't taking it as seriously as before, I would say. People aren't as scared of China. If anything, people are just kind of wondering like, how many slots does China actually deserve? And so IG, they're coming in here. They want to prove a point. We'll see how well they can do, how well they can stack up versus the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and the best teams in the world, speaking of, they're one that might be just that right here that they're going to be facing off against in our matchup today. And that's, of course, Team Spirit. We got to see them yesterday. They looked kind of rough out of the gate, if we're going to be honest, but in game number 2 of their early series, they were able to pull things together and come out with the victory. So I'm still feeling like Spirit, despite the 2-2 record after day 1, are going to be pretty good. I have a lot to say about IG eventually when we get back to it, because that team and me, we have a tumultuous relationship, Trent. I don't even know if we're going to be able to do it justice. Yeah,
why?
It's a problem. I have cast a lot of IG in the China DPC, and let me tell you, there is no team that simultaneously gives me more hope and less confidence than IG.
That is the emo specialty.
Yes. Him and Dust. Absolutely crazy. Like that. So we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get into the game. But first and foremost, this is the team where you will have a player, Dust, that's the #1 MMR in China for a very long period of time. Plays mid, looks like a 4K player, legitimately. Like, there's some games where it's so bad. And then there's some games where he's a god. And I wonder if it's just nerves or what it is, but like, there are times where you just look back and you're like, what are you doing, dude? And then he starts owning and like kills it. But I just don't want to see him play Tusk. It's the only thing I don't want to see. He's probably going to be playing carry again. Emo takes back over mid. We'll see.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is they're one of the only teams they actually list them as 1/2. I don't know if I've ever seen another Liquipedia page do that. But when you go through, because they both played both roles, they will swap it around. I mean, I'm kind of more comfortable with Emo in the 2 for sure. I feel like I'd rather have Emo coming out of the mid. But it is kind of wild that they just are recognized as like, yeah, we might do both. So, I mean, yesterday he played Anti-Mage and he played Invoker. So that's what you have to deal with when you're fighting IG right now. Right.
Yeah, it's a really weird dynamic. And then they also brought in, after he was kicked from LGD, Zhang Yu, the reposition player that was spamming Brewmaster. So maybe we'll be blessed with the Brewmaster. I would love to see it. But it's definitely a weird collection of players that sort of do eclectic and strange things. And like I said, I think I would never feel comfortable or safe going into a matchup against IG, because if they show up, they're probably top 3 in China. But also, I would feel embarrassed if I lost to them, depending upon the team they are on. So it's a weird dynamic. They're very good, but also sometimes really bad.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Team Spirit are way more stable. I do fear for them. I think if IG are going to win this game, I'm looking at hopefully Emo out of the mid, trying to just play well with the supports. Yeah, I feel like that's the best way to take a game off of a team that maybe is a little bit better than you right now, especially when you've got PYW. I think he has looked incredible before. His Tiny's not as busted, unfortunately. The hero's a little bit on the downslide, but he has carried games extremely hard in the past. Of course, legendary Team Serenity player as well. So we're hoping to see sort of that old strength.
Fortitude. Love it. Great fortitude. I'm looking right now to see if we have any info. It looks like it was a Team Spirit choosing second pick and IG taking Radiant. So this match should be underway in just about 4 minutes here. In terms of the way that you've seen kind of the meta developing so far, some of the matches that we've seen, I'm looking at seeing Dusa. Is there anything that sticks out to you that like feels very strong that you need to watch out for, particularly second pick versus first pick dynamics?
Yeah, I think we discussed this a little bit before we went live, but there's only one hero, ladies and gentlemen, who was picked or banned in every single match yesterday. Drum roll, please. It was Morphling.
Yeah.
To pretty much no one's surprise, it would seem. People were wondering, is he going to fall off after Dream League? Some say the hero's overrated. Well, at least in this group stage, we've decided that he's rated pretty accurately. In the 13 games he played, he only went 61.5% win rate. But keep in mind, when you're getting Morphling, yeah, exactly. This is a first phase. The entire game revolves around this hero, and you're still getting a pretty sick win rate with it. After that, the Ench as well. Enchantress, 28 games. She did really well as well. She went 8-4 in her games too. And then the third hero, like you said, the Medusa. So this is certainly the big two, is the Morphling, the Medusa, that we're going to be looking out for and how people want to play around that and how you want to draft for that. We had some great Batrider games, specifically Collapse. Although he did lose one of the Batrider games, he looked incredible in both of them. I would be worried about that if I was IG in terms of my draft. I wouldn't want to leave any lanes particularly vulnerable to a bat.
No, I think that dynamic of him just like completely taking over a lane and then exerting the Batrider's will over the rest of the match is something that Collapse did really well, but is also fairly replicatable, I think, because there's so much stacking that's going on now. You accelerate really quickly. He is a universal hero, right? I'm not losing my mind.
Mr. Bat?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Which, that's still a thing, apparently. Sure. Yes. Dude, I thought we were going to get like a little mini patch or something.
Me
we
too.
Need another one. Let's make it happen. They said TI prize pool's gone, so they're going to be doing patches more regularly. Once a week. Let's go. Snap.
They did not say TI. There's a big difference between what people hear and what was said. They said TI prize pool's gone. We're bankrupt. No one's ever going to get any money ever again from Dota. They were just like, we really like Dota. Everyone's like, you hate hats.
God, I love it so much. All right. Regardless, no, it's gonna be good though. I think the thing about the patch, to me at least, is I feel like if Morph Dusa get banned, there's some really interesting like opening up of the meta that can happen amongst the carry pool, and then after that, like the counter pick central, right? And then the other answer is like, okay, well, if you ban out Morph Dusa between the two teams, then you're leaving open like this undying techies whole situation. Could be pretty cool. So we'll see. right, Trentster.
Yeah,
we giggling at.
Well, thankfully, we are 1 minute away here, folks, from the game actually starting. So
perfect.
We'll get y'all in there so you can watch these Morphling and Medusa bands. Ooh, we need another drum roll to see if we actually load in here. Oh.
Dun, 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 dun. Yesterday they had to kick a couple people out. It was crazy.
We got connecting.
Yeah, there's no way. We're not connecting to this one.
No,
it's not happening.
Connecting to this.
All right, admin, get the band hammer out. We're ready.
All right, it's time. Time to smack out some spectators.
They're good. Oh,
we made it.
We loaded.
We did it.
Let's go. All right, into the game. Game number 1, IG versus Team Spirit. And the draft up and online. The Pugna banned out. I secretly hope that Pugna's just terrible and everybody's just banning him for no reason. You know what I mean?
I will say he didn't look particularly great in the games we had him in. It didn't look like a first ban or a first phase hero, did it?
But it could have just been that it like, I mean, when you paired it together with the Storm, then it was really good.
That's true.
10 seconds remaining.
Techies and Undying still in.
Okay.
And Enchantress. I feel like IG must play Edge. I mean, I haven't had a chance to watch too much IG, but they look like an Edge team to me.
I feel like I remember QIQX playing it, but I'm not sure about that.
Let's see. They've been, they've been playing it. They first picked Edge in both their first games yesterday. Of course they did. Perfect.
Was it QIQX or PYW?
Oh, that's a good question because they played it once with a. It was QIQX. Yeah, he played it first. Because PYW played a roaming Spirit Breaker. AK position 4, But they also played support Bat, so they could take the Bat on the earlier end here too, and maybe have some flex opportunity. That's not a bad idea.
Well, they take it again. Like you said, we're ready for it. The Timbersaw Bandits. That leaves Undying Techies. Ench kind of a nice answer to the Undying in a way.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I feel like if Emo has an opportunity to play Storm, he's gonna take it though. So I kind of wonder if that comes second phase. But then you don't have like a battery for it. I don't know. Emo's crazy. Oh, there it is. We were
Yeah.
talking about that one too.
Not surprised. Not surprised. I think Bat could have been taken by either team here. I think they would have been happy to take the Bat maybe on the earlier end for IG, just again because of how strong we noticed for Spirit and how the hero is still pretty good as a support, but this is very likely to be played by Collapse, but they don't have to. They could pass it off to Mira. There's no reason they couldn't because they can also just hand the Spirit Breaker off to the position 5. You get a decent range carry. That being said, Morphling and Medusa are both banned, who have been some of the more commonly played with carries when you have this position 5. But, I mean, IG even tried to use what did they do? They did Undying and Anti-Mage. They played Omni Knight yesterday. Oh, these guys are gamers. They tried to do the mid-Omni versus the Sumail Ember.
Oh
Did
God, was
lose.
it Dust playing it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Dust is a very strange hero pool, and again, like he can kind of go a little bit crazy with his plays. Oh man, what are they gonna do? Yeah, Emo Storm. So, can I tell you a funny story from the China DPC?
Please.
Dust was their mid, and he was playing, and they picked Storm. He died a couple of times unceremoniously, and then Emo first picked Storm the next game, and then took mid from Dust. And gave him some other hero to play.
I mean, they play on land for the China DPC. They could just swap chairs. Like
no, this was before it was on land.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah,
maybe no one will notice.
Exactly.
10 seconds
Yeah, it was an interesting time.
Well,
and
5 seconds.
that's either very healthy or very unhealthy, and I'm just gonna assume that it's very healthy.
yeah, they were just deciding. They're like, you know what, this will just be the one. We'll see how it goes, and then you can have it. It's fine. So they immediately ban out the Anti-Mage because if there's anyone who's going to pick it on the earlier end, it is Team Spirit. They would take it first out of this phase if it was left in. I have no doubts because they're big fans of this hero. Yadro likes to try and force it and make it work whenever they can. So let's just remove that and try and give the Storm Spirit a better time in this game. After that, you do have the Puck to consider. That's usually the go-to these days. But it's not the worst thing. I don't know if it's worth a ban if you're IG, especially when it's Laurel. I wouldn't say it's like a hero that I'm too concerned about Laurel picking up.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
What do you think about what we saw the other day from EG, where they played Panda Silencer as an answer to Storm?
Yeah, I know Spirit are pretty comfortable with that. They've answered it before with the Silencer, so. The only downside is that it immediately removes the flex of the Spirit Breaker and the Bat by the same notion because it kind of just solidifies all 3 roles there. But that's not the worst thing when it's versus Storm Spirit because it did look very difficult because we saw yesterday the Storm really did not want to buy a Dispel.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of struggled throughout a lot of the game because of that. I'm looking at IG. I'm also seeing they still have Beastmaster in the pool as in terms of a hero for like that next phase could be good with another pick, a Beast +1. I feel like it would be pretty solid for IG. I think that hero is really strong still. Pairs well with Storm. Doesn't look like it's something they've been playing a whole lot, though, on IG. But then again, they also haven't played much. They had 25 days off. They didn't play since the DPC. And so I can only imagine that they have been looking at this hero as a possibility because it is looking like probably one of the, if not the best offlaners right now.
I will say that as much as Beastmaster feels like it's pretty ubiquitous, it is not in Zhang Yu's wheelhouse. This is, again, like relatively younger player. I don't think he's actually, looking at his stats, it's never played it in competitive, which is insane, but also true. So he's kind of one of those players that has like a very specific hero pool that he plays with.
I feel like I'm happy if he picks Brew. I'm just going to leave it.
Yeah, right?
Like
I think so
wouldn't
too.
even ban it.
Timber's the other one he's super comfortable with, and he's played a bunch of like Marcy and Visage and stuff.
10 seconds remaining.
He's a weird
I
guy.
could
with all his
see the
heroes.
Marcy, actually. The Marcy I'd almost
5
ban before the
seconds
Brew.
remaining.
Okay.
Marcy's got some sauce. Or the Storm
What do you
Spirit.
like about it?
I think the Marcy players are generally very good because they tend to like spam the hero, and she's kind of like a matchup check because no one plays her anymore, and so people aren't as used to the timings that she has. They're not as used to like the range she can initiate. They underestimate the damage that you get from a sidekick in the earlier parts of this game, depending on the build. So, and then I feel like she still feels good when you get BKB, and then if you get into that Ags is kind of wild. It is shockingly
cool one.
strong.
Yeah, I always underestimate how good it can be. But it has like also weird timings where it's like really good right when you get it, and then it like falls off in the mid game, and I think it becomes good again when BKBs get lower duration.
Yeah, it's like Void Spirits. It's very similar.
Spirits
Yeah.
turn to pick.
Okay, do you think? Wow, was that Willow's band noise? That did not really sound
Yeah.
like Willow. That was creepy. Do you think he's a Darkseer player? Like, I mean, I know he hasn't played it in competitive because he hasn't played like a load of heroes, but you know, maybe he's got that hero in his. Oh, well, he's played this one before, so they're going to stick with what they played before. They've also played it versus Bat, so. And then there's the, uh-oh. What does this mean? What is
This is PYW. This is surely
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
PYW.
That's
Because
PYW
Emo's going to play
classic.
Storm. Yeah, Emo's playing Storm. I'm pretty sure Dust is going to be playing 1 this game. God, there is still a
10
chance that they
seconds
run
remaining.
Emo safe lane and then put Tusk mid. That would be the switch up. They might do that. Emo does like Emo's the blink dagger buyer on Storm Spirit, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, they go troll instead.
This is the first Tusk of the major so far. Not a hero that's very popular these days. I think definitely underrated. I'm sure this hero is still fine.
Okay.
10 seconds.
But
It's
but
probably
yeah, that's
just
a
to pair with
troll.
the Visage, right?
Yeah, classic. I mean, it combos well the
5
Visage,
seconds
lanes
remaining.
really nicely. But I think that there's other drafts where this hero could fit. Downside, of course, you cannot snowball save people out of lasso. It's one of the few things that you can't do it to. So that part's not great. In fact, the snowball save overall isn't looking too incredible at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird. If we're looking for probably like melee hero that does well against Bat for IG, we're like Lifesteal or Jug, maybe.
Slark.
Okay.
Slark's looking really solid right here, I would say. I think that's probably going to be the ban.
Because again, there's such weird teams. Dust has the last time he played Slark was in 2019, and he hasn't won a game with it.
No better time than right now, my dude.
Lifestealer 39 games, 23% win rate. Jug is 60
10
games with
seconds
46. It's a weird team. IG is so strange.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know what they're gonna do.
I do love the Mirana ban, not only because it's Mirana plus Ember, but the Moonlight Shadow abilities, and plus I think a mech buyer would be nice, which is really hard to get. But I think mech and just like auras in general are really strong versus Visage, because like Visage wants to play a certain game versus your team, but you know, hard to kind of get that in this situation. Mirana, one of the few 4s that's pretty happy buying mech because she has this natural escape and she wants to be battling with her team. And they do ban the Slark because, again, I think it just looks like the best hero. I think PL is pretty tough to make work here in terms of other heroes that are decent versus bad. I think the Jug is the safest. I'd probably just ban that.
Okay. That seems
I don't
good
even
to
know.
me.
Is Jug even good versus bad anymore?
I don't know. I think he just doesn't get destroyed in lane, probably, but maybe even he still does. Because like if you get 3 or 4 stacks on you, you kind of need to spin. I don't know. Luna.
They go for more of a sort of gameplay style. That's a nice ban.
Okay.
Because like Luna would synergize way more with the rest of their lineup. I mean, not to say the Jug doesn't, but aha.
Ooh.
Okay. Alki, our second Alk that we'll be casting so far.
All right. Doesn't this kind of just get destroyed by Bat Rider in lane? Am I crazy? Maybe not.
I think with the acid and the Ench, it should be okay. Because like the Spirit Breaker is, I mean, Spirit Breaker could go with the troll and they could pick something more aggressive to lane with the bat. I think that wouldn't be the worst idea.
Okay.
But maybe you need like an Undying just to lane versus the Visage and the Tusk and kind of trounce that lane. It's kind of insane that Undying's still in actually.
Yeah.
But then your support duo is really bad at fighting in the mid game. Like your full commitment with like Tombstone and like Charge In, this is much safer and has better synergy together. So it's still a super safe 5 that it provides almost as good of a safe haven as an Undying can, but it synergizes a little bit better, and the armor is really nice this game. That damage reduction is going to do lots of work. I always forget that it's not just straight up armor anymore.
The other thing is that there's really good just like scaling mid game damage. I feel like Chain Frost is not like underrated, but I feel like I always forget how strong it can be until I'm playing it. Then I'm like, hell yeah, Hag Shard, Chain Frost.
They can really poke a lot with Team Spirit's lineup. Like they have just little slights into some roots. They've got Spirit Breaker coming in. You're gonna have these last, or maybe when Collapse gets some mobility, and even Troll Warlord. He likes to sort of posture aggressively and throw out a slow and see how you react a little bit, right? And sometimes Troll Warlord players will play sort of on the fringe of their safe territory, and you can't really tell exactly. Like, is this troll kind of baiting us right now? Are there allies there? How much of a risk is this with the ulti being there? So I like the little mini spikes that Team Spirit have. They're kind of prickly, you know? But IG they have a serious group up potential when Visage gets these auras, and definitely need to control runes. They need this Storm Spirit to get some runes to play this game and give space for this Alchemist and not be super greedy on the Storm.
Well, we'll see if Emo can get it done. Certainly a player that knows what he needs to do. Again, for all y'all out there that have missed the Emo Storm Spirit, he does strange things all the time. He likes to build Blink Dagger. Who knows what's going to happen this game? Team Spirit oftentimes also has ended up looking a little bit strange this tournament. It's sort of been their classic style of falling behind through the first like 10-15 minutes of the game, and then they just come back with a vengeance and play the map so well. So it could be another one of those games that's maybe a little bit longer. Probably not as long as that other match from last night, though, because that was just crazy. Dude. It was on this channel, right?
Yes, it was. Yeah. If you go back in Emo's match history, he played 5 straight. Oh, no, not straight. But he played 5 games of Blink Storm at the end of one of the DPC seasons. And then the next season.
I remember that.
Sorry, when he went to the ESL matches, he did not. It was over. He just no more blinks.
Yeah. He didn't believe in it anymore.
We'll see. It actually makes a lot of sense because like one of the funniest things about Storm is when you see them do a big zip in and then they lose all of their ammunition to keep doing damage.
Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, it is still a little bit of one of those things that's like, you know, part of the damage that you do is based on the mana that you spend, but it lets you get around a little quicker. We'll see how it goes. Emo has been a part of like several of the most funny games of Dota that I've ever cast.
Oh my god! Wait, was that them? Was he in that game versus Spirit with the at TI10? I don't even remember who was on the IG roster. But that was remember IG Spirit at TI10 when they left the was it the cheese or something got left in the pit?
It was against Vici. That was that.
I thought it was IG. Okay.
Yeah, it might have been. No, I think it was IG versus Vici.
Ooh. Well, there you go.
Yeah. So yeah,
good times.
Always funny. And then Old 11 came and got it.
My goat. That's my goat right there, man.
Oh, all right. Well, Team Spirit, they're going to get 2 bounty runes and actually a third. Yadoro secures the other one. So off to a decent start this game.
Sad.
I always still do have that sad feeling about seeing a Troll Warlord in a game of Dota 2. Just feels like it shouldn't be, you know?
Oh, I agree. I don't know why some carry players love forcing him. He just feels bad every time. It's because we're not carry players. We don't understand, I think.
Yeah.
We gravitate to the same carry heroes when we play carry. For some reason, we both just play Spectre. I don't know why.
have to actually play carry. At least that's why I do it.
Yeah, I think it's because we just like making sure we're in the fight and not missing it. You know?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what the Haunt's for. I also just play Void because then I feel like I'm playing offlane.
Yeah.
Troll Warlord, though, is just this beast.
Well, the Spectre thing, too, is because we know the pain of when the carry doesn't show up for the fight. So we're like, we don't want to do that to other people.
Yeah, I don't care if she's bad. I'm still just picking her. Oh, well. She hasn't made her face known yet in this event. Perhaps today will be the day. for now, PYW pulling the wave. Very frustrating to do versus Lich. And does the little sidestep there for the half pull. Beautifully done there. But that means the pressure. Let's come to Zhang Yu.
To run away. Axes chasing shards on one side. Already first blood. QIQX goes down. Now even more. The blind, but he's going to end up dying. PYW goes down after. Wow, 3 for 1 to start this.
Yeah, so while we were watching that, Collapse got first blood on QIQX on the engine down bottom. So Collapse off to another great start on this Bat Rider. So far, the most terrifying player-hero combination that I've been witnessing. Oh, there we go. Had to wait for the blood grenade on his courier before bringing that out. So this current courier coming to Bat Rider. All right, what's he at now? He has 912 max HP on this Bat Rider. This courier is bringing 2 completed bracers and a blood grenade.
Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, that is a heavy courier that's coming down the bottom lane. Very scary stuff. Yadoro, in the meantime, after 2 TPs were used, PYW cannot afford to die here. If he goes down, this is really bad. But the soul assumption and the chase down. PYW, no TP as he falls.
Oh, down bottom.
Oh,
Dust.
God, bottom. They're going at him. Yeah.
That was the blood grenade. It just came on the little Ramnot. The little sheep doing its work.
Collapse doing a good job of playing around that impetus too, and still able to farm in this lane. Has tangos good to go. Kind of a disaster for old IG here.
Yeah, and the build that we were seeing from Collapse was the Arcanes into the Octarine, into the bots, just pretty normal bat stuff, but quickly raising that max HP. And it's a lot of magic damage this game, so and pure damage from the end. So just max HP is pretty much your best defensive option right now.
Yeah. There's not really much else that you can do. Well, I mean, and to be honest, they're the ones that are able to remain aggressive in this lane, it feels like. So that max HP just makes it all the more dangerous to go up against it, it feels like.
Checking in on mid with the Spirit versus Spirit battle here. Fairly even. There's a wave coming in here, so looks like Emo's got a bit of an edge. But Laral with the 1-1-2 build and water runes. Air was thinking about rotating in. So looks like let's go even on those, I guess. QIQX just got bumped up to a pillar.
Okay. TP used. Meanwhile, charge. Onto Emo.
Oh, we can get it!
And takes it away. Oh my god, Emo's dead. Oh no. And Laurel, is he going to live? Not going to be able to get away from there. QIQX brings him down, but for 2 die first.
Oh, I would just love to see him just clicking his mouse trying to grab that rune.
Yeah. That's unfortunate for him. Wow.
At least they get something back in bringing down the Ember, so Mira gets to grab some free XP in the mid lane here.
I mean, it looks like
harass on Emo. That's a lot of damage. He got bashed. Emo?
Oh my god, Emo. All right, they're able to keep him alive, and in fact turn the kill onto Mira. Emo goes back in. Wait a minute, Laurel's the one that goes down instead. PYW with the save on the storm. This is the teamwork you want to see.
All right, Emo, hear me out. You have 800 gold. Just go Midas. Like, come on. Let's make this game interesting.
I mean,
let's define the meta, Emo. You know, don't buy Treads. Come on.
I think that there's a I don't know, 45% chance that Emo buys Midas this game right now.
There's a universe for Emo. That's where it splinters off.
He's done it multiple times. Oh, coward! He bought boots. Unbelievable.
All right. Well, it's boots all around. Arcanes are done for the bat. Yadro finished out the phase boots. This is Troll Warlord's peeking right here, guys. Phase boots in the lane. Has a strong support. Yeah. I'm Troll Warlord. This is pretty much where my love for Troll ends, I think.
Okay. Can dig it.
It comes back when he gets the Ags, though. I like his Ags.
This is some bully hour right now. He can get down. Zhang Yu does have a soul assumption to throw out. 14 sick charges, the slow, and the kill. Adro takes down the Visage. No help. Fight. Mira can be brought down by Emo.
Dust as
Counter
well.
kills across the map as Alk dies to Collapse.
Classic bat. Just runs him down into the tower. Couldn't find a concoction play. Probably had already used it and just gotten it back. So what I'll say about Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord, to me, traditionally in professional Dota, has mostly been used in a situation of either all the good carries are banned, so we'll just have to go with Troll, or sometimes it's to salvage a really bad 5. Because like Troll can lane with the worst 5s. Doesn't matter who it is. Troll's going to have a good time. But what's interesting is that we have Troll and Lich. I mean, Lich, right up there with Undying, is some of the best 5s in the game right now. And so when you combine these two heroes, you're hoping to give it nothing to this Visage. Like, you want this Visage to be the absolute poorest hero in the game. So far, it's going all right. It is the poorest core. Maposhka going to try and grab this. No.
Oh, Emo, he's going to get it instead. Well, a good attempt, but not going to end up working there in the end. Yeah, so I guess that allows the Yadoro Troll to play that much more aggressive than he would otherwise.
Yeah, and the thing about Visage is you really want Visage to pop off. Visage is not a middle-of-the-road core. Like, Visage should be winning the lanes when you pick this hero, right? So... in that sense, because Visage is so lane dependent, I do think that's a strong sense of reasoning to go for the Troll Warlord in this laning stage. And we'll see if it works out. We'll see if Juggy's able to recover, because this TP down bottom is a fight's happening again.
Snowball in, trying to bring down Collapse. Mira there to turn the tides around. The lasso is out. A bash on a PYW. Collapse still throwing down those stickies, and Dust has the stun to try and turn on to Mira. I think Mira can just walk this one off.
Oh, Mira
for a kill. Oh my god, he just gets the bash. All right. All out aggro.
Just no fear from that concoction potentially being available there. Dust just desperately trying to get some gold and moving towards that Radiance.
It would be a pretty important pickup for them if they can get it on the earlier side, because I mean, Troll is obviously going to be slow with the Battle Fury to a certain extent, but I feel like he might get it before the Radiance comes out on this Alk, the way that this game is going. They're just always down bottom.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, ready already. Excellent. Just a quick little pause here to get our voices back up for the teams.
Perfect.
Oh, he got clipped. There was a salve on Collapse and got hit by that acid spray.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Yeah. Then again, it's going to help push it the wave. Maybe he doesn't even care. Emo low and just jungling right now.
Living life on the edge. Gonna get a bottle refill on mid. That's interesting. So he gets the bottle refill from QAX.
Yeah, Laurel has the haste rune, so he's back home right now. Has a spirit, so he can return to the mid lane. Okay, Emo? Oh, dude, he is so low extra spirit with a haste rune, I gotta say. They're definitely trying to bait something here at PYW, but I don't know. QIQX?
It is. Yeah. This is a little bit strange. I mean, it feels very much like Emo understands he has to stay out on the map to try and keep farming to keep his net worth up. But without that, like, mana battery of a Coddle or a Pugna, like, you're feeling the pain of this Storm Spirit as now he walks all the way back to base. Collapse getting chased, won't be any issue there. Dust not able to do anything to him.
You know, it's interesting. QIQX thinks the ward is up on the pillar, but it's actually on that little mini pillar below that still gives you vision of that high ground. I love that ward spot. I think it's one of the coolest ones. We never really had ones like that before. Meanwhile, we're busy mid, though, with the haste rune activated.
W gone on. Emo, full mana pool, runs right on through. Zip in, zip out. Do they have the damage for Maposhka? Yes, they will. Snowball's going to end here as Laurel right on top of him. Sleight of fist, damage out. And Laurel in trouble, but manages to escape.
The
wand is very low. No, they're living.
And this might be a 10-minute rune. Oh, Mira! That's so sick. That is so sick.
Big plays.
Oh, he needs these runes. He can't play the game.
Yeah. That's really frustrating. Ooh, you just lost a bird there.
Because, like, if Storm doesn't have the Pugna or, like, the Crystal Maiden or anything, Coddle, I don't care. If you don't have somebody like that, this hero's kind of bad. Like, you need the TP's mid, and now he's in trouble with no mana.
Ooh. I was lucky he didn't get caught by the chains. Good job by QIQX to come in. No, it's definitely like, I mean, he just TP'd out to lane. This is now like 2 bottle refills past the 7-minute mark that Emo's gotten, and it's just his game feels so rough. I mean, he's still getting farm, but
Is Dust?
not having that impact.
Is he dead?
Trying
hard
to
kill.
see if they can do it. Still got a lot of chemical rage left, so yeah, no chance for it. Mid, Emo. It's caught. They thought about it, but not going to go for it.
They seemed really confident in that dive on the Alk. I was wondering. I did not think that was going to work, but it did help draw some attention away. It let them put a little bit more pressure onto Emo in the mid. Now Emo's back to jungling. Again, just way too low to stay in the lane. Didn't get the bottles. Now has to go home, get healed and filled back up, and then try and get this 12-minute rune.
Yeah. I mean, again, he's keeping his net worth up there. Like, he's ahead of the Ember right now with all the farming that he's been doing. But can they transition to anything else? As QIQX is going to fall, Emo shows back up, wants to go into Maposhka. Frost doesn't really connect. Does manage to find that Sinister Gaze to buy some more time.
Nice.
Not enough time to get Mira out, though. So it will be a dead Spirit Breaker.
Okay, huge stuff here for Emo, and gonna get down here at the 10-minute mark for that rune as well. Unfortunately, it's a regen top.
Oh my god.
You know, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. that's
Oh, that hurts.
that's how I'd feel bad if, you know, he wasn't a Storm player.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You know, maybe I'd have some sympathy.
Fair enough.
I'll never forgive Storm for the Storm Tinker patch, all right? Tinker got a lot of hate for that patch, but Storm was just as bad. It was every game.
Trying to defend this tower. Emo goes in, has the Frost Armor on Mira, tanking through a lot. Can they do anything else as Collapse is TPing in? Everybody from IG trying to run away. Push back, Zhang Yu in trouble, going to die. Can they find more? Laurel has 2 remnants. Throws one out, slight chains, hits, only onto one. Dust looking for the chase down, able to dodge that stun. Collapse ends up dropping. QIQX already dead too. Maposhka find himself a little bit more time. Still 20 seconds, still Chain Frost. So it should be enough for PYW to be brought down with Laurel nearby and Yadaro. Yeah, easy.
Okay, they defend the Visage push on the early tier 1 mid tower. That's a pretty big deal versus that hero. Not quite enough power here. Obviously, the Alchemist, this is one of the issues with this hero, right? He's just not that big right now. He's working on the Radiance. He doesn't have a whole lot to offer. He hasn't been able to accelerate at all because you're waiting on these bigger items. Meanwhile, Yadaro shows up with the Battle Fury. And even without the Battle Fury, it's just a little bit more capable in these engagements. Helps a lot with the chase down by throwing those axes.
Bottom tower is under attack.
TP top now. As team coming in to try and find Zhang Yu. Will have the bird drops there, but does he get a net connection? Yes, he will. Rooted, dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Adaro just finding everything around the map right now. Top net worth by a pretty wide margin.
His middle tower is under attack.
As the Wisdom runes spawn, though, thanks to Edge coming to defend, she'll be able to grab one for their team. And Spirits will just be chilling there. I'm sure Collapse will get him. He goes to farm the Ancients next, because that's what Collapse has been up to for the past while. Octarine Core is finished right now. Just needs to disassemble.
Fallen.
And he's a big lad at the moment. Look at this. This is crazy. 2,200 HP. Who's the next highest in the game? I love this every time when we watch this Collapse bat. What, 1574 on Visage?
Is under attack.
That's the
Yeah,
next
it's
highest
really
HP in
nuts.
the game. It's 2,200.
I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah, I don't get it.
He even has like 7 armor too. It's not even that bad, you know?
I mean, I think that it just goes to show like how strong this hero can be, and it's like quiet games that are just insane. I'll try this build later. This is Bat Rider.
This is your next era. Darkseer no
Maybe.
longer friend. Lyrical the Bat Rider. You get a leather jacket. Get a Harley.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Go Grease Lightning. Go.
That's
Grease
that's not what they do.
Lightning. No.
That's not the
Okay.
crew on the Harleys. You could try going up to the Harley crew and singing that. Maybe
Yeah,
they'd all
that'd
break
be
out and
good.
dance. I don't know. It would probably look like what just happened to PYW though. That's kind of how I
It
imagine that
ran all
scenario
over
playing
them.
out. Yeah, I think so.
Speaking of Greased Lightning, Emo? No, don't build it.
What a
Wait a minute.
segue.
Oh my god, they got him! Grease Lightning is real!
Wait,
oh,
hold.
No, okay. Emo, trying to do his best, trying to get the kill. He gets it. Mira is able to play cleanup afterwards, though. Now, Mira getting bopped and booped. Alien Lotus wasn't going to be enough to save him.
All right, that worked out better than I expected. I didn't think they'd get both of them in the end. So the big damage, of course, coming from the ENG there, 2,044. Whew. I think we have been seeing why this hero is really strong. I feel like we've got to cast quite a few of the games, and every time it's looked great. Like FY's game, ooh, that was real nice.
Adoro takes down another. Yeah, and I think that, I mean, at least so far, QX has not been farming to the same extent that FY has, but it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like, you just need to have that mana for that quick burst at the right moment, and Enchantress is going to have crazy damage regardless.
Yeah, I love that he carries the 2 mangoes, because he's not that farmed, like you said. He's not into the 4 step yet, but all that matters is that you can just keep throwing these impetuses, right? I mean, it's level 4, it's got 0 cooldown, so bring the mangoes. Get some vitamin C. It'll be okay.
Just keep digging them up. Just shovel them.
Dust, though, pretty farmed at this point, has the Radiance, has the Blink Dagger. This is a great timing for them. They want to create a fight opportunity where Zhang Yu can use this Phylactery and Solar Crest, and this is it. Save him!
Oh my god. Dude. Oh no, IG. Not like this. Not like this, IG. This was supposed to be your moment. Dust and Emo, the dynamic duo, just immediately died together in the mid lane, and now the rest of IG, they're going to fall as well. Everybody dies. Oh god. That could not have gone worse.
That was the best troll ult you'll ever see. It actually made it look good for a second there. Like, they get inside the snowball, he immediately turns to the edge, and you can see, he's like hobbling. He's just trying to get in the snowball. Let me in. But down he goes. They just pop back out, get eviscerated by Yadoro. Easy.
I think that encapsulates everything, right? Like, you're talking about how great this timing is for those 2 heroes, and you know, play around the timing of the outfits. Like, we have all our stuff, and then they just like walk in and, oh man, the Team Spirit taking full advantage. Laurel with the chains, and of course Mira having a standout performance on the Spirit Breaker.
I think Laurel has gotten every rune but 1.
Yeah.
I actually think he's gotten every single rune but 1. I'm pretty sure that Emo got 1 DD and that's it. That's depressing for a Storm.
It doesn't feel good to be Emo right now.
Speaking of
That's
Laurel,
his name.
have you looked at his items currently?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Laurel's got some ideas.
You can do, I can do better.
It's a great ad campaign.
Also a good play.
Is it? I didn't know that.
Is it Annie?
Oh yeah, you're right. It is Annie. Yeah, I think you're right.
Is it?
That sounds right. I'll sure that's a co-caster's job.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mira, his job was making a little bit of space for the rest of the team to go get Roche, and they did just that. Yadoro claiming the Aegis.
It is definitely from Annie. Get your gun. Yep. Nailed it. Not Annie the orphan. She did not have a gun, I don't think.
Wait, is that not Annie the orphan?
No. That's
okay.
different musicals.
I thought that was Annie the orphan.
I don't think so.
So I was simultaneously right and wrong.
Yeah.
Takes a very dark turn.
Yeah, no, that's Annie Oakley, you know, like the shooter.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, not Annie the orphan.
Yeah. Annie over it. Annie,
okay.
You won't send me to another home. Dust is the room right there. Well, the lasso connection, Evo. They get pulled back into. They have the control. Somehow Laurel lives. Dude,
and he gets a
Tavis is too good. Too good. As Dust just wants to run away. Please don't hit me anymore. Ooh, good blink back. But collapse on him, on his tail, still chasing. Mira there, throwing out the impetus shots as QX, but going to get dropped. In Team Spirit, they're not done
he's
yet.
going.
We're not over yet. Pops the ulti, pops the BKB, held it that entire time. Zhang Yu, you two will fall.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Not today. How can you have your meat if you didn't eat your pudding? What's it?
Oh,
Radiant's
said it.
middle tower is under attack.
The other way.
Well, that lead has grown.
Yes.
Yes. No one's going down. God, that's so depressing. They were so close to bringing him down. But between the Flame Guy and the Pavis, as you said, and that bastardization that everyone wants to call Pavis anyway, that's fine.
the Pavis.
Actually, both terms are fine. I just think one sounds better. All right, how do we turn this game around for IG? That's the question. That's always the question, isn't it? Lincoln's is the idea for Emo. Wants to have a little bit more freedom in these fights.
Fair.
Killing Collapse would be great. That, I feel like, would be an excellent way to start these fights. Unfortunately, he almost has a BKB.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under
Well, and
attack.
Also,
they
Laurel
also
going Radiance is crazy.
it's pretty awesome.
It seems
I'm a
so
big fan.
unnecessary. Like, what's the point? I mean, I get it's annoying for the Alchemist, but he's going to buy BKB anyway, because that's what Alch does. It's really good versus Storm, actually. Storm, 30% of Storm's damage comes from Overload.
Yeah. I also
Definitely
feel
underrated.
like the Visage even is pretty annoying for him, too.
Yeah, this is very funny. It feels like he just didn't need it, though, because I feel like that's not his job this game. But that's okay. If he,
What do you
he felt
think
like
about-
he could get to it.
Radiant's top
What do you think
tower
about the
is under
phylactery on Visage?
I think it's fine. I think it's core. Unfortunately, it looks a lot better when you don't get trounced in your lane.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
understandable.
Because you're supposed
Down
to
row.
win the first couple fights with Phylactery, and they lost the first couple fights with Phylactery. Like, pushing that mid-tier 1
Yeah.
tower is supposed to be kind of free when you have Phylactery plus, like, one aura item or something. Maybe from, like, one of your teammates or some Ench creeps. And they end up not getting enough off of those pushes.
Right. Oh. Emo trying to get out of there, does manage to.
Class is just
They
so
were
terrifying.
chasing. UIQX.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to not be burned alive. Unfortunately, there are a lot of different forms of burnination that are happening.
Middle tower has fallen.
The Radiance, the Flame Guard, and Bat Rider stuff. Meanwhile, Yadro walking high ground. He says, guys, it's going to be a long day. Let's make it a little shorter. 10, 0, and 7 on this troll. God.
I like it when he gets 850 attack speed. I think that's fun. I would like to see him go hit the tower again, please.
That's pretty cool. What will he do with those? Man. IG, they had a couple moments in here, and they're going to try and make another move out, see if they can catch somebody. And they are playing in the area where Laurel is at. It's a very difficult kill.
Oh, this is a prime
Jump in.
situation, though.
Fish punch, stun, gone. They get him. Okay, a moment, an opportunity, but can they bring down the Alk? Dust living through it. Not living long enough. They take down Tusky and Alk and immediately try and run away with everybody else. Emo looking for the zip away. Let's get that Lincoln's broken. Visage, Grave Chill, and run it. So, I mean, that's about the best they can hope.
Wait. Lich is going to get these, is he? Oh, burn it. Get it.
No. Oh, no,
Or he can grab the
Visage.
Visage. That's always good.
Emo, okay. Goes into the stone form. Not gonna live. Collapse almost goes down to the grave chill fully, but will be able to survive.
So we didn't mention it explicitly, but throughout this game, Aposhka has just been Sinister Gazing Ench creeps as well as the Visage birds.
Yeah. That's really
Very
cool.
funny. So wait, does that work on Brewlings then? I've never tested that.
I feel like maybe it does.
Because they're creep heroes.
Yeah.
That seems broken. Because it looks like it's working on the birds.
Dude, Ags Lich. Let's go.
That seems broken. I
Blue
gotta test
Master's
that.
dead. Yeah, I'm curious.
That'd be so funny, actually.
So for anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about, Lich, Sinister Gaze, does bonus damage and it lasts longer if you cast it onto creeps, the Sinister Gaze. And it does extra damage, 200 damage per second onto these Visage birds. So they just die. And Enchantress creeps as well. So if that works
Yeah, it
against
treats
Brew.
illusions, creep heroes, and ancient creeps as heroes. Okay, so it shouldn't be working on the birds.
Okay.
So maybe it just looks like it's doing a lot. I mean, I guess because the birds just aren't that, you know, they're kind of squishy when it comes to just being grabbed and held in place.
Yeah, everything else is killing him. Okay.
That'd be really insane if it worked, if it treated like creeps. That'd be way too broken. Like, that would be nuts. But Edge creeps, yeah, they still get owned.
Yeah. Fair.
God, I wish it worked on Creedos. That'd be so funny. This should, like, eviscerate. Did you see that thing about Lone Druid, by the way, the Reddit post?
What about
Apparently, Lycan's Howl is fearing Lone Druid's bear, even though it's not supposed to, because it's a creep hero. And so Lycan
great.
has the best win rate versus Lone Druid right now, stats-wise, because the bear just gets feared away nonstop.
That's awesome. Jump in. This is a big kill if they can get it in time, and in fact, they will. Dead for 75 seconds. IG finding him. Oh my god, this Chain Frost, though. This Chain Frost kind of destroyed both of the supports, and now Mira finds himself emo. A little bit hard to make the full play, and Zhang Yu is going to be killed off. So it ends up being a 3-for-1, but again, almost feels worth it getting that kill onto Troll.
Oh my god. These Visage Birds. Just charges through them, they almost die.
Tower is under attack.
Regardless, 40-17. Team Spirit looking very good after 2 days so far. Is this going to be their tournament?
Yeah, they've had a bit of a slow build-up, I would say, like from Season 1. I mean, they just won the last... Did they win the last 2 seasons? I don't know. Season 1 it didn't look great for them because they almost didn't make the major.
Yeah.
And we were like, who's the best in the region right now? Is competing versus a couple different teams. Obviously, 9 Pandas having a big rise up as they're here at the tournament too. So Eastern Europe is a bit of a scary place right now.
Definitely.
But yeah, Laryl's really coming to his own. I mean, we're big Laryl fans here, right?
Oh, yeah. He looked a little rough than day one, but pulled it together in the end.
Did he
at least
miss
at the
that
beginning.
pulse? That's unfortunate.
Yeah, creep wave came in.
Yeah, a little bit late on trying to stack
Oh,
up
look
on
at
maximum
Emo.
efficiency.
Let's go, Emo.
Oh, he might get a double wisdom rune, guys. Double.
This would be huge.
Oh, wait, now does he wait for it?
Oh, yeah,
Oh
he'll
my
wait
God,
for it.
Oh my god.
Because he has to bottle it anyways.
Did he wait?
Oh, my God, he did.
He waited. Oh.
Damn, dude. And they get the other one on Dust? That's actually crazy. Look at that little blip up there in the graph. Oh, God, get away.
Yeah, that's a
though.
lot of
Youngers
XP, actually.
Wait. They got him. They got him. They broke his CP. Emo, no! Emo, no! Emo, not like this.
That's my Emo.
Oh, Mira. What a play from Mira. Oh, God. You know, the C-note
Dota's universal.
It's never been stronger.
I've never seen that. It's good that we're just trying to communicate. You know, when the chat wheels don't reach your enemy, we need chat wheels that the enemy get translated as well.
That's
like,
right.
wow, nice play. That's what he meant.
Yes, that's what
all
that
he was
means.
trying to say, guys.
That's all it was. Oh. Goodness gracious. Well, Team Spirit, I like how there was no response from anybody on Spirit.
Yeah. I wonder if they've been muted.
They might. Emo, definitely one that's known for having some good communication in game. You know,
That's right.
letting people know if he has questions. It's all good.
He likes to bridge cultural barriers.
True.
He likes to use the universal language. He was a universal hero before we had universal heroes.
Exactly.
Radiant's top tower
It's
is
my
under
hero,
attack.
honestly.
Radiant structures
Well,
are
I've seen Yadro do this a lot this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just goes high ground there.
Has
Doesn't
4
really
minutes
care.
on the Sages. Mira ready for a jump in at a moment's notice. And there's the first jump. They kill him off once. This is pretty good. Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. An opportunity, although Tusky is mega dead. Yadro. Blade comes out. It's not enough. It is actually just nothing. No, they don't have what they need. Alchemist is dead. Blade could not save, and they are going to go for the buildings.
Yeah, I think they can cleanly just finish this one out, guys.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Gold zip in, killing off waves.
Radiant's
There is still a catapult coming in, though,
dire structures.
and creeps in. Jump through. Nice lasso on the bird, connecting onto Zhang Yu from further away. And just like that, Spirit are going to try and close out this game. GG is called. IG dropping one against Spirit, who looked very strong.
Yeah, Spirit are on a tear right now. Even the games they lost, they had some plays that were kind of shocking. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to them as they move forward through this group stage. Definitely one of the teams that you should all be keeping an eye on here. Look at them ready to win more Dota matches here. I think they're enjoying the weather in Bali. I think it's a power up for them.
Probably.
Probably just like the weather and the overall comfort that they're experiencing. When you say,
I would say so. You know, Team Spirit, the type of team to really be able to appreciate the place that they're in. The place that they're in, by the way, in case you hadn't heard, Ayana is the largest integrated resort in Bali. Ayana Estate with beautiful ocean views, secluded beaches, lush jungle, and the rock bar. Be sure to check it out now. Just like Team Spirit checked it out and dominated IG.
I'm gonna have to get some info on this rock bar. I'm gonna have to send one of my investigations. I feel like, you know.
Yes.
We should get a hold of Sheep because she's there. You know, she's not working. She's just lazing about, enjoying her time.
Oh, you're right.
Beautiful resort. So maybe we could get her to make a content piece at the rock bar.
That's a good idea. And then we should take the payment for that.
Right. That's all good. I mean, she's there. She doesn't need it. She's in Bali right now on vacation. She's doing well. All right.
True enough. Absolutely. Well, just like that, game number 1 completely done. Shout outs again to Ayana, and we're gonna head on to a quick break as we get ready for game number 2. See you on the other side. Perfect.
Seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
黑一点好看一点，对吧？
我现在感觉是有个你，
确实。
还有一个是谁啊
？RTZ，
应该是。
这个眼睛肯定是我的。
对。
嘴巴 也有点像我的。
感觉是你和 RTZ 吧
？RTZ 我不确定
，RTZ 也不像，
就我们俩加起来应该没这么难看，对吧？那只有我们2个了。
取个名字，你取吧。屈林森。
曲瑶呗。
取好了呀，屈林森。
曲瑶。他的外号。
就曲瑶，
他的外号。期待我们在巴黎 Major 的表现。
哎呀，加油！
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia.
Welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We're ready for game number 2. It's all coming together, Trent. IG off against Spirit. Dun, dun, dun. And the switch up that we're going to be having this time around. Also interesting, IG, they decide to switch things up and take first pick so that way Team Spirit can't take second pick. That's pretty impressive.
I think
so they can't
take second pick, though.
Right, no, they don't get to take second pick because second pick is given to them. That's the switch up.
Okay.
They're
so
like,
now, do you
this
think they'll
worked well.
choose Radiant or Dire?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
You got to choose.
I'm not sure
They haven't chosen yet. You don't think it
chance.
matters for the gamers?
I mean,
what do you think they chose? Why don't you use your big brain and predict right now, Lyric?
Radiant, I think.
So smart. He's so smart. They did choose Radiant.
Wow. Big. Crazy.
Seems to be the better side still.
I like it. Is it? Do you think it's better?
Yeah. I think the laning setups are better. That's how I view it. I feel like your lanes are just nicer.
It's fair.
But it's I don't know. There's some value to being really good at Dire side too. I think you just choose Radiant because I think it's easier to play, but I think it's important to recognize that the game is different when you play Dire, especially for your offlane. I feel like your offlaner has a harder time. I mean, you're an offlane player. Do you find one side easier or not really?
If I'm pulling, then yeah. If I have to pull waves, but again, all of my like lens of playing offlane is just through one single hero. You know what I mean? So it's like you're asking me if I think it's important for Darks here, and like, yeah, there's a difference. But yeah, that's the only way that I'm thinking about it. It's easier to like get shut out in a way. It feels like on Dire. That
that's what I would
pull
say as
through
well.
is annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think it feels better, at least for me, for the jungling and the stacking on Dire side. I don't know why. Even though it's pretty similar, to be honest. I'm not sure why it seems better when you're on Dire. But like actual pulling and stuff is way easier on the Radiant side. Just feels nicer. I was thinking when you're playing Radiant side, you have that option of throwing your carry up there, and it feels better.
Okay, I see what you
It's
mean.
easier to pull and control that area.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is? It's because of where the hard camp is that you pull with that nice little like buffer hole above it on the Radiant side. Like when you're playing Radiant offlane, it just like it's harder for them to actually mess with you.
Okay, I see what you mean a little bit there. Yeah, I would also say that like once you're past that first laning stage and like either the tower is down or if you're in my case you're just cutting waves, pulling the waves to the other camps, there's like 2 very easy camps to pull the creeps to and then farming up both of them. It's the Tundra special there. So let's see what ends up happening here. Oh, interesting. So for the longest time for IG, I don't remember if I saw this last time or not. It might have been the thing. Emo had been the main drafter. Zhang Yu is drafting right now. And I'm unsure if that is indicative of something. If he picks a Brewmaster, we'll know.
Yeah, then we know.
10 seconds
Or if the
remaining.
coach just wanted a different seat, you know. Maybe this one was closest to the AC, wanted a nice breeze. Who is coaching for IG these days? Do we know?
Oh, it's Little S Super, the one and only.
Lil S?
Lil S.
Lil S Super. I feel like when I first started watching Dota, Lil S Super was the more famous Super, and then over time, I feel like Big S Super became more famous.
Really?
Or maybe Big
I thought
S
it was the
just,
other way.
you know, I think maybe Big S was just bigger the whole time.
Yeah, I think he was bigger, and then he became less important in the play aspect, but his like name sort of still held some weight, and then it's like switched back around again. All right,
Pretty iconic though overall.
they take
Big
it away
S
from
was-
him.
I'm still on the Super thing. Big S was way more
Oh,
memeable
sorry.
though. He was. I mean, the guy. If you're a newer Dota fan, Big S Super. We call him Little S Super and Big S Super because one's tag was Super with a small s, lowercase, and the other Super was with a big S, you know, capital S. And he basically only played DK and Viper, and it was very funny. And that was it. That was it. I don't know. It doesn't sound that funny, I guess, but trust me, it was really funny.
Well, it was, and then the thing was that he expanded his pool like a little bit, and he added like Death Prophet.
Yeah,
which is
yeah,
basically
there
the
is.
same thing.
Yeah.
And like
In
it
one
was like
style.
it was like, all right, well, and I remember being at Perfect World Masters and Kyle was still playing for Complexity and their team was like on the verge of like getting into DPC points and like making it far. And he was like up late the night before. He's like, I just don't know what to do. Should I just ban all 3 of them? I don't know. And then he like didn't ban one of them, and then Super just picked Death Prophet. And then they lost and were eliminated. And Kyle was like, shit. And then they played against Vici, and Vici just banned all 3 of Big S Super's heroes, and they immediately lost. Like, it was like a 15-minute game, and they got 2-0'd. And that was like the grand finals, or 3-0'd.
Kyle's just there with tears. Could have been me.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it was, you know, limping hand skinner off to the side. Like, dude, why didn't you ban it? What the hell? Anyways. All of that to say that they have taken away Collapse's Batrider.
That's right. They've stolen it. Could be support, could be core. We'll have some options here. For now, Team Spirit, they want another Laurel Ember game, and they have Mirana. A fantastic combo. If you have a friend who plays mid and you play position 4 or position 5, you can pick Miranda these days and feel really comfortable about it because once the lanes break down, you just run around the map, you slay, you chain, you throw arrow, they die. It's great. So Mirana is not as grief of a hero as she used to be as long as you wait for the stuns before you throw your arrows. That's the only way you're allowed to play the hero, guys. Okay, except for when you're really feeling it, like, and you know you're going to hit it, then it's cool.
Right.
But you only get like 2 misses.
I will say I love Mirana. This is it's just a feel-good hero in general, you know?
Like Wind Ranger, right?
Is that a feel-good hero?
No.
I have a pretty decent win rate on Mirana, too. I love this hero. 66% over 94 games. Hell yeah. Sorry, I just looked at that real
66 over
quickly.
99 games.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Killing it.
Wow. Look at you.
Paired together with the Ember, how do you like against the Terrorblade though?
I only have 58% over 84 games.
Get owned.
Get owned. I have a 70% Omni-Knight win rate over 41 games.
Oh, okay. That's impressive.
It's Omni the GOAT.
Well,
All right.
Do you think they're going to pick Omni-Knight again on IG? They did it before.
You know what? They might. They just might. You know, Dust goes mid, Emo plays TV, brings out his Omni. They liked it versus the Ember. Do you think he's been playing the Earthshaker? I've noticed some mid players have been practicing Earthshaker in pubs.
Really?
Ever since some of the, who was it that played it at Dream League and they owned? Oh, now I can't remember who it was. Was it Laurel? That'd be crazy. Someone had a really good. No, it was Beppu. It was GBK. I think.
Jipika.
Sounds right. Or maybe it was Nine Pandas and I'm crazy. But either way, someone picked Shaker versus Ember, which used to be a classic counter pick, and they did really well, and it was great.
You know what I was just thinking about?
What was that?
There's a lot of players where we say like
what the Omni-Knight gamers are up to right now. If we look at the toppest of the pubs, it's mostly still just
wait for it.
It's mostly just Echo Saber builds.
Look,
I mean,
you ready?
Obviously. Okay, I'm ready. What?
That's what I'm doing.
The hammer. You're throwing the hammer. I see that.
No, it's harpoon.
That is good.
It's the
Sorry, I
harpoon.
thought you were doing the hammer. Well, I mean, yeah, one gets the echo. That is the main thing, right? That is the dream with this hero right now.
I'm a big fan of that. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off your hammer there.
No, I was actually enjoying looking at the intros for some of the players because it showed like Mira had collapsed, stickered onto his hero stuff. It's very nice.
Oh, okay, I like that. I have myself stickered onto one of mine. Is that narcissistic? Is that a problem?
I have you stickered on my Darkseer.
I have me stickered on my Darkseer too.
Oh, there you go.
You're never gonna play that though.
It felt necessary. I love Darkseer. I have a great Darkseer win rate. Yeah.
Oh,
I used to play him all the time. He was one of my most played offlaners when I first started playing Dota.
Nice.
I played 123 games and I have a 61% win rate.
That's really good.
What can I say?
Oh, battle. No battle. Not battle yet.
Not a battle.
You know, we want battles, but we're not getting them. So, interesting dynamics to watch. Omni-Knight, can he be big, bad, and burly and strong? Can he carry this game? Does he need to? Also, where are they going to get stuns? Because right now I see 2 of them on the team total. One of them's an ultimate. And Anti-Mage, I think, likes that.
Looking good.
Yeah. A lack of stuns. Just, you know. Yeah, that is an issue. That's a big issue. We need a lot of pure damage here from Zheng Yu. So we assume that his big thing that he needs is the Echo, and then you want to hit that shard timing, right? Because the shard's pretty crazy with the Echo and then into the Harpoon. That is the goal.
Right. Uh-oh. Zheng Yu?
Oh, he juked right into it.
That's not good. Oh, no. Maposhka draws the first blood. Wow. And he's going to TP back to that lane because they're sending Dust down bottom to play in this lane as the Terror.
Yadro has also been top.
Oh, they swapped it. Oh, that's annoying for IG.
Well, this is what IG want, I think, right? They want to play the Omni into the Anti-Mage, I assume?
I think they tried to dodge the Omni-Knight away from the Anti-Mage. Pretty sure.
I think this is what they want. I think they want the TB free farming.
Okay. All right.
That would be my assumption, at least.
I feel like Collapse might be able to do something here. Maybe not, though. Maybe they are doing this.
Because this seems pretty solid. So things that I like would be Tide and Mirana. I think this is a great lane duo. You can do Gush into Arrow fairly consistently. It's not as free as a lot of other things, but it's fine. Oh, Mira thought about chucking that arrow out there, but wasn't going to connect onto Dust. Does Mira go into the tree lines and shoot a YOLO arrow? That's the question.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, for now, not happening.
7
last hits for Zheng Yu. He's pulling the waves apart. He's getting the hits. This is working out so far. Level 2 could be tough, though.
That's what you want to see. throwing those hammers down right away. Obviously, AM going to have easier access to the secret shop to get into that cornucopia or the Ring of Health, depending on which way he wants to go with it.
Yeah, and this comes back to what I was discussing in the draft of being the Radiant side and how much better it feels as sending your carry here. It just feels like an option that you have that Dire, it's just not as nice. It's harder to pull as the Dire sides you're going to see down bottom. It's been blocked off by Mira. It feels harder to de-ward this camp too. It's a real pain.
Arrow.
Dodge the arrow.
Quite going to connect there. Still, Dust is taking a bit of a beating. Interesting.
Now the question is up top now, what happens when Omni's out of mana? Like, he doesn't have a stick yet. He's now going to send one out. He's like, right, should have brought that maybe. So I can actually have a chance at turning the damage. Because they are keeping this camp open. So if Maposhka's able to get this spawn and control this will be excellent for them. I'm wondering if QIQX will run over here and just throw a sentry down, though. I think you really don't want this spawning.
Yeah. Collapse dies in the meantime down bottom. They're able to run him down. But QIQX does manage to get the block off. Okay.
Oh, and he got him. He's going to get it.
Oh, my God. Mira, not where he wants to be. PYW. Has stick charges. Mira should be fine.
Should he?
Surely Mira's
Where is
fine.
he going to go?
Goodbye. That was a long TB.
Yeah, I think if he had committed to that, there was a chance. I guess he has no sticky. I thought he was being sticky and stuff. I came in halfway through. I was watching the support battle up top.
Lots of battles
But
everywhere.
he's only level 2 on bet. Because he's a support.
Fair. Wow. 3.5 minutes in. And so far, mid very even. AM and Omni farming quite well. It's mainly just the Terrorblade sort of running into trouble as Emo tries to get away. Blood grenade down. Laurel is right there. Emo going to get killed as Mira jumps past PYW. Now, he still has stick charges and fairy fire. Mira trying to bait this out as long as possible and just walks away.
Yeah.
My God.
PYW hoping that he would be forced to burn it, but it doesn't happen. And Mira wants to arrow something here before he goes home. And then he can just come back mid and do a bottle refill. Or maybe he's going to stick around instead of arrowing a creep. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
The accidental double tap. Classic.
Oh, double tap. PC dead.
Dead. That's
Damn.
not good.
I don't like that one bit, Trentster.
No. Dust. Sorry, not Dust. Zhang Yu's lane is going great. 23-2 on the Omni. Considering they counterpicked the Anti-Mage, brought it in here. Things have gone swimmingly, I would say. QIQX is getting a pull-off.
Has the full Soul Ring coming out on Omni Night, which is a little bit interesting. I'm wondering how he's sort of going to deal with the mana cost there, because AM's probably going to keep clicking him, and that's not a place that you love to be.
That's true, but Anti-Mage also only has 600 HP, and he has 6 armor,
Right.
but you're doing pure damage. And in
That's
combination
fair.
with the Silencer, who also does a lot of damage and does pure damage, it's
Right.
if he commits, there is a danger.
Okay.
You know what? 13-second blink cooldown.
Well, ready to go. Team Spirit back on line and ready for action. So
Why
mid
is Anti-Mage's base blink 13.5 seconds?
leaps, arrow, connection, Emo. Oh, that is as his CP came out. And QIQX CP's in! Laurel with the double kill. Even if he dies here, I think he is perfectly fine with this. And honestly, he might not die! Laurel gets another one! Oh my God! He's happy to die at that point.
Yeah, they both just died to the creeps on purpose. They intentionally did that. Because there's no point trying to survive, right? Like, cause sure, you'll give up the goal, but you don't give up any XP, and you're going to be back around the same time that they return.
That is devastating.
I can't believe they just kept completing the TPs. But then when PYW did, I was like, all right, here's the cleanup. But again, he's still level 2.
Yeah. Lowest level in the game. Yadoro now onto Zhang Yu. tried to Soul Ring. It's not gonna work the way he wanted it to. It's just not.
That is a consequence of what just happened mid, right? That is why that just happened. They're able to jump on him because they know the silencer can't come back top.
Oh my god, they're scanning Emo.
buddy,
Dude.
buddy, click Emo.
Oh, he's ready.
No.
Emo,
Is
he
it gonna
knows.
happen? Is it real? Is he listening? Emo?
He knows what he needs. I told you, he buys this item. He does this.
I thought you were joking.
No. Emo. And he also gets his freaking bounty. Oh my god, no, Emo! All right, we might be seeing those magic words from Emo again that we saw in last game. Because he cannot be pleased right now. Oh, jeez.
He's mentally checked out. He's going back to the safe lane after this one. And Dust is taking mid next game.
Arrow. Ooh, he would not be able to dodge it. I don't think it matters, though. Laurel's level 6. They're on him. QIQX might be dead, too. We're 6.5 minutes in, Trent, and it is looking bleak. Oh, my God. It's a 4,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. Emo wants it. He's not even level 6 yet. You just don't make him walk back home again. It's not fair. Oh, jeez.
I do like how he denied that creep in Laurel's face. That was good.
That was good.
Yeah.
He's like, give me a bottle refill,
Oh,
damn it.
yo,
Poshka's going to steal it. They scan, they know. Oh, God.
All right, look at Yadoro up top, though. He's doing some math right now. You know, he's like, I got my treads, okay. You know, this Omni Knight, if I jump on him right now. Meanwhile, the bounce back, though, Maposhka.
Ravage
Saved.
out for the turn, has Sinister Gaze. Drop it on a PYW if they need, but they also have the Moonlight Shadow. The walk away. PYW, he's in trouble. Does he go down to collapse? The gush is there. And anchor smash for the finish. Collapse gets the kill. Ow. Well, Emo has finally hit level 6. He's working on that Midas.
He needs this 8-minute rune, but I don't think he's in a position unless it spawns bottom. But even then, he has a remnant, so yeah, he's not going to rune. Oh, tough times. He tries to go top, but Mira was there covering anyway. And of course, it's an arcane rune here for Laurel. So maybe someday he'll get a rune. He's gotten 1 power rune in the last 2 games as Storm Spirit.
Turns the punch. Tries to get the kill as QIQX goes down to Mira.
Oh, Yadro.
Jump in, blink in. Emo! The retribution! Oh, it happened. Listen, when Emo goes to the safe lane, good things happen. What a TP by him.
I can't believe Yadro was still within striking range of that. Maposhka comes in. Not level 6. Does not have a glorious play here to make on a low mana storm. He's very high level, though. Maposhka almost at level 6 right now. Thanks to stealing that Wisdom Rune, of course. Collapse doing Tidehunter things. Gets a Meteor Hammer on the whole wave and the tower. This is the dream. The Anchor Smash level 3 as well, reducing a crazy amount of damage onto Dust. Anchor Smash, though, famously does not do bonus damage. It is just your base damage, unlike the Dragon Breath. So, still really good versus TB, but not when he goes meta.
Yeah. Should keep in mind as well that right now, IG, I think, have 3 cores that are just going to basically do nothing for a very long period of time in this game. Because Emo is just about to commit finishing that Midas as PYW is getting ran down by Laurel, and yeah, that's going to be a dead Bat Rider.
I can't believe he's actually going to Midas. This is great. I feel like I've manifested this.
It's an Emo thing. Oh, he's not going to kill these creeps. Dude, oh my god, he's going to commit to
They're
it.
a little too tough.
Meteor Hammer.
Is Emo going to die? Emo?
Emo. He can pull it. Emo.
He doesn't even get the stack? All right, Emo's tilted.
He just wants it so badly. And there's the Midas. He's like, guys, come refill my bottle. Come on.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have time to go home. They're like, you're right there, man. No time. Oh, Maposhka. He just let the ulti rip.
Big hit. Drops it down. Zhang Yu in trouble. Yadoro has Mana Void. Thinking about it. Doesn't even want to use it. Okay, he used it.
A little tough there. Where's Collapse going? He doesn't care. Yeah, I'll go over the secret shot. It's fine. Maybe he should have cared, though.
Thunder, Ravage, walk away, collapse, go down. There's
Oh,
the
no,
chance-
his Midas. Oh, no, don't die, Emo. You're Midas.
Laurel,
Get the
they're gonna
catapult.
kill. Oh, he didn't get it.
He got the creep. He got a creep before he died.
Okay,
It's all
he
right.
did. Thank goodness. He also was able to get that kill on Collapse, which is pretty huge. You know, the comeback train is starting to get the choo-choo going.
I'm of the mind that you should be able to Midas enemy heroes if they're at 50 HP or less.
Arrow. Slight. Eats it. Gets it.
And you should get the double XP, too. That'd be busted. Oh, that'd be such a good comeback mechanic, actually. Ice Frog.
Midas seen heroes.
Yeah, they have to be, like... Is 50 cool? I feel like 50 is fine. Like, the odds of getting 50, if you have to, like, really nail it.
It's like
Broken item versus Dazzle. You're just... they get graved, like...
It's like how in Pokemon you had to weaken the enemy before you caught it with a Pokeball. That's like
Yeah,
how
exactly.
the Midas's works. I see.
Yeah. And if you do it to someone, they die, you get all the benefits, but they stay as a golden statue till they respawn.
I like this. Arrow. Not going to connect, but Dust. No more Sunder. They're not going for it. Laurel showing a little bit of restraint as the TPs come in.
Oh, this has been a fun one, guys, I gotta say. We're only on the second game of the night here. And sure, things don't look good for IG. Maybe they have like a 10% chance to win this game, but the Dota's good. Look at the steal of these stats, though. Oh my
That's
goodness.
pretty good for them. They did such a good
The
job of
habitat.
shutting down Emo. The habitat?
Yeah, you know, like this is just like ecocide. You know, that's just a happy ecological disaster there. Right? Those
like
creatures
an oil
living
spill.
in harmony. Yeah, exactly. Tide is oil
Okay.
spilling all over them.
I think, yeah, that's fair.
It's vengeance.
As a watermelon man.
Yeah, you know, he's seen what happened. You know, he's not a fan of BP, not a sponsor. No sponsors here are committing oil spills
Okay.
in the ocean.
There it is.
Yeah.
Shotaro is going to chase down Dust on that note. Finding an opportunity. Poor old Dust. Ooh, Reflection, though. That's actually pretty good against the AM. But I don't think it's going to matter. I'm pretty sure Dust is dead now. Arrow connects. And Yadaro going to take the kill.
All right, but plus side, QIQX, almost level 6.
True. Big. True
Huge.
and big.
Big if true, perhaps, one could say.
Oh my god, they're going to steal their rune again.
No,
Collapse
no,
is there.
Collapse, don't. Come on, that's not fair.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
don't follow the little white line.
He's...
Oh,
Yeah.
he's going back. He's
Wait.
going to ravage for it. I think he ravages. He's going to do it.
God. Oh, wait. What? Okay, yeah, he's just going to walk over and take it. Poor...
Oh,
pushback!
Let's go!
BYW, what a god! Dude, if Tide doesn't walk over right there, I think he gets it for free. Oh, no. Oh, the Chain Frost. Jung, you almost dead. Still managed to survive. Laurel does go down to Dust, and Mira also in some trouble. None of this had to happen, Trent.
This is all
None of it
Collapse's
did.
fault.
Collapse, what are you doing? All right, little Yadaro's coming to clean up. Maybe Collapse cleans up. They still have Sunder.
I love how instead of fighting, he went for the rune. And like instead of playing with Laurel, he's like, I want that wizard rune though, bud.
Yeah, it's true. He's a funny duck.
Minus 103 damage, by the way. Anchor Smash, gross.
Oh, BYW, no. I can't get him. Wait, what? Going from a Poshka? Emo, making the kills happen. It's been a rough game, but he knows what he needs to do to catch back up.
Midas.
Yes.
I am surprised he's top of his team. The fact that he's only 1,000 behind Ember is pretty impressive.
I mean, making things happen.
Omni is close to Echo. That's pretty good. It's a big upgrade.
And of course, you talked about it earlier, the shard, if he can get that done in time. Of course, it is an 8,000 gold lead, and there really is not an answer in this game for Anti-Mage.
No, there's not. And they're going to be progressing with an Aegis soon, I would guess, from Team Spirit. They can kind of go get it whenever they want. Collapse is going pipe because Mira wants to go mech on the Mirana, like we discussed previously. It's just a nice build-up. They're going to Moonlight. Oh, Yadro's going to see Zhang Yu up here.
Big find if they can get him. And
who do they want?
Ooh, hello, Dust. How are you? Arrow for the follow-up. Sunder comes out. They're on Maposhka, who chain crosses both. Oh my god. Almost gets him brought down for death. And in fact, with the chase forward, Lich dead for Terrorblade, but the root now on to Emo, and well, everybody on IG is dead except for Bat. GG. Emo's had enough. Emo's had enough. Yeah, that is a classic there. 16 minutes. My god.
Yeah, this one was over pretty fast. Once the Midas comes out on the Storm Spirit, hope's kind of lost here. Let's be honest here. Team Spirit, great Anti-Mage pick. They tried this Omni Knight blind into not knowing what the matchup was going to be. Didn't even try and force it mid versus the Ember either. So I'm not sure what the logic was here, but they didn't find it. Team Spirit, they love pulling out this Anti-Mage when they can. They see Storm Spirit, they pick it up. Ruined his game. He's going to farm well like the TP, but even outside of the Anti-Mage, the game was kind of won without a lot of Yadaro's help, right?
Oh, true.
Excellent control of the map. They ruined Emo's Storm Spirit game both times, though, because he had no runes.
I mean, it was really impressive. It was just a lightning-fast performance from Team Spirit. Much like the shout-out to Biznet, our official lightning-fast internet partner, the Bali Major 2023. Okay, Biznet and be a champion. Trent, that's what I have to say about that one.
That's right.
Would you agree?
Lightning fast. That's what we're here for. Just like Team Spirit. It's a pleasure to watch, and I'm just expecting them to keep this going, guys. Like, what's going to slow down Team Spirit? They look so solid. I see a lot of the same things that we're seeing in terms of how Gaimin Gladiators have been winning a lot of their games. It feels like the 3-4-5 are just so synergized, you know?
Yeah.
By 3-4-5, I actually meant to say the 2-4-5. I just got my numbers mixed up. Okay. Coming to the mid and just helping out and ruining the enemy experience. I have 3 young children. I should probably learn my numbers. That would be good. They are not set up for success if I can't keep this stuff straight. But, like, they just ended Emo's life. It was over.
Very impressive.
Emo. I don't think we're going to see the Storm again. I think he might need to go take a little sabbatical for the sake.
I'm going to tell you, I honestly think that he's going to pick Storm first phase next game that they play. That's just the Emo way. The guy's crazy. But we love to see that craziness. And more craziness soon to come as we get ready for our next series. It might be a little bit of time left to see how long it is. But our next series up in just a few. Stay tuned. More from Stream C. Check out the other ones as well. We'll catch you guys on the other
Squad
side.
mode. See all the games.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, you beautiful people out there. Lyrical joined together by Trent. We're sort of clearing our mouths because I was just eating some food. I think you were too. Beautiful.
Hard-boiled eggs. Yep, I'm good.
Nice. I have
casting power up.
Some non-branded chips here. I'm gonna
Perfect.
Have a little bit more of.
If you'd like to be branded, consider sponsoring the Bali Major. All these lovely people up this way. There.
Lovely. So we're getting ready. We're going to take a look at some of the action that we've got coming up right here. The current standings, all the good stuff that's going on. As you can see, Team Liquid up on top. Team Spirit, we just saw them a second ago. Also looking pretty solid right now. We're moving into Group B, where there's a couple of teams that are going to be really wanting to get this win right now. And it's two teams that we're going to be watching up next here in a second. Most notably is going to be Bleed. They are still in the hunt for TI. Gaming Gladiators obviously have already secured their spot at TI, but still want to get the wins. This guy, these teams, they always want that.
Yeah, as you can see, Quinn, they mentioned on their social media, I believe he had a 50-hour flight experience.
Really?
It shows, I think, in his photo. Everyone else looking much more pleased, you know?
That's true. That's an interesting photo there.
Shorter flight.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't have as far to go for the vast majority, obviously, here. And bit of a, not necessarily surprise making it, but it's just, C is very chaotic. Both classic play style, but also who's going to make it to these events. We've been looking at Blacklist throughout the year. We've been looking at Bleed. We've been wondering, like, how are they going to do? How far will they make it in these majors if they can get there? And so it's exciting to have Bleed here, but you were saying they need these wins because they are 0-4 right now. They have not yet picked up a W, and 3 teams get eliminated. So losing time.
Well, and to be fair, the teams that they played against are LGD and Quest, who, LGD obviously did split the games last day against Nouns. They went 1-1 against them. And then, of course, the other match they won against Bleed. But the other thing to sort of keep in mind was that it was Quest that took the other one, and they're very much in contention too. But there's a lot of teams that are down there that they might be able to pick up wins against. I don't know if Gaming Gladiators is going to be in them. GG just looks so freaking good right now. It's really hard to imagine them dropping these games here.
They're not immune to dropping random games, though, of course. I would say the Gaming Gladiators have had a history of maybe dropping a couple matches in group stages that wouldn't have been expected, like losing to some weaker teams. So this could be an opportunity. Plus, Bleed does have a crazy amount of just straight-up experience. You could almost say that they're actually more experienced overall than Gaming Gladiators in some ways. Like, in terms of LAN experience and stuff, like Dubu, DJ, Ice, even Jackie, I think, has done his fair share of LANs at this point.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, the thing is that, like, DJ, Dubu, and Ice just played at a time and succeeded at a time when there were way more LANs. Like, Game Gladiators have won the past big LANs. There's no doubt about that. But we used to have LANs every weekend. They were flying across the globe to go here to compete, there to compete, and it is a very different environment when you have these quick group stages and you're adapting faster. This is what, like, real Dota was for, I don't even know, like, what, 10, 12 years of competitive Dota was about adapting very, very quickly. It was not one match a week like we have with the DPC and then one tournament on LAN every 3 months like we have now. So if they can get that experience and really try and adapt to how things are changing, because I do think that we're having a major right now where there still seems to be a lot of things up in the air in terms of what is good, what isn't, and most importantly, how do we deal with Morphling and Medusa? Do they need to be banned in the first phase every time? Maybe they can dig into that old history of resources that they have.
Do you think we're going to get back to that timing again, where there might be that the big LANs happening all the time? I feel like there's a chance. Maybe I'm on some copium or something like that. But that'd be pretty hype if we could actually get that going.
Yeah, it definitely depends in terms of, like, whatever happens with the DPC, right? The DPC rules all. So as long as we're doing this, this is how it will be. But I don't know if I can handle that. I'm an old man now. That was a lot of travel, you know. I think the players, the players were burnt out. There's no doubt about that. They didn't want to keep traveling all the time.
Right. Well, we'll see what ends up happening. For now, at least, Bleed, again, the stakes for them have to get these wins. They need to stay in and try and find a hot streak. You know, that is one thing that can't be overstated, is like how much momentum can play into the sort of results at a tournament. And if they can suddenly start pulling together a bunch of like impressive wins after impressive wins, they're going to be killing it. I want to see it.
That'll be the goal here. And then, you know, if you had a player who can clutch up in any game, I feel like top 5 clutch players, I feel like DJ's up there. You know?
Okay.
I feel like he doesn't matter what roster he's on, he can just clutch. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I could kind of see that. I think it's a little bit like we haven't seen that in a while from him, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no. Here's what I'll say: with the Bleed games I've watched, DJ he's just been carrying. Like,
okay,
whatever. All right. So the way it works for me is that I wake up in the morning and C is like just wrapping up, so I get to watch like maybe 1 or 2 games after I get all the kids off to daycare. And every time it was a Bleed game, I would come in, I'd look at the net worth. They might be down like 8K or something, but I would just look at how's DJ doing. And as long as DJ was having a game, they could find a way. You know, they made it this major off the back of DJ. Not to say he's the one-man team, but he brings that special like push out of this out of his role that you really need. You know,
je ne sais quoi. Is that what they say?
Je ne sais quoi. I'm the cat.
Yeah,
that's 4.
A cat.
Yeah, cat.
Cat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. I still got my French. I counted 10.
Ya y some say. Right? I got that one. You don't know? It's Cantonese.
Oh no, I don't know my Cantonese. I'm sorry.
I only know it from my time in Hong Kong. That's an interesting message to see in the lobby chat.
All right, let me read the last 5 messages. Teams, are you ready? Espanol ready. DJ ready. Game Gladiators ready. Celery says ready. Ice responds, I can't move my neck. And then the admin just says, game started.
Sort it out. Figure it out, Ice. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening for poor old Ice if there's some struggle there. I'm glad that Ice is back and competitive. You know, we need that guy.
He is the best clown for sure. In terms of the cameras, he was always the best. Always putting on a show for the fans.
True.
And always horribly translating whenever we needed his help.
That's right. That's why we need them to go far on Bleed. Well, Gaming Gladiators, give them an opportunity to take a seat at the table. A seat at the table, by the way, could come by virtue of our sponsor, DX Racer. You can enjoy the same world-class comforts of best O2 players in the world. It's the official chair and sponsor, the Bali Major. Be sure to check it out there. DXRacer.com. See if it ends up happening, man. If they can take a seat at the table and make it all the way through.
That's right. You got to earn it. Special, you know, maybe you get a special one. You take one home with you and you get embossed and embroidered along the top, just like champion. Bali Major champion. That's a first phase Beastmaster band. Whoa. I like that hero too. I also think he is that strong. But this could be one of those situations where you're banning certain heroes to open up other ones and to ensure that perhaps 2 specific heroes are left in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, Morphling, Dusa. Do they let them both through? Anti-Mage taken out. So now you take Morph? Okay. And then do Gaming Gliders do Darkseer? Darkseer Dusa?
That is the question. I'm sure they knew this was going to happen with the Morphling. Unless they thought maybe they'll do Dusa first, which it is possible, but it's not something that Bleed have been opting for since they got here. They played in a DPC for the last couple matches, though. But to absolutely no one's surprise, Celery will take Ench. I do agree that overall, I think Ench is usually better than Undying, especially with the way Celery plays it. And obviously, they'll just give him both. That was unexpected.
And And Reed gonna run the Pango and then ban out a bunch of counters. Interesting. You know, there was a period during the first DPC tour before Gaming Gladiators really started popping off all over the place, where they were asking Celery in an interview, you know, if you just had to play one hero, what would it be? And he said Enchantress. If I could play one hero and I just want to carry the game for my team, pick me Enchantress, and I'm going to feel like I'm having a good time. And here he is. This many, you know, tours later, Enchantress is really, really good. And it's no surprise that Gaming Gladiators are continuing to have success.
I do think this is kind of crazy, though, to go Ench and Undying.
Yeah.
Like, what is happening right now? I don't know. I mean, Tofu last played this 3 months ago. He played it versus Tundra in DPC. And it was a situation where they picked him the first phase like they usually do, but then they went IO. So then Celery takes the IO, get those IO combos. And in this case, they're kind of doing a similar idea. This was, I think, was it Enigma that used to do this all the time with like the Undying IO or the Ench Undying, where it's like a double heal strat and like big sustain concept where like you tend to push. I do think Leshrac actually synergizes pretty well with this idea of just like keeping this one hero up who's a big damage dealer that just needs a little bit of help and sustain. But this will only be Tofu's 5th ever Enchantress game if he plays it. Unless we're getting like some weird Ace Undying thing, which theoretically could happen, but
I
think
think that actually might be what they're going to do. I was looking back through it. They played it a month ago. So it is something that they've run a couple of different times this year. And for me, at least, I think that they're at least leaving open the possibility that it could be. Because I would be shocked if this was Tofu Enchantress. Not that he can't play it, but just how comfortable Celery is on it. And I feel like that sets up for Undying then to be playing in the position 3.
I don't know. Is that good versus Morphling, though?
I don't know. Maybe if you get like an Ags, you just start stealing all of his stats away. Maybe that's something they're theory crafting. I mean, the fact that Gaming Gladiators left the Morphling in is pretty evident.
To me, it's an example of Gaming Gladiators. They've prepped for this in the draft that teams would do this, where they would leave Ench and Undying, and they just want to play both. And so I'm sure Tofu's been practicing Ench. That's how I see it.
All right.
Also, that Undying game that he played a month ago is actually just a bug.
Oh.
That was a fake game that didn't happen.
Never mind.
He last played it in 2018 with NIP versus Alliance.
Nice.
Where he went Eggs, Meteor Hammer.
Dude, he's doing it again! Or?
Dude, what? That might be for Quinn, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, but why would you pick that here? I refuse to believe it. This is Tofu Coddle, surely. And then it's going to be Ace Undying.
Yes.
I think
and
that
then
has
you
to be
Chakra the... yeah, that is what it is. Because then you Chakra the Decay, and it's kind of nasty.
Yeah.
Interesting. So this is their theory craft for anti-morphling technology.
I wonder if he goes Ags on Undying. Like,
I
suddenly
think you have to
stealing
core.
20 strength? It's pretty nuts.
All right, well, curious to see how this works out. Again, it will only be his 2nd ever core Undying game, if that's what we get. It could end up being a core Ace Keeper, even, though, to be fair.
Right.
There's lots of possibilities here.
Yeah, it's true.
And those possibilities are frustrating if you are Bleed, because now you have to figure out what the hell you're going to do. You're probably picking 2 supports in this phase, I would guess. Snap, I see right now as it's an Undying and an Ench. You have lots of magic damage. The other hero I was going to say was Phoenix, because you want this sustain for the Morphling. It's a classic versus Undying because you're fighting in the area. They don't have the best answers for the Egg right now. It's also really good versus the Will-O-Wisp because like it's all about AoE control. So that's pretty solid. And a bit of a classic there as well for both DJ and Dubu. And they just lost to Phoenix 17 hours ago versus LGD, so now they got it in their head.
The mind games, they begin.
I feel like Dubu plays it, though, and DJ gets something a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Phoenix, it depends. Like, sometimes it feels like it's out of your control a little bit how impactful you're going to be. If you're like gifted a bunch of levels, then Phoenix feels amazing. And if you're like, stuck at level 3 for a long time, you just want to end it all.
God, anti-healing would be so good this game, though.
Whoa.
Bringing up the spider. Okay.
Mr. Ice.
A bit of a classic there.
True.
What are our best anti-healing things? I mean, Ancient Aversion, obviously, but that's really hard to fit in. You need like that super specific safe lane here to make it feel nice. Pudge with the eggs.
Get a Shiva's, just buy your stuff.
Yeah, Shiva's is pretty good. Definitely would want to try and find that somewhere this game.
Get it on Ember, probably.
Oh, no, I'm thinking for Ench Undying Coddle. Like, I want it on
Oh,
the
I
lead
see.
side.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. I feel like
I was thinking because of more Phoenix.
True, yeah. Spirit Vessels have some power this game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Well, it is going to be Bleed picking first and trying to find that other support. It's a little bit of a funky one.
They also have to figure out how to get a good lane for this hero, this Brood.
10 seconds remaining.
Because the options are there. They could put the safe lane Ember as well versus the Brood if they want right now. We've seen teams go for that before. Because it lanes fairly well, and then you have the obviously you have Slight versus the Spiders, but more importantly you have the Flame Guard, right? Versus like that Brood nuke that you get. Dude, I'm on today. Can I just say I'm kind of on today with the Sapphire ban,
Bang, bang, bang. You're killing it.
I'm in there. I'm in their heads.
That is true. Now, the one problem that I sometimes find with that is that you're like, man, this is the perfect hero for it, and they pick it, and you're like, yes. And then that team always loses when I say that. So
yes, like the Shadow Demon versus the Medusa yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that is the thing. It was and the Bat. It was both. It was Shadow Demon and Bat. I was like, it's too good. And then they lose.
Okay. Well, last round of bans. What don't Bleed, or what do Gaimin not want Bleed to have?
10 seconds remaining.
God, I don't even know. I feel like they need more stuns, some more lockdown control.
I think Mirana could be okay. Lion, all right. Mirana's banned already. Never mind.
What do you think about Clock?
I think if you pick Clock, Dubu takes it, and DJ plays the Phoenix.
Okay.
And then you do Phoenix Brood together, and then Clock is laning into an Undying Coddle potentially. That seems pretty tough.
5 seconds remaining.
I have a bit of a metaphysical question for you.
Okay.
Can Undying grab himself?
Well, the Tomb grabs him.
Okay, good.
So,
just wanted to
yeah.
make sure. All right, good.
Makes it okay. That's consent.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Position 4, probably. Again, for Dubu. Oh, there's not a lot of feel. Honestly, it's actually an amazing Nyx Assassin game, but I feel like you pick it and lose. I feel like you go DJ, Phoenix. Oh, God, the Nyx is so tempting.
I like the Nyx. That sounds really good.
But then the Penguin has to do so much work.
Yeah. No, it's true. I think that's the case no matter what, though. Maybe with Coddle, or not Coddle, Clockwork. CM!
CM is actually pretty cool here. I always pick Crystal Maiden versus Undying because you get the level 20 talent in case it goes late, guys. The attack speed, all right?
Hey.
The rules for Undying and Keeper of the Light. If we get there, those things, gone. Crystal Maiden takes them down. More seriously, though, very good versus the Ench. Is going to help everyone on your team with the Arcane Aura. These heroes all benefit, specifically Brood, right? She wants to stay on the map forever. So it's always nice to just have more mana. Morphling and Pango also do a great job with it, too. Phoenix, kind of whatever. It's
no way to stop the freezing field.
Yeah, that's true. And it does pop off. Like, if you get a game with Crystal Maiden when you're really rolling, it can feel good. She can feel very oppressive.
Yeah.
But they're going to go for the TB. This is Broodmother's worst matchup in the game currently, stats-wise.
All right.
Which sort of makes sense. I mean, you could see how it would be all right because Brood has this big magic nuke that she gets to at 6, and she bullies a lot of people out of the lane because of that. And Terrorblade has no health, so you might think, oh, well, Terrorblade should be pretty bad versus Brood. But the problem is, when you bully these carries out of the lane, that's what makes Brood good, because these carries are all supposed to suffer because of that. Does Terrorblade suffer when he gets bullied out of the lane? No. No, Terrorblade farms just as fast, if not faster, when he gets bullied out of the lane.
It's true.
But you know what else is true is the Ace Undying. You wanted it, you got it. His second ever pro match on Undying brought to you here with a Tofu, Keeper of the Light to help out in the lane. This looks disgusting.
Yeah, this looks really strong. I mean, again, I want to see like how effective it is in if he goes Aghanims or not. Like, to me, that feels like a nice like play is to try and build into an early Ags. You think about how much these, you know, universal heroes like Brood want these stats and everything, but then also Morphling. It's like it's gonna be a lot of damage. And I don't know what a safe level of HP is gonna be like for Morph when playing against Undying. Like, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen. It seems crazy.
It is interesting too because you've made a note before about how the 2 points attribute is where a lot of the Morphlings stop now, right? And traditionally, when Morphling used to max the attributes, the Undying thing just didn't really matter at all because you would just max attribute shift anyway, and so it shifted so quickly. But because we have lower levels and you want to get those damage up in the zaps, that could become a bit of a problem. I will also say all 3 cores kind of awesome to play against as Morphling. Undying, Ember, and Terrorblade, right? Those are pretty solid matchups. They're all really heroes that you want to try and copy, and stealing their stats is pretty good. So we'll see. There might be a lot of tombstones in this game. There's going to be a lot of things to hit between Will-O-Wisps and Eggs, and possibly 2 different tombstones in these fights between Undying and Morphling. So they're going to be pretty chaotic engagements, but gotta say Game Gladiators have a lot of player-hero combos that you'll like to see.
Yeah, and definitely coming in as the favorites in this match. But Bleed, not to be counted out so early on. Definitely still an incredibly strong team with a lot of potential here, but can they pull it all together? Ice starts out with the good luck. See how annoying he's able to be on the old spider. As Gordon already, get out of there, buddy. You don't want to be there right now.
I like how his sponsor tag is eating.
Yeah.
On Ice. And no one else on his team has one. It's just him. He's just eating.
So you had mentioned the decay with chakra spam goes down to 4 seconds, but even at level 3 for Ace, it's at 6 seconds. You think about Coddle with like 2 points in chakra or something, you get minus 4 seconds on the cooldown stuff. It is really gonna be a lot of spam.
Yeah, it is quite funny. I remember when this was first added to Keeper of the Light, there were a couple heroes that people started spamming in pubs a lot. Zeus, and there was some Undying synergy because people wanted to know, like, is this broken? Never really seemed that way. But the other factor was this idea of, like, heroes where their best spell wasn't an ultimate. So Terrorblade was one, because that gets reduced, and then Tombstone is another one. So you might see Tofu really trying to work on those spells even when in the downtime.
Yeah.
Oh, Ace got that. I
the
thought
quick
Jackie was
fingers.
going to get it.
Did not happen. Holy dude, he's starting to lose some stats already. So it ends up being 2 apiece. Kind of what you want to see there. If you're Gaimin Gladiators, at least being able to pick that one up. But yeah, starting with Chakra Magic level 1. The other thing about that time period that you're talking about was that Decay was a much worse spell. That Decay has gotten a lot better. And I wonder if he even takes the level 10 Decay talent or if he goes for the Tombstone cooldown. We'll have to see what he goes for.
I think you probably take the Decay because you're probably farming with it too, right? Like, I assume you have
I think
to.
so.
And currently he's going for the Meteor Hammer build, which makes sense.
All right.
That's how people used to do it. When we saw the core Undying, you usually go like Meteor Hammer, sometimes a stop off or an item into Ags. Sometimes you just go straight Ags, depending on what your teammates are.
God, dude. This is level 1 Decay, which again does no damage.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing too.
This is going to be very weird to watch. And look at Jackie's right click damage right now. He's got 41 damage. He has to stay at like somewhat high HP.
You know what's funny is if you look through the past 8 days of Undying on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, there is not a single Undying that is not just position 5.
Wow.
There's one accidentally tagged core game from QIQX where he bought a Vanguard.
Okay.
But I
DJ
believe
up
looking
top?
at it, he was supports.
Duraccio managing to get that first blood. Yeah, I mean, and this is another whole, kettle of fish to worry about. If this is indeed something that we're going to see more and more often, Undying's stock has risen so much now, right? Like, the ability to run it core or run it support is devastating.
Yeah, if it works.
Okay, fair.
So far it looks all right, though. Top Duraccio, in big trouble. He's gone. See ya.
That is not what you want to
That was
see
meta.
at all if you are a Gaming Gladiators fan. And yeah, it's the lead, making the move. Nicely played.
Yeah,
DJ and Ice.
They get the kill with meta, and it's just ending as he goes down, I believe, there. But, like, the respawn DJ, Crystal Maiden, still a very spooky hero, especially versus the ENG. Has 2 mangoes as well, so Celery can't really counter with any creeps at the moment. As Dubu continues to try and drive back Tofu here to give some space against Ace.
Up top, Celery getting a little bit spicy there with the CM, forcing DJ away. Mid has been just a straight-up farm fest. A couple of denies here and there into one favor or the other. Nothing really to write home about.
Yeah.
But
Corin's got a little bit of a level advantage on the wave right
Ooh.
now. Oh, sorry. Nice.
Well played. Dude,
But
it's a spam like you're talking about to lower the cooldown tombstone.
Yeah, it's really annoying. No, I would say I'm pretty impressed by Corden, though, right? I mean, you're coming in versus Quinn. This is going to be pretty intimidating. He's a very young player. This is his first pro team that he's been on before. And, he's been playing through the DPC, but this is a LAN,
Yeah.
This is and you know what? I bet it helps that it's a relatively, close LAN. You know what I mean? Like, it's a C LAN. I feel like that's probably a benefit for him. Not a huge time shift, assuming he is still living in Singapore. I guess they might have been relocated for the DPC and camping or something. But either way, it is kind of like a home tournament, which is nice.
Yeah. Celery starting to drop down. Will end up dying to Ice. Yeah, I think even little things like, diet being somewhat similar, as Corden does get the water rune. So Quinn trying to play up against him, getting close. Ooh, sleight of fist back off cooldown. They get the finish. Bad at all.
Tofu's just there on the hill. Just there. These damn good teams and their rotations.
That was big.
Can't fight 1v1 like a real gamer. Quinn's always calling in his supports.
Damn. An interesting start to this game. Gaming Gladiators ahead in all of their lanes, but not by a tremendous amount in terms of last hitting and denying.
Yeah, but they do have 400 to 500 net worth gaps already starting to develop. Just a little bit in those top cores.
Yeah. I am really loving what I'm seeing out of this core Undying. It already feels quite good.
I can tell by your voice that you want to play this. I can
I do.
hear you looking at this going, so if I
Yes.
do this,
Yes.
if
Yeah.
Darkseer's banned.
Oh, it's true. I mean, look at how good it is. I mean, particularly against Morphling, it's Duraccio trying to bring down DJ. Oh, CM hitting herself, and it's going to just barely be enough. With chase down from Celery, they managed to find that kill.
And he gets it while escaping away from Ice. Has a salve there too, so he's already back up to full HP. Because he's got no HP. He's Terrorblade. And there's a giant wave coming in now. DJ, of course, does have to TP mid, though, to help out Corden. So can't immediately flex that that damage back up top. As the first power rune is getting ready to spawn here, who is going to snag it?
Quinn is nearby. Dubu's coming over towards him. Blinding light pushback. Tofu forced to take that illusion rune, and Dubu to get chased here. He's not going to get him.
Yeah, no bolas yet. Level 6 for this build, so that will keep Dubu safe. And in isolation now, Ace has 8 stacks of strength right now. He's at 1264 HP. Jackie not going to be able to really impact him right now, but at least he's getting slash hits because the supports are gone.
I mean, the thing, though, is that he's actually getting some decent denies on Ace because he keeps spanning Decay, and then he has, like, a 20 to 30 damage, like, buffer as Dubu trying to get whatever he can in this lane. Duraccio going to be chased. They move on in with Corden, have the Rolling Thunder, and will be more than enough to take down that Terrorblade. At the same time, some pressure being mounted onto mid while the Illusion trying to kill off DJ. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough there. Dubu is going to be the one instead that may be in some trouble. Throws out the Illuminate, but the dive away. Dubu's fine.
Yeah, that low armor is very harsh versus the Orb of Corrosion, but able to get out. Nice rotation to help out the Brood before the Brood was 6. That was a pretty good play. The Meteor Hammer is dropping on the tower bottom, though. Ace completes it, but Duraccio forced out of the lane. So, again, most carries, really sad about this. TV doesn't really care. One thing they're lacking from GG, though, is someone to come and sit in this lane, because I don't know if that's really Undying's job.
Yeah, I agree. Particularly with this Meteor Hammer build. Yeah. Although he also wants to build stacks. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who it is, but somebody from Gaming Gladiators wants to be on the top side soaking up that XP. But also nobody wants to be.
Yeah. And if no one's grabbing that under this tower, that's a pretty big problem, right? It's a lot of stuff just going to waste right now. I guess, though, one of the downsides of pushing towers means that these creeps now will push much further in, and so Duraccio will just gain access to them anyway once they get to the tier 2. I feel like that's the most complicated thing about Dota, is like, there's a question of, is it actually good to take tier 1 towers sometimes, or does it just hurt you?
Yeah. No, it's
like
fair.
If you don't make use of the space that now opens up to you, like if you can't pressure whoever's farming these camps that are behind this tower, does it even matter?
Another metaphysical, philosophical question.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, hopefully you're using that tower gold to gain advantages elsewhere on the map. That's the whole point of it. And trying to push out and punish these other cores. That'll be the goals.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah.
Tries to make the move onto Celery to do just that. Doesn't really manage to do much. Maybe Gaming Gladiators are instead going to be the ones that put the pressure on themselves. They're doing everything they can to try and make Jackie's life feel kind of bad down here.
Yeah, he's certainly the key hero for them. Illuminate's not going to make it too far there. As Cord keeps farming up the jungle. Pretty much same build as Ember at the moment, right? We're bottling, grabbing ourselves an Orb of Corrosion. Gonna be a while before he gets into a Diffusal Blade, though. He just now has the gold for Arcanes if he wants to pick those up.
Right. Yeah, tough to know what the right play is. Nice to know. Well played by Jackie. But yeah, very passive, chilled out game at the moment. Ice is top of the charts in terms of last hit, or in terms of net worth. They are gonna put some pressure on, and Celery manages to take the mid tower. So Gaming Gladiators are sort of progressing the map a bit. Each team having secured some, and man, Tofu is building a big bunch of stacks over there. Holy moly! I think this is Ace gonna take him with Tombstone. Maybe.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, Quinn can help out too, but Tombstone is excellent for taking stacks like this. It's like playing Shadow Shaman too, right?
Yeah.
You just like throw down the wards, you can farm all this up, and look at this thing go. 3 points Tombstone, Meteor Hammer. They're all going to share in this XP.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is big. Okay, Quinn is going to get towards an item very quickly. And Ace likely just going to try and sort of snowball himself forward off of this too. Wow.
Look at this CS. 77 last hits on this Undying. Top of the board for Ace.
Yeah,
that is not a surprise when you watch Gaming Gladiators games to see him on top of the net worth. That's very common, but for it to be an Undying, that's a little wild.
Awesome. He's going straight Octarine on Undying.
Okay, nice. That's pretty cool. It's a little bit better than the Eggs in terms of just like longer sustained fights.
Right.
It makes better use of all of your spells compared to just Eggs only working with the Decay.
Jackie gonna get found here. right onto him. Not an easy kill to get. Obviously, the Morphling does get the Blinding Light pushback. They have the Stomp. The Decay is there. Rooted. In trouble. Jackie walking away, but the second Decay comes through and Ace just kills them. Wow.
Nicely done, though. The War Stomp and the Bolas. That was so much damage they had to pump into him, by the way.
Yeah.
That was 2,500. Oh, sorry, 3,000 damage was necessary to kill that one.
Yeah, that's insane. And mid. Gordon found. Blood Grenade out. Tries to stay alive through this. And looks like he's going to be able to, also taking that shield rune and TPing away. But a pretty impressive start, all considered, for Gaimin Gladiators. They're doing everything they need to.
Yeah, and one of the problems for Bleed is that they don't really have a way to make moves on the map, and that sort of comes down to the support duo. By going for this Crystal Maiden, she is pretty stable, and she does well in the lane, but compared to something like the Snapfire that they banned out, Snap can just, like, smoke and kill someone on the map, right? With a Brew just providing a little bit of a slow from a Silken Bola, someone's going to die. You just throw out the kisses, they're gone. Crystal Maiden is a bit more of, like, the team fight buffs. She does really well when it's a full commitment thing and she feels protected. She's moving in and out of the fight. She's going to have a couple supporty items like drums and glimmer. That's the kind of thing she wants to play around. She's not as solid on these early game gank plays. So they don't really have a way of pressuring at all at the moment. Bit of an issue. I guess when they have Diffusal, they can smoke up and go for it with the Pango, but those fights aren't going to be easy.
They're trying to go on to Ace down bottom, and it looks like they're going to be able to find him. DJ uses the freezing field, and that's one way that you can try to secure some ganks and kills. Although maybe if Tofu sticks around a bit too long, they could find a second kill here. Be pretty nice, and yes, indeed, he gets him. So 2 already down, and now looking towards Quinn. Corden right on him. Takes the root over. Jackie looking for the chase down. Doesn't have a ton, and the remnant away. So Gaimin Gladiators get punished.
Felt like they were a little late responding to that, because like, he was being bullied for a little while there by the Morphling. You know, checking out some spells and stuff, but didn't think he'd commit. And then when he finally goes in with the waveform and with the DJ damage coming in there, he did about like 500 burst damage pretty fast there.
Ace? Ice just kills him. He thought he could stand there. He very much could not. No teammates there for the help, and kind of feeding a bit after having that top net worth spot.
I wonder if he thought Soul Rip was just going to carry or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got feasted upon.
I wonder if Ice might have had all the spiders attack the zombies that were spawned.
I don't know. He did 2,000 damage, so.
Okay.
Well, I'm wondering. He just ate him.
Well, to make the Soul Rip less heal or something. But I guess it's only level 1 Soul Rip anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, regardless. Trent, lead. They're making some good plays.
Yeah, this is a really hard game to read, I will say.
Yeah.
Because, like, to me, things feel pretty good for Gaimin Gladiators. But I'm also noticing things like, you know, they can't really, like, take these tier 2s that easily.
Right.
It feels like Quinn's going to need a lot of items. Like, I don't think he's ready to fight. I do think once he gets, like, Maelstrom and stuff, the fights get harder for Ice, but Ice is now the most farmed hero in the game. He's done a great job of gaining a lot of gold in his space. Quinn just dies, and he needs this farm right now.
They just bullied him. They didn't even have to use Frostbite on that one. Oh wait, no, they did use it. Never mind.
I was gonna say he didn't even have ulti on Jackie. That's the thing that surprised me, because I thought he got ultied, and they used Frostbite and bullets, but they killed him without that.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
Wow. Well, good play again from Bleed, making these moves across the map, and that last pick CM for them, kind of working in spades.
See if they can get a vision advantage here too. And Celery has to be careful. DJ's popping the drums, beating the drums of war here, trying to get in here and catch this Enchantress. But obviously, a very fast hero versus a relatively slow hero. You have to do a lot more work to get that speed up on the Crystal Maiden.
Right. Couldn't catch the little piggy. I will say that, like, Gaimin Gladiators are very much in a spot where you can tell that they're kind of just in a holding pattern. But the scary thing is that it feels like Bleed are sort of in a similar spot, and they're still getting kills and shutting down some of the farm of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and then I love Slate of Fist on Spider. Yeah. Quinn has the Maelstrom now, so big upgrade for this hero. The Octarine Core also gets finished, but then I'm looking for that defensive option too here from Quinn. I don't know if it just has to be BKB. Lincoln's would also be really solid this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Manta could be good. I think there's a lot of choice here for Quinn.
Dubu throwing out the Sunray onto the Ember, but won't be able to do that much. Just kills off the creep wave afterwards. Yeah, the Octarine on Undying is pretty interesting. I'm wondering, and he does end up going to decay damage on Ace at level 10. So a lot of unique things to watch in this one. I have no idea what the late game scaling is going to look like.
I love the bots. I think that's very important because right now the hardest thing for me is how do you force fights with this Undying? They're just gonna like run away from you, right? So he wants the boots of travel to ensure that when a fight happens that feels forced, he'll be there no matter what. Bleed though, not surprising that they're gonna get themselves this Roche. So the thing about being Radiant right now is that when you play Radiant, right, the main goal of the offlaner currently is to take the tower. And most offlaners generally are very good at doing that. They take the tower, you gain control of the enemy side. Same thing happens when you're Dire, right? You can farm more freely in that Radiant side. That's why they have Dire vision down bottom, and the Radiant have Radiant vision up top. So what happens is when you're Radiant side, the time when Roche is first usually available is 10 to 20 minutes. Or sorry, 15 to 20 minutes. That's kind of like the first window when you could do it, and it's always going to be Dire now, right? It's never a question of where it's going to be. It's always at that part of the map that you have an easier time controlling. Now that being said, the Dire team can TP there, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like that matters as much in the early games as it does in the late game because there's no like buybacks that everyone's throwing out and like rejoining for this giant fight.
Yeah, and that feels like it's this dynamic where then they're set up the entire game to sort of consistently have the Roche on Dire's side because of the way that it's been spawning. But again,
Spear Vessel though is a huge item for Tofu. It's I mean both sides I think Spear Vessel is going to be really good, but no one on the Radiance can pick one up.
Well, they are going to start pushing high ground though. Jackie has Aegis and not really being hampered that much right now. Celery does manage to get a little pull off and is cutting that next creep wave, trying to do what they can. As down bottom, Tofu will end up being caught by the combo of DJ Gordon. So easy bring down. Quinn wanting to show up himself, playing together with Ace. Okay, I don't think this is going to do much here.
No, I don't think so. They're still sticking around. They have Duracho here too. They're basically trying to force them all down here so they waste time with Aegis.
Will it actually happen? Ice is pushing through top while this is going on. He does not care at all. And yeah, that tower is starting to go down. They need to mass TP in to try and deal with this.
Quinn has no TP either, and he's the one who could actually punish Ice's Ice, right? I mean, then again, he has BKB, so he's pretty safe.
Sure. Wanting to go into Harpoon next. Man. What a start from Bleed.
So, as we can see here, Ace has currently shifted up towards the Greaves instead of the bots. So, I think the advantage of the bots is if you're on the offensive, obviously, you know, you can actually be in these fights. If you're trying to push things, it's a lot easier to be engaged with Boots of Travel. But if you're on the back foot, they don't really do much for you. So, in that sense, the Greaves do provide a little bit more, but it doesn't allow them to really, like, push back or turn the momentum that easily in this game either when you go this route. So, a bit of an issue in that sense. And Quinn is working on the BKB. Doesn't have it yet, though, as they start approaching Jackie. DJ's nearby, but that's it. They might need some TPs in this outpost.
Got Gordon. He's already gone.
He's
big
just gone,
pickoff. Can they get any more? DJ tries to TP, but the root's there. Got him caught. So 2 quick kills as Jackie does not have a TP. Gaimin Gladiators not aware of this fact. So they won't be able to find that Morphling. But do get 2 nice little pickoffs.
Jeez, When you get that catch on the court, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Needs
Wizard
to get that shard.
It's going Manta, too. Speaking of Mantas. It's kind of cool.
So 8-8, 21 minutes in. Morphlane getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter. I believe it is almost fully completed. Unless I'm crazy.
And Dyrachyo already prepping for it, considering Lincoln Sphere. We've all seen this matchup a lot lately, since there's been so many Morphling games, but when that Aghanim comes out, it does ruin these heroes. Terrorblade especially. Plus, you love copying Terrorblade anyway, because you get the meta, so always going to be a prime target. Plus Reflection. I mean, that spell's also nutty.
Yeah, that's really good. Wraparound coming. Ice shows up, has a DD rune. Celery. Not long for this world. The Spider comes in with the DD. Everybody has to run.
I mean, Ice has pretty much had a perfect game. We haven't talked about him, I guess, enough. We've talked about a little bit, but in terms of how much he's owning on this game with Broodmother, it certainly should not be underestimated that this guy still plays a mean-ass Brood. One thing I've noticed as he is now crushing Tofu. Miss. As the BKB stop missing.
No. he's just doing it. Quinn shows up, wants to find somebody. Phoenix just going to die. So they do manage to get one in return. And that is the full Aghanim Scepter completed on the Morph.
And the level 15 talent is there too with the duration. So perfectly timed together here. Dyrachyo does not have a Lincoln's yet, so goodbye to your stats.
Corden in on him and just gone. Doesn't get the Sunder off, doesn't get anything off. Ace is going to fall here too. This has been a catastrophe. And Quinn, I mean, he's got to run. Does have his BKB,
he does not want
so
BKB.
It's going to happen. And he comes damn close to dying regardless.
Woo!
Jeez.
That was close. Dude, they are getting owned right now. Ice has just taken over this map. He's made the game so easy for his teammates. One thing I've noticed is that he hasn't been doing as much of the Spiderling scouting this game. And part of that, I think, is that the inability for Game Gladiators to make a lot of moves. Because they have this Undying on the off lane, like, all of their moves are extremely obvious. Like, whenever you want to push an objective or force a big fight with Undying, it's not much of a surprise. He's not Bat Rider.
Now,
so, like, the scouting's not as necessary.
Trent, I'm going to ask you something, and I want to make sure that everybody knows this is not meant to be offensive in any ways, but do you think Ice looked up how to do the new Brood scouting? Do you think that he looked it up? Because I could see a world where he's just like, I don't want to learn that new stuff. I'm an old school player.
I mean, he doesn't need it. He doesn't even have to do it. He can just click and do it the whole way he used to.
I know.
What does it matter? Yeah. No, I've seen him do the fanning out of the spiders.
Oh, you have? Right. Oh, my God.
He hasn't felt the need of it.
Courier. He killed the courier, and that scouted the rotation over. He had spiders on his courier, and now is heading on out and split pushing. Oh, my God. What a monster.
It's like the first time they smoke this entire game, and the spiders are out. You know what I mean? Like, he just has a very good sense of when they can and can't actually make moves on this map. They are now going to get the second Tormentor here. So CM got the last one. Hopefully Pango... Oh, Pango already has one. Oh, no, he just got it. I was going to say, hopefully Pango gets it, and he did.
Damn. That's really good. I mean, I'm sure Duke this, but...
Yeah, that is true, actually. The Sunray one's fine as well, honestly.
I wonder... Again, I'm really surprised that they didn't take Darkseer. I was thinking more and more about that as an opening, but opting to go for the Undying instead. And it looked good in the laning stage. It felt like it was a decent answer, but man, after those 2 consecutive deaths, it was pretty rough.
It looks exactly like every core Undying I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like this happens every time. You can't force anything with the hero.
Yeah. Well, 26 minutes, and Broodmother on her way to the Nullifier. Game looking difficult. So, 12-9. Morphling Illusions pushing out the waves. Roche is going to respawn in 30 seconds, and it will be up top again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But if they fight in to use this Undying, guys, then it's all you.
Right.
So we'll see.
We've been talking a lot about him, but the other dynamic, like you mentioned, is the Morph versus Terrorblade thing, and TB does have Lincolns now.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't get instantly canceled by someone, though. I guess they don't have the easiest ways to cancel it. You know, the Morphlings are clearly very capable of it these days. I don't know if you're going to try and drop it. Hopefully not.
Dude, look at DJ's inventory.
Lotus is farming.
Do you know what's coming up?
They're only one away, actually.
It's the block of cheese. Dude, they're going to get it.
There's no way.
They're going to get block of cheese. How many is it? Is it 3 or is it 2?
Yeah, you need 3.
Really?
I think. Am I wrong?
I think it's 2. Maybe it's 3. I'm going to look it up real quick.
I searched block of cheese without putting in Dota 2. And let me just say, it did not immediately go to Dota 2. Yeah, it is 3. It is 3.
Oh, no. Boo. All right, well, they'll get it. I think that, like, because it's unlikely that he uses either of those Greater Healing Lotuses.
I mean, you need another 18, right? Or sorry, you need 6 more. He already has
6 more.
Yeah, he already has 12 of them. So he needs 6 more, and you get 1, or you get theoretically 2 every 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, he's gonna go check now. It's there.
Yeah.
Oh, is he gonna check? Of course he's gonna check. The wave first.
I mean, they're going to have cheese, so it's at least going to be on somebody's mind.
I mean, they are really close.
Who's
he
the
didn't
best
even
person?
take it. He's not thinking about
Oh, my God. Oh, he gave one away, too. Oh, no, it's in his backpack. Because he wants his Blink Dagger. That makes sense. No, regardless, it's only a 4K gold lead. For how bad this feels right now for Gaimin Gladiators, I would have expected a bigger lead.
Part of the problem is that they're obviously still getting a lot of farm over this map because they have heroes that are all pretty good at farming and fairly safely. I mean, the Undying is probably the worst one, but Terrorblade's pushing out. Coddle can just grab waves whenever, so it's hard to push with a concentrated effort. Pushing is also the most dangerous thing for Bleed. If they don't get a pick off first, I don't know how you fight into them. And the last thing you want to happen is to have a fight force versus Undying. Tombstone's also only a 56-second cooldown with Keeper of the Light being there, so it's not like you can like bait Tombstone and then come back. Yeah, because like they're just gonna shock her down a little bit. It's not that easy to reset. Plus their stuns. I mean, they have the blinking CM. That is pretty nice. So she'll have to blink, Force Staff, Root, Quinn. Oh wait, never mind. He's BKB, not Link. It's my bad. I was thinking Duraccio.
Oh right.
So even Quinn's pretty hard to grab. But they have the Scythe on Ice's Ice, so I guess he's the leading charge for ganking.
I mean, it is a little bit of an awkward time now, right? Look at Duraccio. He's way down in the corner. Did they see him? Wait, did they see him on that? The spiders are looking.
Well, they're going to see the illusion come out, yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay, he TP's out. That was super close. What a weird game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This looks very annoying. Yeah, this is just an annoying game for everyone involved. No one's having fun on either side, I don't think. Right? There's a core Undying that just made the lane all weird and miserable, and then Ace is just like, I'm farming. He has 326 CS.
Yeah.
He has more assets than Morphling.
That is gross. Oh my God.
He's got the Cloak of Flames.
All of the heroes on Dire, all the cores have more CS than Bleed.
And now he has BKB and Kins on Duraccio too.
I mean, I guess to be fair, it's against a Broodmother too. That's the other thing we should be thinking about.
Yeah. Also, has Dubu egged this whole game? I feel like he's
No,
really
I don't
bored.
think so.
I don't think he has.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he doesn't have his shard yet either. He's trying to do his best Kaomi impression, or Kaori, sorry, impression as well. Getting the scythe.
Did you remember, Gaimin Gladiators, they were the ones with that crazy long game the other day, right?
Oh, no. They should just all chat that. If we hit an hour, they're just going to be like, not again.
Jackie, K to K, Quinn on him. Sheep out. And 4 staff away. Tofu living. GG boots, but it's not enough. Quinn maybe can chase down Ice here. BKB wearing off soon. And after the tombstone is down and they get the coddle kill, everybody just walks away.
He might have to buy back and come chakra this guy, you know? Get that tombstone back
true.
up.
Fair enough.
That is funny
Yeah,
that
I
he has
mean-
tombstone up longer than it's down.
Yeah. No, it's by a wide margin. Dubu, is he gonna have to egg? He just dies. Okay, that's gem picked up
Yeah, that
by
was
Ember.
sick.
Quinn stole it.
Damn, he was
Wow.
so ready to scoop that up.
He was.
Radiant's
Duraccio
bottom tower
still
is
farming.
under attack.
They're buying time. The gold lead is nothing. And they're hitting the tower.
Yeah, the illusions are in. Look at them go from Duraccio.
That is huge. Look at this damage on this tier 3.
That's so annoying. I mean, Ice is trying to do his best as well, right? Trying to be a menace here,
That's
too.
true.
He's going to start spamming out his spiders as he farms up. He's just going to leave him there for now. Catch that wave. He's microwing. He's StarCrafting all over them.
Oh. DJ, by the way, used one of the greater healing lotuses. So Blockachim's dream is dead.
Oh, I thought he was going to pop their smoke with his invis. I don't even think they had detection. Oh, they had 4 sentries on Tofu. Never mind. And there goes the wave of spiders to scout here. But again, it is through a smoke, so this might catch Ice's Ice off guard, but he has the BKB.
When a D-ward X onto Coddle. Kills spiders. There with the BKB. Tofu, please, just wants to live, and we'll be able to. There's the TP out. Meanwhile, off to the side, Corden finds Celery in a weird position as they go for the pushback Hurricane Pike.
He held that 4-staff for so long on Tofu as well. Right down to the lowest HP.
Yeah. Yeah, Bleed, they really are not able to take firm hold of this game.
I will say that Ice is almost a nullifier too. Just to answer that too, you know.
Yeah.
He wants to scythe somebody. He doesn't want any saves. He goes to his Pike and the 4-staff on Tofu. Mid lane though, Quinn.
Big? No. Not big. It's perfectly fine.
Why did that last fight? That felt like the shortest scythe ever. I must have got here late.
Yeah. I mean, he has status resistance from the Kai Assange, but
Yeah. Felt even, I don't know, felt even better. 20% no joke, I suppose.
well,
Dude, I
at
feel
this
like,
point in time,
do you think Ace is having fun?
I don't know. Also,
he's not been playing Undying, you know?
no, he has just been chilling. They are just taking the tier 3 tower right now, which is kind of crazy. And now they're going to roll in. But substantial damage is done. The tower's gone. TJ falling apart here. Oh my god. They just managed to get the kill. That's Dubu and DJ out. The hell?
Harpoon?
X onto him. In trouble, dead. Okay, the tombstone's still there. Jackie in on it. He managed to get a little bit of separation for now. It looks like the answer is yes. So, with no one dying, they're still sticking around a bit on Gaimin Gladiators. I think they're finally going to retreat.
That cheese got forced out as well there on Corden.
Yeah.
But man, Ice just goes straight through that Undying. The nullifier
Yeah.
harpoon scythe. He just clicked all the buttons and he was gone. I'm not sure what the solution is going to be to that.
And the scary thing is, like, you've still got a decent amount of room to grow for Ice, right? He has a Wraith Band in his inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Well, in the end, they grab the tower. They still have the glyph available for the next fight. And the tormentors are back up. So another shard being delivered here to old Bleed. Hopefully Dubu will grab this one.
Ice.
Oh, wow. There you go.
So the insatiable hunger, extra duration, and bonus damage increase 4% for every 1 second.
That actually put him net worth over Jackie. I was confused for a second there, but that's why he's top net worth but Gushard. So there you go.
Insatiable hunger, 16-second duration. That's crazy.
Yeah.
As they jump on in, trying to do what they can, and Tofu is just gonna die. So Quinn is gone, gives back the gem.
This is just Ice's game, man. Every fight is just the site. It's just all Ice. 5-0 and 6. If you just get clicked by him, you're just dead. They don't have any way to save you. They're gonna need some wild Sunder plays or something at this point with this nullifier being active. Feels like it's the only thing left to perhaps save him. I mean, that is the Duraccio special, but then you're low, so clearly we just need Satanic and Sunders. That'll be the play here. The play right now, though, for Bleed is to just go high ground. The creeps are coming. No one's here. This lane is just gone.
Celery is trying to cut the wave, but yeah, they have creeps in the base, and as you said, with nobody here, this is a tremendous problem. They have to kill those creeps. Celery trying to do it right now, pulls it into the tier 4, drops down the tombstone, but already melee racks is gone, so Bleed in pretty dominant position.
All right, -2-second decay. Is it online yet, guys? Is the
I don't
plan
know.
on dying? Is it on? Because now there's
He
Satanic on
tags.
Morphling.
Like, I feel like if you're going all in on all the decay stuff, you kind of need to have Ags, right?
It does feel like it at this point with a 1.5-second cooldown decay that you might be there. It's a little absurd. All right, well,
We have Ags on Panko, Daedalus on Terrorblade.
yeah, trying to help versus this Morphling, of course, stealing all his stats, so just gets the raw damage, and this might be the last gasp here for Gaming Gladiators. It's not a huge deficit, but it feels like with the strength of Ice, it is so hard to win these fights. They're going to have buybacks
Moving
and
on
TPs
in.
here.
Quinn is there. They're right on top of him, but immediately Gordon with the reaction, but he gets in. Quinn not able to take it in time. Too quick on the draw. Jackie makes it happen. He got everything out of that, but Gaming Gladiators still wanting to run into this. Okay, rooted, controlled, starting to die and dead. Gaming Gladiators, this is actually decent for them. The Tombstone's still in the area. Bleed, they don't have that Rolling Thunder anymore. Jackie tries to back out, but the Scotty, look at the damage. He didn't have anything.
And now the counter scythe is in from Quinn. They have an
What
answer.
the
They can
heck?
finally start their own fights. Oh,
God, he doesn't have buyback.
Ice almost lost his courier. Ooh, that is a little spicy. That's a wee bit spicy. Imagine if they knew. Oh God, they're circling.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, no, that's just Dubu. All right.
Yeah.
Dubu's saying they're gonna run down mid or something.
They might. They try and get the Morphling buyback, I'm sure, but I don't think that they're going to be able to get through tier 2 and the tier 3 in time to like really do that much. But they will get some damage onto these towers.
They have a ward. They know that Ice is doing this.
Yeah.
Gracio's trying to look imposing here.
Gordon trying to play around.
DJ just took that in their face.
Oh my God.
He's a little crazy.
Gets away. Yeah, they're just going to kill the wave immediately with Ice. Yeah, I don't know. Gaming Gladiators, they win that fight. They take away the Aegis. There is still the Refresher Shard, which is being held right now by the Morph. I think the other cheese, it's in his inventory too. Okay. He decides to buy a minus on Ace.
I guess he just wants the limits?
The 40-minute minus?
That's hardcore.
Okay, all right. They're on to Quinn. He gets the BKB off, looking for the turn. Now the Rolling Thunder goes back through. Quinn trying to find his moment. The Hex is there. On to Dubu. Still yet to see a Supernova in this game.
He's just looking for something to buy. Yeah, here we go. Give me that Warpine. You know, he needed the neutral.
Second cooldown.
At tier 4 instantly. Oh
I don't know
God.
what's going to happen in this game. I actually have no idea.
A 60-second minus. We're getting to 25. That's the goal here.
I guess.
That is very
Does it
funny.
matter?
Dire are scanning.
He's going to have so many decays. I really want to see him get Naganums. But maybe he just waits and gets it from Roche.
Well, the thing is, it almost feels like a level 30 Midas. Because, like, if you have the Midas, you know, you get all the Tombstone talents when you go to 30 here. Oh, that's big grab.
Celery going down. Tried to go for some spriking away, and now DJ pops the ulti, tries to kill them all off. Is it going to be enough? Well, Duraccio finds that kill quickly, and the Supernova starting to die. Quinn trying to get it, but they don't quite have enough. And Jackie there with the ultra kill, trying to play cleanup. Quinn, nowhere left to go. Not a rampage, but a rampage in spirit. As Bleed catch them at the perfect moment.
It's a great egg. Yeah, he waited 42 minutes, but when that egg comes out, ooh, it's good.
Damn.
Check the timer, real nice there, and everybody contributing on that one. Sure, the big damage is the Morphling, but everybody got involved in that. They cast everything, right? Just cast your spells. It happened. They won because of it there. Great control all over. Terrorblade was disarmed the whole time. He did 129 damage that fight.
That is not good enough. Because he was trying to kill the egg the whole time. I mean, it makes sense. Wow, and Undying dies with Midas off cooldown and not enough gold for buyback. That one hurts. Quinn also does not have buyback. 1,000 gold away. They blow up Celery. There is not a chance in the world here. Bleed closing this game out. No meta for 70. The jump forward, CM all over him. The damage out from DJ. GG is called. Bleed coming out with the victory.
Yes. I mean, what did I say? GG, you know, they dropped some games. They do some stuff. I think Offlane Undying counts as some stuff. It is an interesting idea because of the specific meta of the drafts that we're in right now, especially when you're considering Celery's hero pool. When it comes to the end to the Undying, teams are going to give you both because they want to open up other options and stuff. But, like, I feel like you could just put them both support. It just seems so hard to make plays in this game with the offlane Undying. And Ace just, despite farming the entire game, this looks exactly like every guy in your pub or girl in your pub who picks offlane Undying, and they just they don't do anything. They farm the whole time. You can never force a fight. Oh, let's go smoke offlane Undying. Oh, guys, they're running away. I can't tombstone. I mean,
I know it's a meme at this point, but I do kind of wonder, like, it's only meme because of me. Well, what if they would have just picked Darkseer instead of Undying? You know what I mean? There's a chance, a dream, a hope. But it felt like it was a good answer in the laning stage, if nothing else. Maybe there's something else that you could iterate onto that, where you have some other type of hero that can help you force fight or better control. Shaman type thing?
Yeah. It is one thing to dislike that pick, but the other thing, Ice Broodmother. I don't think we're going to be seeing that again in Game 2. He was absolutely perfect. Really could not have asked for anything more from him in this match. I thought Corden played really well on the Pangolier there too. Had great timings on the diffuse. I was a little worried because his game started kind of slow. But once he got synced up there with Ice, and they started controlling the map, and really, again, the inability for Game Gladiators to make these moves in the classic sense that they do with Ace when he has this big high net worth. Like, they're always dependent on him making moves in the game alongside Quinn to win the game. That's how they play. And Duraccio farms up, joins up for the bigger moments, the Roches, the towers. But Ace just wasn't there this game with the hero that could do that. And Ice just took full advantage of the map. Like, again, just extremely impressive Broodmother. We're not seeing that again.
I mean, it just definitely felt like Ice was in the driver's seat. And, you know, that seat, of course, you can enjoy that same world-class comfort of the best Dota players in the world. The DX Racer, the official chair and the sponsor of the Bali Major. Be sure to check them out as we get head on into a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a few. See y'all then.
Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Pandas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Hello and welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We got another game coming up. Trentster, are you ready?
I don't know. I don't think I was really ready what was happening in that last game. That was a bit crazy. Felt like Game Gladiators had a good start. Lanes went well. And, we had to see what can the Sundying do. But the real question should have been how out of control is Ice going to get? Because the Brood came up pretty late, and the ability to chase him down wasn't there. They could counter-push the lanes just fine. That was all right. We saw lots of last hits. CS all over the place. Some goal for Game Gladiators, helping to keep that nice and level throughout the match, despite a significant amount of map control going to bleed. But in the end, they just couldn't kill Ice.
No, and I mean, again, from the point of view of Bleed, what they need in this group stage, they started today 0-4, now going to move up to 1-4. Obviously, later on, we're going to get able to take a look at some of those group standings too, and what all went on, changing it and everything else. But there's a lot left on the line. There's a lot of other teams that they're competing with. EG, one of the other teams that they're competing with, spoiler alert, took one game off of LGD, and then 9 Pandas. Who also is at the bottom of the table, were able to get a win. So all of the teams at the bottom of the table just got a win. Kind of crazy, getting a little spicy in there.
Alrighty.
Mr. Trent, I want to check out what's going on in the Nouns game also. That's the other thing I want to look up.
Oh, yes, this is an NA stream, obviously.
That's right.
Here, as we are 2 North Americans burning the midnight oil here. Later for me. It's 2 a.m. for me. You got it easy.
I know, I'm loving
10
life.
for you.
I'm chilling.
A little unfair, I gotta say here. I'll say we got about 2 minutes till the official start time.
Right.
But I see, this is on the main stream, huh? We got Nouns versus Bet. Boom.
They got upgraded.
That's right, yeah. They put them on the main. We're 5 minutes in the future from what you guys are watching for us, though. And right now, what do you think? We got an Anti-Mage versus Morphling for Nouns. Yamson, I heard Yamson's kind of carrying on the Anti-Mage.
Yeah. Lately. I mean, it could be. I haven't been able to see too many of their games. I think I only saw one of them. But it definitely feels like, that game is just starting, so we have no idea.
True.
What's going to end up happening with that.
It's a Gunner Coddle. That's a mid Coddle.
Oh, let's go. That's hype.
Coddle and the Lycan too. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, they got quite the lineup over there, but don't go there. You want to stay here because our draft is now starting.
We are into it, going into this game number 2. Gaimin Gladiators trying to recover their honor. Can they do it though? Can they do it? Trent, what do you think?
No.
Okay.
It's over. This is where the dynasty ends. What was it? 5 tier 1 tournaments in a row or something insane?
Yeah.
First time it's ever been done. No team has ever been as dominant as Game Gladiators.
Really?
Apparently. That's what the stats people are saying.
Wait. I feel like there was a period of time with Newbie around like TI6.
They won 22 games straight. But that was like group stages. Yeah, and then Secret won like every online event.
Oh,
was the issue. They won a bunch of online events like right in a row.
Right.
But yeah, apparently when you count tier 1 events or something because they won Dream League. I mean, that wasn't I don't know what the condition is, but that's what they said. I guess it goes by the tier 1 condition that's on Liquipedia, I suppose. But apparently they're the first team to do it. So.
Well, Trent, I have some updates in terms of the number of heroes picked real quickly. So at the start of the day, we were at 48 heroes unpicked. Right now, we are, I think, at 41. Yeah, there have been 7 more heroes picked that are a first time picking them. And it looks like they were almost all losses.
Can I ask you something? Has Hoodwink been picked yet?
No hoodwinks yet.
That hero's
Do you want me to run through the ones that haven't been picked, and then we say which ones are the most surprising?
Yeah, sure. Why not? List them out. We got time.
So there hasn't been a Medusa picked by anybody. I'm lying.
I am paying attention.
Abba, AA, Arc Warden, Axe, Bane. That one surprises me. Bounty Hunter, Centaur, Chaos Knight, Dawnbreaker, Dazzle, Death Prophet, Earth Spirit, Shaker, Grimstroke, Gyro, Hoodwink, Huskar, Jakiro, Lifestealer, Mag, Night Stalker, Nyx, Ogre, Oracle, Outworld Devourer, PA, PL, Pudge, Razor, Sand King, Shadow Shaman, Slardar, Sniper, Spectre, Sven, Treant Protector, Vengeful Spirit, Warlock, Weaver, Wraith King, and Zeus.
Oh, and how many heroes is that, you said?
42. 41.
So 42. 41, and then there's 30 heroes that have been completely uncontested. So 11 of those heroes have still been banned, like your AAs and your snipers. We even saw the sniper ban. But still not picked. Nyx even got banned. But not picked, apparently. And oh, hey, we were just talking about this combo.
Interesting.
The Isle Leshrac into instant Dusa here from Bleed.
Huh.
Oh, I kind of like Bleed's opening here. That being said, it is an Isle lineup, so it can be incredibly powerful. And Leshrac did get the buffs, so we'll see. I do believe he's currently statistically one of the best heroes of the major, right? Because he has been winning.
Right.
At least this morning he has been. He's 3-0.
I think the other thing about this is that last game was like Gaimin Gladiators saying, all right, we're going to try and play against more, figure out if this hero really is busted. I would be surprised if they end up like letting Morph through any more games the entire tournament. At the very least, they're like, all right, we're going to go back to what we're super comfortable with in the ILS. Dare we say we might see a Witch Doctor? Could you imagine it, Trent?
Ooh, the Ace Witch Doctor. I love that idea. That, you know, and it's been just long enough that people might have forgotten.
Might have.
That's very possible. And that's, you know, it sounds like it would be a pretty good lane versus... Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's terrible versus Dusa. Because the Maledict wouldn't work. Because you're not doing actual damage. It wouldn't stack any of the damage because you're just taking it away from the mana shield. Oh, that's so lame. I love sad. Witch Doctor, but my hero's bad now.
Very sad.
Oh, that's such a bad matchup. That's hilarious.
Poor Trent.
That's very funny.
Dude, Medusa's dumb. Can we just like make her back to what she used to be, or like get rid of her entirely? Like, I'm cool with that.
So funny.
I don't want Medusa to be here anymore. I don't like it.
All right. Imagine if they pick the Witch Doctor. I mean, I guess to be fair, the Witch Doctor doesn't rely on Maledict when you play it with the IO. So maybe it's still viable, but that is a very funny interaction.
Yeah. Well, and the voodoo is still like okay, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think it's actually still really good because like you're doing big AoE heal against like big AoE damage, right? Surely that's good.
10 seconds remaining.
Surely.
5 seconds
there is Shadow Demon, but this is a classic problem of the Shadow Demon paired with an IO. Like, position 4 Shadow Demon is hard to work in. I do think Tofu could do it, though. And it's fairly good versus Ench as well. Lots of magic, burst, and nuke. Feels all right. But your Radiant side, it's not as good for the stacking. Doesn't feel quite as nice, but it's still playable. IO can play safe lane with a certain combo. You do Shadow Demon plus an offlaner for Ace. But it's not necessary. You can't always force the Shadow Demon, as we've seen.
Right. There are a lot of other options that they could go for depending upon how they feel about it. I still wouldn't hate like a sniper maybe. I think that's still pretty good against Dusa.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
Here the Ember for now. They'll grab the Brood, which is what they played the last time they had IOLesh. This was their first game of the tournament versus 9 Pandas. They played IOLesh, Lion, Brood, Ursa was their lineup. It was not versus the Dusa lineup, though. It was actually versus a Bloodseeker. They went for this. Unusual to see the Brood picked up at this phase, but they just really don't want to play versus it, obviously.
Can I just point out also that this is like right now, everybody in Southeast Asia is giving Bleed their energy. Bleed, Execration. It's like the Southeast Asia biggest fans of these teams in the world because they're on the edge. It like C would only have 2 teams if it's just Talon that would go in.
Yeah.
And these types of matches are the things that could make the difference because they're right there with Nouns on the edge of like very possible for them to make it in with just like a top 8 performance.
Can I just say my favorite DJ heroes? Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Elder Titan.
Tell me. Yeah.
Enigma.
Oh,
Earthshaker.
They're all in.
Earthshaker, IO +1, Broodmother, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shaker game. It needs a certain offlane hero, but Ice Ice loves those kind of heroes that like to be isolated a little bit, so they play pretty well together. Maybe we get an Earthshaker +1. I'm feeling a shaker. I'm feeling it.
A little shaky.
Give it to me.
Shake. Shake your booty.
That's all right. He could also just play Crystal Maiden again. That's also a pretty solid
true.
hero. Disruptor's already banned out. That's the best hero versus IO. Bane is like kind of... Oh, they could also Spearbreaker and do a Spearbreaker +1 lineup.
God, what a dumb hero. Primal.
I wonder who plays that.
I feel
a lot
like
of options.
It has tended towards the mid role recently.
10 seconds remaining.
When I saw Whisper play it the other day, it did not look that great for him.
No, that was bad.
Primal Beast.
It sounds like a fine matchup versus Leshrac, though, I guess, right? You just kind of tank your way through it.
Yeah, he does soak up, like, obviously a ton of damage. Maybe you can go, like... Ooh, that's a nice combo right there. Pulverized with Fire Snap. A little Mortimer's Kisses on down.
A very versatile hero as well. Snap can just do a lot. It's very easy if you're winning or losing on this hero to just make stuff happen with your ulti. That's why I think she's one of the best heroes supporting still. Pretty much since she's been introduced. She's always had that nice benefit. It also would work well in a lane with the Primal Beast if they feel like they have to force it off lane for some reason, but I would, as you said, prefer it to be in the mid. Game of Gladiators, they're going to have Brood doing her thing, controlling the map. We've got to find that ace hero. Probably don't want to pick it now, I guess, because it's going to be the 10th, so this will probably be Tofu's hero. They'll be laning with the Broodmother. And, yeah, what's up?
I just thought of something marvelous.
Nick's Refresher.
Fabulous. No, it's already amongst the heroes that are here. This might be the game where Enchantress Shard does a thing.
Little Friends?
Little Friends on the spiders. Can you imagine?
Well, wasn't that last game?
Oh, yeah. It didn't do anything, did it? She didn't get Shard, though, right?
I don't think so. Or if she did, I don't remember seeing Little Friends do anything.
They get 100% bonus movement speed and 100 bonus attack speed when you do it.
That's a lot of attack speed.
That's crazy.
Tova's going to get baited into it. Hopefully he doesn't get baited into Nyx Assassin, but he might. Now they're doing the Shadow Demon. Okay. So it is obviously extremely good versus Medusa. We have seen that, but we've also seen it struggle. Medusas generally don't make terrible mistakes with their itemization now because they recognize how ridiculously powerful the illusions are. And the main issue we saw was the Shadow Demon not given enough gold to reach the point where you have Blink, you have Aether, and you can consistently cast your spells on Medusa. That's going to be the most important thing here for Tofu to do. But the stacks are going to get farmed. You have a Brood, you have a Leshrac. So Ace is going to have that space to himself. It gives time for Tofu to go back, get triple stacks going with the Ancients and both camps. And if I'm Bleed, I want to get my face in there. I want to steal those stacks.
Yeah. Take them away. It's really easy with Primal. I feel like it's a great fit to be able to come on in and contest those. But likewise, Leshrac, I think takes them just about as quick as anybody. If not faster than anybody.
10 seconds remaining.
Underlord's banned out. Maybe Ice Spearbreaker could be a play here. I guess it's bad versus Shadow Demon, but I would really like them to have a better way to track this Brood. It's hard to get that out of the offlane. I guess he banned Legion.
Yeah, I guess. I guess that they are kind of set up to have like a melee position 3. It still could just be Primal and then they take a different mid if they want that.
That is one thing about the whole stacks issue, is that there's any Spirit hero out of mid could also like move in and contest with Primal Beast and Snap and really go after these stacks. That could be a nice thing to do. Plus, you know that the matchup's going to be Lesh.
It looks like that's what Gaimin is anticipating, banning out Storm. And they took Ember away last round.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Oh, really? Are they going to Pango?
Bloodseeker?
They might be trying to Pango.
Dude, that matchup is so bad. I mean, the last time we saw a Bloodseeker picked a Medusa. That was the grand finals, right? That was Game Gladiators versus Beppu. When Beppu picked Bloodseeker into Medusa, and it was so disastrous. I was watching that replay, and I was dumbfounded.
They if they want to pick Pango on bleed, then that just might be the reason why. Because like even if it sucks versus Dusa, then at least you have value there. Yeah, they banned the Pango,
and it is ice, right? So
yeah,
it does make sense that if it was gonna be an off-lane Pango or a mid Pango, right? Corden just played it, but then they'd have the flexibility that they could try and utilize there too. So it really shows how much that matchup is awful. The fact that they are willing to ban that,
right?
Unplayable. Kunkka. Actually a good Kunkka game?
Seconds remaining.
Maybe.
Again, though, that makes it off-lane Primal, which we kind of hate, so I don't know.
Yeah. They also could end up picking another support here and putting Snap to 3. Oh!
Or, we have a Tinker. We have Medusa Tinker. How the mighty have fallen. All right, C fans, you don't have to cheer for them anymore. It's okay. I understand if you don't want to cheer for the Medusa Tinker lineup. That's just human.
Cheering, I'm sure.
They like it even more. They're C players. They love Tinker.
When you've been beaten down so badly, at some point you cheer for anything. We all turn into monsters. I'm an NA Dota guy. Faceless Void is the last pick for Gaimin Gladiators. An interesting answer for Medusa.
And a Tinker. A little bit of catch coming out there from the position 1. Oh, my. Gross draft here for Bleed. I love it. This is very good. Chrono damage. Not bad, right? Brood actually has a pretty healthy amount of chrono damage these days, as long as you have your nuke available, right? It makes it nice and easy to make sure it latches onto somebody, but of course you can't help with the spiders, so that's always a bit rough. But Leshrak's there, so that kind of makes up for it.
Just rush out.
Time dilation is nasty. Oh, and it is Ice, Snap, and DJ Primal, so I like that a lot more.
10
okay.
seconds remaining.
Yeah,
that's much
cool.
nicer.
Yeah, I was saying, I remember Ice playing Snap a couple times, I think. Maybe it might have been on stream or something, but that feels like his type of hero.
And I would rather see 4 Beast than 3 Beast.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it ends up going. Corden, we've seen a lot of very effective, very strong young Tinkers who probably weren't even playing Dota at the time when Tinker was the most broken it's ever been. But still, I think of Kiyotaka and how well he played on it. Maybe we're going to get a similar performance here from the young Corden.
Yeah, in terms of your classic Tinker plays, the only thing you have to work with is the Ench creeps, like TP onto those for the cheeky stuff. Right? He has to play an honest game of Tinker here. Doesn't have the best setup. There's no vision help, right, from like a bounty hunter or something. There's no mana battery. It's just no way to like keep you going in the little bit of the fight, so you don't have to go back to the bases fast. We've seen that a little bit lately. No, he's just an honest blue collar Tinker player here from the court. So,
there it is.
Yeah,
I think it is going to be a little bit scary for him with Quinn playing on Lesh. That like at a certain point he's probably going to buy a Blink Dagger and just try and blink immediately onto the Tinker, and then Tinker's Blink Dagger is done. It's a scary position to be in, but we'll see how it goes going into game number 2. We're already into it. Gaimin Gladiators looking to tie this series up 1 game apiece, and Bleed, if they could get a 2-0 here, their shot at moving on in the group stage drastically improves.
Oh, they have to do it against the most powerful being to ever come out of North America. You know, there's statues carved of the Sumail Storm, and yet there's a new king in town. The Quinn Leshrak.
Look at him.
Look at his glory.
Witness me. Man, it's good stuff.
Oh, Tobu. Woo. That was close.
It is like the the Jordan versus LeBron debates, right?
That's a good question, because when Jordan, a.k.a. Smil, was playing, everyone else was way worse.
Yeah.
Now everyone's way better versus LeBron. Also, I think LeBron is just the greatest athlete in history. That man is just, like, how? How is he still so good when he's so old?
I know.
Like, am I wrong?
Thing about it,
Tom Brady doesn't get tackled. That's the thing. LeBron's in there. He plays every play.
You're not wrong. And the other thing too is that, like, you know, I think that LeBron shares a lot of similarities athletically with Quinn as well. You know, they very much they look really similar.
Yeah.
Just in
same
physique.
same routines. Yeah, same gym ideas and concepts. And the thing about Blitz is he posts all the stuff. Like Quinn just does it in silence.
Yeah, exactly.
If you didn't know that he hits the gym so hard, you probably wouldn't even realize it.
Oh, Ace protected by his team, and then passing over the tangos, keeping him alive. The spider is hobbled though. Look at her hobble. She's got a bum leg.
She must be missing a leg at this point.
Might as well just squish her.
Yeah.
Probably don't push take spiders outside. No, spiders are good. We like spiders.
Doesn't matter what bug it is. I just tell my kids I'm taking it outside. You know.
Yeah.
Wink.
You do, right? You take them outside.
Spiders.
Right?
The spiders get outside.
No, you take them outside, right?
The other goldfish.
Clifford, no! To save the bugs.
He can't hear you. Ice is ice. In a bit of trouble.
There he is. My goodness.
That's a lot of damage. IO Faceless Void is really annoying. And there goes DJ's Courier. But DJ's busy. He's grabbing the wave. So Ice is ice hopefully doesn't get as bullied next time.
Tofu is ready and willing and able and punching and killing couriers. My man is on a roll right now. He got so much gold from that.
Yeah, can you relax, Tofu? Jeez. Yeah, that's so important for a Shadow Demon, too.
Oh, yeah.
You really got to, like, get up there in the gold to make this guy work. He's ahead of the Faceless Void right now.
Yeah.
Poor Tofu.
And needed, too, right? Because, again, we talked about this. The Shadow Demon getting the gold means later Jackie is going to have a bad time.
Yeah. You're actually a counter at that point.
Well,
how's this mid lane looking here, huh? Pretty even on the old CS.
Oh my god, he's doing it again. Look at poor Dubu. Dude, he's taking does the Silken Boa do bonus damage with the Shadow Demon illusions? Does that work? I think it does.
Yeah, it should. I guess, right? I guess that's the question is yeah, it must.
Ooh. Sorry, Observer, that's my fault. Distracted you. But yeah, quick kill there. Unbelievable.
I got cookied into a bit of a trample there. Great combo in the lane, and that kill gives DJ the space to just grab the next wave. So pull it all around and make it so that Celery can't utilize the abuse of the IO punches there. Celery's still level 1 as well, by the way, here, so.
Good. Just drops. Man, that bonus damage, and also you see just the impact damage from Silken Boa too, is really causing some trouble for our Enchantress up top.
Jackie also is on pretty low mana right now too, so not really that safe on the Medusa. Ace has 9 charges on the wand, so not sweating though. So he gets hit by another snake.
I would have gone bottom. Obviously, tons of sustain in this lane between Duracho and Celery, although Celery did go down that one time earlier. And as you said, DJ messing around with these waves pulls it into a better position for Ice to farm this up here.
And this is what opens up for a kill potential on the Celery as well. But as long as he has the tether ready and the waves are coming at the right time, he might have that as an escape option. But now they finally get the kill up there after whittling that man down for so long. There is a Vengeance kill from Dubu, but obviously you still take that.
And his mana was just a little low, so took a full little blast. Man, top lane is going quite well. And yeah, Boot's done. Shadow Demon maybe going to be able to go start stacking some camps if he wants.
Ooh, and they're going to get both water runes, though, with that death. Because Corden was kind of doing a dance left and right and trying to ensure that he'd get one or the other, but because of the TP in, he's going to get neither, so... And now Tofu immediately goes for the bounty rune here too. So somebody go die. Corden needs help.
Yeah, they need a bottle refill on him. Corden has a salve and a dream, but he's going to get bullied out of this pretty soon. DJ playing aggressively a bit. If somebody doesn't die, I mean, they are getting ready to dive, but I don't know if they're actually going to die. Maybe they will. They get the kill onto Celery. Dyrachyo goes for the jump away. DJ's still chasing. And getting a kill on Dyrachyo is pretty good. TP's out, manages to escape. So Cordon's still left on an island with no bottle refill.
As long as he doesn't get caught by that stomp right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dubu will come in and salve him at the very least. So it's not a bottle refill, but it's a salve and some tangos.
Ooh.
But Tofu! Because guess what? Dubu went bottom, trying to make a play, trying to help recover things. Then he went mid to help out his mid laner, and that we call the lane bleed for bleed. I think that's why they're called bleed.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, probably not intentionally at the very least.
No. Ooh, Quinn, yikes. Oh, don't worry. Observer wasn't watching. My bad. I shouldn't have said it.
Celery.
No, don't look. He definitely didn't miss a flag bearer. It's fine.
Celery and Dyrachyo playing together down bottom for DJ, trying to go for the kill. Does have a time walk if he wants to use it, but won't make a play.
It's getting pretty tanky on this snap fight here. The double bracers, the wand almost done. They're going to go in for an Atos.
Quinn.
Currently queued up.
Quinn? Oh, the banish! Tofu, it wasn't enough for the save, actually. And in fact, Tofu's just going to die for it. So a good play from Bleed. Making it happen.
Dubu with the dub. Get rid of that U.
Ooh.
Take you out. He gets a dub. There it is. That's the one.
That's where it was. I like that.
Yeah, that's...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But if it's a double kill and he's taking out 2 of you, then he's just dib.
Dibby.
Yeah, dib.
A good old dib.
Rotating again with the tomato.
That's sort of confusing because of his ex-teammates as Celery tries to... Oh, dodged! Or missed. Call it what you want. Either way, it didn't hit. And now Dyrachyo trying to take down Ice while DJ and Dubu are getting ran at. Tofu's right on top of Dubu, and now they get back onto Ice. Ring around the Rosie, tries to find a man. Celery very low as Dyrachyo thinks about a jump, not going for the jump, doesn't have the jump. Dubu has 4 stacks up on him. Ice gets jumped upon, but able to get away. Dubu does go down. Tofu dies to DJ.
Wisdom rune.
And Dyrachyo gets him. Does he get the kill too?
Bro, he can't bash.
Dyrachyo.
Where's his bash?
Dyrachyo.
What?
No bash.
Oh my God!
Dyrachyo, no! He didn't get the bash.
I'm tilted for him. I'm tilted for him. He hit him so many times.
What was that?
Like 7, 8?
Ugh. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a Dyrachyo moment. And I can't even blame him.
No, I would have done the same thing. Oh my God, Celery. Close. Very close there. I don't even know really how to feel about this game at this point. A cookie comes out. Ice very close to level 6, but not quite there. Kills some spiders, kills some creeps, and he would have had Mortimers. That could have been a kill. Doesn't end up happening, though.
Well, they didn't get their tower push down before Blink Thinker came online. And that is a very annoying hero to play against right now. Go back to the base and just hipping and hopping and zipping and zopping all over you. But much like last game, it is a Broodmother starting to take over the map. This time for Team Gladiators. And Dyrachyo being stomped on, but has the walk out. No opportunities for the Mortimer Kisses quite yet.
DJ actually missed the onslaught there, but it is Faceless Void queuing up a similar item to what Emo did in the last game. He's going for the Midas.
Yeah, I mean, he's below DJ in XP. DJ's almost 6.
I love that, by the way, as Quinn is pushing in mid. Dyrachyo, after not getting any bashes, took another point bash. He's tired of it.
Yeah, that's necessary at this point. That'll fix it.
Nice kill.
Tofu, got him.
Dude, Tofu, he's having a hell of a game, but does he have enough here to go for the kill? It looks like he will. Nicely done. Corden gets caught and finished. And Quinn immediately into this camp. He's going to seal it away. Not at all.
We talked about the stacks that Shadow Demon will be making and taking with his team. Well, Leshrac also amazing at stealing stacks. They're going to try and contest that. DJ rotating over, smoked up.
Tries to find him. Mortimer's
the
kisses.
They were committed.
Follow.
He thought he was going to grab him.
Not going to connect with it. And Dubu, 3-4, keeps the count going. Tofu gets the last hit off. Is it going to be enough damage? Oh, he has raindrops. I think that's enough to keep Dubu alive. Oh, man. It's going to hit him pretty hard. 40
oh, my
HP.
God.
Calculated.
Not even close, yeah. It's completely fine there. I'm trying to reconnect. I don't know about you.
I am too. Yeah,
I'm back in.
For me.
Yep. We're
Is
back.
Is it better?
Yeah, mine's better now. I'm back.
Perfect. Oh.
Well,
8 to
after
8.
stealing the Dire stacks, Quinn is now grabbing the Radiant stacks. So he has had quite the glow up right now, and he will have his Octarine core pretty much after this. He only needs another 500 gold or so.
Right, and whereas last game Ice was going for very much the right-click oriented build, ended up going for the Echo Saber, etc. Ace is going immediately into the pipe and probably going to keep building into those Ace, team-oriented items. That's what it feels like, at least.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to the Leshrac, and plus you're stacking up in terms of the sustain that the IO provides. So trying to keep IO alive, trying to keep Leshrac alive, you get like double value on that. Every time that IO is living longer, Leshrac's just getting more benefits from it. Oh God, the zap! Oh, the zap on all the spiders is so sweet.
Oh my God, Ace almost. Jeez, he didn't almost die, but he took a lot of damage from that one.
And he gave up a lot of gold. And then, of course, the magic item for Corden, the Shivas. I'm sure you've all played against it. The blinking Shivas, Tinker, incredibly frustrating to face. Gonna try and get there as fast as he can. Ice's almost done that Atos, too.
Yeah. No, that part could be nice, definitely. Duraccio? Ice thinking about it. I knew he was going to do that. Dude, I knew he was going to do that. There's like no way that it works, but
that is
an
very funny.
Ice classic. Oh
he
my
just
God.
tips them back. He's like, you're not getting that camp. I mean, bro, the guy's trying to buy a Midas. I approve.
Yeah, steal whatever you can.
Yeah, his game is ruined.
Pulverize. Jackie there. Playing together, ganking with the Medusa, and they managed to take out that Io. Now, Quinn did pop Bloodstone already, but Ace on top of DJ throws out another Mystic Snake. The TP coming in. He knows he does not have Mortimer's Kisses in the Hurricane pullback. Quinn, no more rounds available with the Bloodstone, so he gets brought down. Gladiators still with the gold lead, but a little bit cavalier with their play.
Yeah, I'm getting a little worried with how slow this Faceless Void is growing. And it's a Medusa on the enemy team, and it looks like Duraccio's Midas it's hobbling its way there. With this courier that says, "Don't want to be your friend," is what it's named.
No friends.
Celery relocates in without him.
What the hell? He killed the courier. Well, the Midas is delivered for Duraccio as Corden able to get the jump away.
Oh, he's going to relocate Tofu.
Relocate pulls him out.
Saved.
What a strange game we've been looking at today.
This is quite the series, yeah. The Kisses aren't back, but he does have the Atos as Quinn comes with the high ground.
Oh, no, 20 seconds still Kisses.
No, the Atos. The Kisses are not back.
Oh, Atos, sorry. Yeah. Run in, maybe. Tries to find that stun. Duraccio, 4 seconds. Has Chrono ready, connects, but Lesh caught right on the outside of it. It will be enough to take down Ice. Duraccio has to jump away, but then they go for Dude.
Quick, the Wisdom Rune.
Teammate Gladiators. They make it work.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Corden got that at least.
Is under attack.
Wow.
I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing Ace go back for more damaging build here, but yeah, just get the Scythe. Good. I'm glad he's just getting Scythe.
I have to say, Trent, as much as I agree with you about like not happening that much quickly with Brood and like they're not like completely pulling away, The one thing that definitely looks great in this game for Gaimin Gladiators is Tofu. He's almost caught up to the Snapfire in terms of net worth. Tofu has had an amazing game.
Yeah, he is exactly what they need. For when Medusa finally shows up, and look at his build too, right? Like, he's got the 3 points of disruption. That was the other problem, is we had too many points in Disseminate. He maxed Disseminate first last time instead of disruption. So you didn't have that threat versus the Medusa when she eventually showed.
Right.
And there she is.
Finds Jackie. A lot of damage out onto Tofu right at the start, but the stun is there, and Jackie in trouble. Mana already all the way gone. The illusions are there. Quinn up on the cliff. Oh, he's pulling out the NA Classic. Quinn stuck up there, nowhere to go. Where's the team for help? They take down Tofu, have to relocate him to the low ground. That is going to be enough to get DJ killed off.
Did he get bumped up there by the onslaught?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, man. It's a magnet, you know, for these North Americans. Can't help it. Dracha's out of mana here, as Corden is eyeing the situation. But not going to commit to anything. I mean, he has a great healing Lotus, I suppose.
Right.
Radiant
They need to turn. Oh my God, Jackie.
Jackie's out of mana.
Ooh, goodbye.
Yikes.
Big kill.
Nice scan.
Yeah.
Oh, and they dig up a bounty rune? Damn. Easy game.
Everything's coming together. Yeah, Quinn is a monster already.
Oh. Ice over here, farming under a ward too, by the way. Almost got spotted.
Spiders are too slow to attack Dubu.
Oh, that's very funny.
middle tower is under attack.
He almost has
8K
Scythe.
gold. For who?
The Brood. Scythe's like pretty close.
Yeah.
1,600 gold away, and that gold is coming quick on the Spider.
I will say I have not felt the Tinker impact, even a little bit.
No. I think the lack of combos is hurting. Plus, the Shivas is where it certainly pops off, but I feel like the Tinker, when you play with the Tinker lineup, you're kind of hoping that the Tinker is the Medusa, in a sense. Like, they're the one that are a little absent early. So to have two heroes they're sort of like that is tough, because they don't have the enablers that let Tinker be crazy early on in the game.
All right.
So
They're
everything's
trying
just
to
a
set
little
up
bit delayed.
now onto Duraccio. As he walks high ground, DJ is there with the Pulverize and a quick kill. So that is much needed. DJ is the one that picks it up. A little unfortunate for Bleed. I think they would have liked Tinker to get that.
And this is the peak Primal 4, right? Like, I mean, the Blink is the best part, but when you have 4 points in the Onslaught, you can see how much burst damage he applies there in combination. Like, it's like 700-ish, but it's such a long stun that you have. And that's without relying on Trample at all.
That's really nice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
7K gold lead, though. Still holding on to that one for Gaimin Gladiators as mid has been taken. And it looks like they're going to send these Medusa illusions up high ground to just tickle it a little bit. Lead. Sending in the Enchantress. Duraccio still farming in this area. Are they thinking about going high ground? They're still hanging around this area.
At the same time, Tinker is TPing to Enchantress creeps, pushing up these waves.
Okay.
So they are still gaining quite a bit on the map right now. They do scan the fact that Duraccio's over there farming. Are they going to do anything about it?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, maybe. Maybe they're waiting for him to come back to the tower, I guess. Also, we saw Ice just now take away one of those wards. Duraccio, Quinn, they show up on the wave. And Bleed just going to retreat away. Just going to head out of there. Yeah,
Probably,
they're just dodging.
Yeah, probably a Roche soon, right? For Team Gladiators.
Tofu. Get Ice. Atos is there, but this is going to be the Snapfire going down. That
That's
relocate
Blink
play.
For Tofu.
They're trying to go. They thought Duraccio was going to be there. Unfortunate. Quinn. At high ground. Everybody TP's out. Okay.
Tofu buys his blink and immediately is just pointing camps. He is wealthy.
He is, he's feeling himself on Tofu, that's for sure. He's had a hell of a game. Like, almost catching up to the Tinker as the Hex is going to be revealed. The stun for follow-up, and DJ just going to drop. Bleed really have not had an effective move around the map in the last several minutes. This has been a clinic from Gaming Gladiators. There's a reason this got banned against them so many times.
A little bit of vintage Ace Broodmother as well, you know?
True.
I mean, we brought the song up once today. You know, anything you can do, I can do better. I don't know if you can really say that versus Ice's Ice Broodmother, but Ace going a different way and seemingly doing just as much work. Also deathless, right? It's perhaps the hero might be good.
You know, it's almost as if there is like these types of stats that these heroes have too that just suits them well for the game of Dota.
Yes. Very wise stats, like they're well-educated stats. Perhaps they went to university. These heroes.
I think he was waiting for Jackie to try and buy an item, and then he was gonna try and snipe it.
Yeah, probably.
Regardless, got the kill.
That's when you purge the courier.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that. Big.
And he is wealthy. Just bought that blink, already up to 1250. Oh yeah, get some Deuce illusions. Yeah.
Going to town. I mean, this is when the game feels good. And again, like those first bloods that Tofu got and all the great start that he had, this is what allows him to do it. Tofu is going to break this smoke here in a second, but he can't.
That's one way to
get
put
the
it.
Blink dagger off.
Yeah.
Wait, relocate? Hold on. There's no way they're actually showing up to this. Oh my god. All right, yeah, everybody shows up. Tofu lives. Wow. Jackie tries to TP out and will be able to. My goodness. At the very least, they're cutting the wave with Snapfire. Ice manages to kill off the creeps.
That is the one thing about Shadow Demon. If you don't kill him and he has a Blink Dagger, then you're going to get that disruption into Blink. You need a little bit of luck. It's 0.25 in terms of a gap, but gets it. And what is this smoke?
Dude. Freaking Corden has not have a good game.
Tofu's trying to be really sneaky here with this board. Sorry, what's he doing?
He's not farming on the Tinker.
Where's the Shivas?
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Corden.
How's it?
It has been a rough one. It has been a rough game for old Tinker.
This guy's got to find the gold.
He's not finding it.
I am noticing that he doesn't have a medal.
Yeah.
Doesn't that mean he's never played the hero? Like, even he's never played in a pub, because even with no Dota Plus, you still have bronze, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I think
I'm
that's
not
exactly
sure.
what it means.
Let's do some research real quickly.
I'm already on it. Don't worry.
All right, let us know what you find there.
He has played two professional matches on Tinker. Lost both.
Okay. All right.
And his pub data is hidden. So.
Okay. Third time's the charm. Right?
So we'll never know. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Wow. It has been a tough game. Tofu, finds him. And poor old Dubu. Things were going so well. And then they weren't. They managed. Well, actually, it wasn't going so well, to be honest.
No, the lead has grown quite a bit.
Yeah, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And Tofu is ahead of everybody except for the Medusa on the Radiant team. On the Dire team.
But keep in mind, game's not over.
Celery?
So they can go high ground.
Walks
right?
into a trap. What a performance right there. Ice managing to get away. DJ, not so lucky. I'm thinking you're right. Yeah, that's a kill. Wow. Complete devastation.
Yeah, this is a tough one to figure out. All right, so issues that have happened this game. They did not get anything out of their Tinker, as you said. They also haven't got too much out of Ice. It kind of reminds me of Ace last game, where it's not like he's not farming. He's getting around the map. He's pushing stuff, but he's not able to actually play the hero that you picked. You know, they didn't get those early kills and the kisses that you hoped for. They got a couple, like, sort of. He went Atos, but then he didn't really find moments with it at all. I feel like most of his kills were in the laning stage or shortly after, before he even had Atos. Right.
Well, and, you know, if you have Duraccio that's just going for this Midas and there's no shutting him down. Oh, no. Corden. Oh, no. Yeah, that one hurts. That is a painful performance there for a Tinker buddy. That's true. Got the Shivas.
It's there.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
The spinner snare.
The snare. It's ready to spin.
Wow, this guy can he can host Dota and play Broodmother.
Wow, that's impressive.
That
Wait,
is
he can what?
else. What?
You said he can do what?
Host Dota? Snare?
How does he host Dota? Oh, god dang it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Really? It's way funnier when it's explained. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. No, it's true.
That helps. Yeah, it's good.
You nailed that. I came in with the assist there. You know,
yeah,
want to make sure
thank
it's
you for
extra
helping out
funny.
The chat.
Quinn punching away at these Medusa illusions and eventually killing them off as they have taken complete control of this game, and Bleed are just trying to stop the Bleed at this point.
I don't want to be done yet. This is our last game of the day. It's gone too fast, my friend. Like,
it's true. Part of that was IG, though. They had that 16-minute one.
Right, yeah. True. Got a little emotional, one could say, at the end.
Ooh, emotion.
Yeah.
He was the good thing at the very least about Emo is that he does express his feelings.
Oh, I'm glad. What do you think Jackie's thinking right now? I wish they didn't have a down.
It might be one of those situations where there's no thoughts. You know what I mean?
Wait,
like
I'm confused.
you just sort of have gone to acceptance.
I thought didn't we just have Gem on IO? Where did the Gem go? Oh, Void has it. My bad.
Yeah.
So they actually didn't have Gem there. They just threw down a sentry. Aha. I see.
Impressive. Big plays. And they're spinner snaring the entrances to those side jungles. Well, Corbin is just like, okay, I got to get this farm on.
I think you should put it right on the defender's gate. Just, you know, for disrespect here. DJ caught and got.
Got gone. The snare it hit onto Ice so that they get to see when people are walking over past the spinner snare.
Yeah.
That one hurts. Corden off on a mission, gets the Wisdom Rune. Man. Hard game.
It is very similar feeling to last game, where, again, it's just tough to do a whole lot. It feels like they're just waiting on Bleed for them to make a mistake.
Right.
Similar to what game Gladiators were doing last game, where they were just like, if they fight into us, though, this Undying, gonna be boss. But that never happened.
True.
This is still Roche 1, by the way.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they've been holding the entire map for like 15 minutes, pretty much. All right, there we go. So obviously the teams are listening, because the second I say it, they take Roche. So, I mean, we could just disqualify them now.
That's
probably
right. That's
for the best. That would help out Bleed, I think.
That's true. It might, a little bit. They would like that. But right now, into the Roche pit, they will go on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Duraccio ready with his Midas. Hasn't had to pop Chrono in a little while. As Quinn hunting, finding their man, Mr. Corden. Gonna get banished. Going to be brought down. And now ready to go high ground if they want.
Oh, man. Tofu is just playing every support hero in 2018. We just go Blink Force Heals. Blink Force Fuels. Doesn't matter who you are. Yeah, this is very funny.
Jackie just like has to run away.
He just goes home and say, man.
Yeah. You know, I remember an interview where Quinn said that his favorite parts of games are these moments when he knows it's over, but he just gets to play it out. He just wants to live in this world. Speaking of which, Duraccio ready to jump at a moment's notice. And, oh my God, the spinner snare. Oh! The Chrono connects onto all of them. Oh, God. Lord in heaven, it's all falling apart. They are moving and grooving, Trent.
Hit him with the smooches.
That's right. Smooches, not enough. As Tofu is rapidly approaching Medusa in terms of network.
He's quickly approaching the bottom gates of hell. By himself, by the way. Whole team top, Tofu just solo mod. Not concerned. Farming it up.
Tofu's feeling good about himself right now and waiting for those creeps to get through, hoping desperately that they're going to be able to break through this backdoor. They do eventually do it, Tofu. Relocate in. Ice in trouble. Ice found and Ice brought down. Tofu gets the last hit. The buyback comes from Sap. Not wanting to go out without a fight, Trent, as they are going to recommit onto Duraccio. Duraccio get healed back up again as they get the disruption out for the save. DJ going to fall. Ace taking a lot of damage as they connect now on Ice. Nightmare out, but not nearly enough damage. Not nearly enough in the tank. Quinn is still there. Large and in charge. Even if you kill him, he's going to come back more powerful and stronger than ever before. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi or his teacher, LeBron James, going in for the kill. Quinn still so strong. The stun is there. Quinn can't be killed. Duraccio, though, he might be going down. Or he just lives also. All of them. Everybody's dead from bleed. Gaming Gladiators going to take the game. Nobody has died in about 15 minutes for them. They end the series 1-1.
I'd say it's a pretty good time to call it. You're actually right. It has been ages since one of them died. Whew.
It's been a cool minute. Damn. Gaming Gladiators. With an angry Quinn. Look at his face.
I hated my flight here. Took a long time, but I'm really happy to be here at Ayana now because it's very comfortable.
You know, I will say...
Not so much.
I will say that it does definitely... They're a good-looking bunch of stylish batch of guys. You know, the action, it's been heating up over at the Bali Major. You got to make sure that to stay cool, you got to check out H&M's new summer collection for clothes to suit the action, which these guys clearly do as well. A very stylish bunch of fellas.
I mean, check out the panel. They are all outfitted. I believe hand-picked by Snare as well. He went over to H&M, made sure they all looked nice and good. So thank you very much to H&M for supporting the tournament and helping our just degenerate panelists look nice for once. Very much appreciated here. And this was more what we expected coming into this series. Bleed obviously disappointed with Game 2, but they got a win in Game 1. A much-needed one here in this group stage to make sure they're not going to be one of those three teams getting eliminated. They got to keep getting those wins to make sure that doesn't happen. But some valuable information coming out here from this series. I want you all to write this down. Broodmother is good.
Very. I like this. This is the type of stuff that we can keep up with good information going forward.
Yeah.
That's the write down. Do you actually, when was the last time you wrote something down on a sheet of paper, Trent?
Oh, constantly. I have 3 kids. I need to write everything down.
Do you? They can't read.
I got to put notices everywhere.
Oh, okay. That's for you to read. Okay, I see.
Yeah. You know, I got to, they're supposed to keep track of. I got a calendar. I have a physical calendar to write on, all right?
It's amazing.
Big time. Also, he's 5. He can read some stuff now. It's getting dangerous. And,
I couldn't read till I was 16. We are getting ready, though, to end off the day. Trent, my goodness gracious. An impressive showing. We ended the day with 2 games. IG get kind of smacked on by Team Spirit. This one went 1-1, but I will say the first one felt like some sort of improvisation, trying to figure out new things in the matchup.
True.
Would you agree with that?
I would say we probably won't be seeing much more of the core Undying. Yes, that would be accurate.
Fair. That's all I got. A lot more games to be played today. I believe 8 of them. 8 more best or 2-game series. And we're going to be joined.
Well, I guess across all the streams, which is kind of confusing. Because like there's
That's a
something
good
still
point.
going on in other streams that you don't know about. So it's
That's
just,
right.
You know, there won't be 8 more on this stream. That would take a long time. And after a game of Gladiators fiasco yesterday with quests, we're off those late games. Because that was like 4 of one of these games.
Yeah, no, for sure. Or like 8 of, or probably like 10 of the IG matches that we had earlier. That was nuts. But we do have some more people popping in. It's going to be DK Truman again and the wonderful Kezu also. So we are going to end it here, make some time for them to swap on over and get ready for the final matches of the day. Fun. We'll see you all tomorrow. And of course, stick around for the rest of the action from the Bali Major.
Bye.
什么情况啊？
这怎么像你？
我的脸在谁的身上？
这有点周思源，他那个眉毛有点像他，知道吧？
不会真的是吧？
一模和那个大师的，
不会是你吧？
不是我吧？
真的不是你吗？
是我吗？
我就说吧，哎呀，你要说这个眉毛嘛，看一看，感觉跟你的也一样的。周家涵，
结合体嘛，就周家涵。
期待我们巴黎 Major 表现，IG 加油！
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have just swapped out some casters. My name is DK Truman, and I am joined by Kazu for 2 more series today.
Hello.
And, well, you did mention one of, already to me, one of the players, of course, that you're looking forward to seeing on one of the 2 rosters, obviously. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing another part of that roster, and that is finally we get to see Abed again, because it's been a while. Every single time he gets a chance to play, well, he doesn't get his visa, so they always had to get a substitute for Abed.
Well, luckily this time around, you know, it's closer to hometown for my boy. I mean, it has to be good, right, for them, because as you're saying, I feel like all the last times I've seen them play, yeah, they do have a stand-in. They did have Miracle, probably one of your favorite stand-ins you could ever ask for as a viewer or as a player. But yeah, this time around, they have their full roster. I do have hopes in this team to perform slightly better than, I guess, what they're kind of showing at this point right now. Because they're not actually doing that well. Then again, we're only in like, what, 1.5 days into the tournament. So we'll have to see how they kind of go from here.
Yeah, of course, all these teams have played a couple of matches. I didn't watch all the matches in the morning because I was asleep. So we're going to check out the group standings to see where every team stands. As we see Liquid, I mean, the Dream League, they struggled. But right now, they're looking very solid in their approach. In Group B, any surprises? I mean, we talked yesterday, Nouns was a bit of a surprise. Quest Esports, of course, we did that series and that was kind of wild.
I would say, yeah, so Nouns are surprising a little bit. LGD being 4-2. So I think Gaimin and LGD being at the top doesn't really surprise me. I would say, yeah, so it's Quest and Nouns. Because it's probably one of the most insane games that Dota will ever have. Nouns showing like that they're also pretty good. And then like this middling to bottom field in Group B. I mean, I guess the biggest surprise for me is how bad EG are doing, because I think this team is actually very good. They also did very good at in Dream League. I'm like quite a big fan of how they play and their players. So I hope that they're kind of able to bounce back, because 1-5, I don't know, that's not the score that I expected them to be like 1.5 days into this tournament.
Yeah, also the bit of a surprise is that considering how well talented at recent tournaments, the Southeast Asian teams in the Southeast Asian Major only have 2 wins between them, which is not ideal. Excretion, Blacklist, and Bleed kind of heavily struggling. Shopify as well, 2 and 4, not where we would have expected them to be, but granted, now it's a battle of the bottom between these 2, and that means it's probably going to be a pretty heavy slugfest. Of course, we did talk a little bit about the Shopify side, but we have 2 teams to take each other on, and we'll quickly check out the full-on rosters of these teams, starting it off with Blacklist, of course. Raven in the safe lane, KP, nice. Always on that off-lane position. I've always been a gigantic Tim's fan. I think Southeast Asian 4 positions were always pretty much my favorites.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on this. I think Tim's is one of the best 4s. It's definitely good that he's I would say kind of quote-unquote back, like showing himself in the in majors and the tier 1 scene. I think same with, for me, I'm a big fan of Carl. I think what happened to him where, you know, T1 did some changes and then he wasn't there anymore. That was a little bit sad. So I have high expectations for this team. They have Cuckoo. I think for now they're not doing as well as, like, both them and Shopify are not doing too hot. So this series is actually quite important for them, like, moving forward.
Yeah, they need to start winning some rounds right now if they want to make it through towards the next stage. But Shopify, same story. They're also a little bit struggling at the moment. Dream League, they didn't look that good. Granted, they were playing with the substitute, so it always gets a little bit skewed. Now they got Abed back, so they can constantly pick him Storm, because of course that's what Bulba loves to do.
I mean, at least if you do Pugna Storm, it's a pretty good combo that we also see in other tournaments. So, you know, maybe maybe that's the one way where you can just jam the first pick Storm and make it work. But I mean, I know it's all good and means, but I think this team is actually they're quite versatile. And now that they're together, I'm just hoping to, see that versatility from them, because they have all the good enough players to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, player-wise, they're really good teams. It's just something hasn't clicked yet. Granted, we've only had the first day. Now it's about a day and a half because they already played this morning.
Yeah.
So they really need to try and figure out what works for them. Blacklist has a lot less experience in international tournaments right now because, of course, Shopify has played Dream League, Major, Dream League after each other, and Blacklist. They have struggled to finally make it to a major, even though they have a star-studded roster. They make it to a major. Now they need to show that they can also play the international game in this patch, and that's where the problems come true. We did see a couple of heroes that are coming up, of course, that we can discuss. You talked about the DK yesterday, that you found surprising that no one picked it earlier in the patch, and it was very successful. So there are still like heroes from previous patches and such that can be played, but like they need to figure out exactly what works for them.
I think it's important in like these earlier stages of the tournament where, I mean, usually what does happen is you come into the tournament with scrims and ideas you have, like, okay, we've practiced this here, we've practiced that, and then if your first like 1, 2, 3 matches go well with them, it's like, okay, we can stick with them. But then the problem is when you start losing and you have like a hero with, I don't know, let's take Storm or some Void Spirit. They're like really good, we play this strategy with these heroes, but then you lose 2, 3 times in a row, suddenly you lose confidence, you have to start looking at different heroes. And at the point where you look at different heroes, if you start losing with them too, that's why I think like having the score of 1-3 or being 2-4, it's a very scary score, because like 1 or 2 more losses and it can really quickly spiral into like a situation where it's actually really hard to get out of.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, one of the hardest things to do is you need 2-0 wins, and that is gonna be very hard for these teams. Because they also need to beat each other, and the bottom 3 get eliminated, then the 2 above go to the lower bracket, which also is not exactly where you want to be. You want to make it to upper bracket, but I do have to say upper bracket's going to look very unlikely for both these teams. It's mainly try and get themselves towards at least lower bracket and see if they can, upper bracket is for suckers run towards the finals, because there's still a long road ahead for them, and we're only in day 2.
Yeah, so I would say, I mean, if you do like a full turnaround, maybe you can get to upper bracket, but yeah, I would say what's important for these teams right now is to, like try and find your groove, make sure that you do make it out of the groups. When I look at Blacklist games so far, or at least the ones that they played against Liquid, it looks like they got outpaced pretty hard. Like they played against some Team Liquid who played Lone Druid, and the other draft had like some Ember, Spellbreaker, Mirana, and just by me looking at the heroes, I feel like it was hard for them to kind of mesh up with the tempo. And then when they played against Beast Coast earlier today, looks like they adapted pretty well, and Carl had an insane performance on a mid laner where he went 21-1. So I think that's definitely something that they also can play around. I think Carl's an incredible mid player. You mentioned Tim's, and you can like often combine your 2 with the 4. They can make moves for each other and help each other out, and then like kind of set the tempo of the game. That's probably what they're going to be aiming for in this series as well.
Yeah, I think the visual that we just got was a little bit skewed, because they only played 2 series, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they've only played 2 series, so they're 1-3. Then they can still make an upper bracket still. Like, you win this series, you're 3-3, then you're easily middle of the pack. On the other hand, Shopify 2-4, I mean, it's kind of the same spot, but Blacklist still have a little bit more breathing room than Shopify have. Like, Shopify, they've already played 3 matches, 2 ties, 1 loss. If they lose right now, then it's getting to pretty much over territory, because then you got to compete with teams that are just not losing. Like IG is in front of them, but yeah, it's scary.
I mean, for now, at least one thing that did happen for Shopify is that they have played Liquid and Tundra, so they have those two out of the way. We're currently right there topping like their group. Even if it's not a very big discrepancy, they've played against 3 of the top 4 teams currently in their group, so that's something that could help. Not only to, okay, you know, we've already played the strongest teams, but also to like learn from it moving forwards, because it looks like against Tundra they didn't really stand that big of a chance, whereas against Liquid, you know, they took a game. Against Beast Coast, they took a game. So I think sometimes playing against the stronger teams early on in the groups, as long as you're not going out with 0 wins there, it can actually be the most beneficial for you just like moving forward, because there's a lot of group stage games and it's just kind of on you on like, okay, what are you learning? How can we adapt moving forward? So I would kind of not put it past them to learn a lot from this Tundra series, because feels like both Tundra and Liquid came into this tournament with quite big of revenge, considering their most recent Dream League performance.
Yeah, I do agree that what you said with being able to take on the strongest teams early could be very beneficial, but on the other side, it could also break your morale completely.
It really can,
like,
yeah.
Never mind, we're terrible, I can't anymore. But yeah, I do agree. The fact that both teams have already played against Liquid, and Liquid is, yeah, they're on their revenge streak because they had a god-awful Dream League. Absolutely horrible. Not what we expected from them. I had in my predictions them at least top 3. So that hurt my predictions for the Dream League. But they come back resurged at the very least. That's what the Southeast Asian teams very much need to do, and Shopify as well. Because Shopify, I think they also have Riyadh afterwards. Granted, a lot of these teams have like a stupidly busy schedule at the moment. They have to fly all over the world.
Yeah.
Then afterwards, they, luckily enough, should be able to get a lengthy break.
No, it's definitely one thing that's going on, I think, right now in the pro scene, is that teams just have a bunch of stuff to play and like tournament to tournament to tournament. So, you know, Liquid kind of, I would say the reason they didn't do as well is because, you know, they were openly saying, yeah, we want to chill a little bit. We can't like play at 130% for what, the entire year until TI. And suddenly at TI, you know, you start, I don't know, crumbling or being burnt out. That's gonna be the worst time possible. So maybe like this small break is just what they needed. Because I agree with you. Like right now, if you're a pro player and you just keep playing every day, I mean, eventually you're gonna get caught up by a burnout, and then that shit ain't good. Like that stuff is really hard to recover from. So I think it's smart of them to kind of already be aware beforehand and just like, you know, take it a little chill at some points when you can.
And that's one of the scary things as well with Gaimin Gladiators. Like, they're winning everything, but there has been historical moments where Secret won everything in a year, Virtus Pro won everything in a year. They reach TI, crash and burn. And that's what you definitely do need to be a lot more careful of in terms of pacing, as you mentioned. The draft is starting right now. Any surprise bans? Nope. That's very standard. Horrible heroes to play against. Remove them quickly.
I mean, the field that seems like Enchantress's like kind of priority has been, I mean, we have seen her for a while. It's not like it's a new hero, but I feel like she's just very strong, and I've seen more and more teams just like put it in the first stage of bans because it makes the laning like just very solid. And then the other heroes is just like
easy. Techies. Makes laning so easy.
It definitely does. Sure. Oh, Pugna Storm.
Oh no! I knew it, Boulder.
Well, that was at least very fast from Blacklist. They knew what they wanted there. Yeah, I would say your best response is like, you take an Ember, because it's like a mid that isn't the easiest to be killed by them, because you have some Flame Guard, you can change them to like set them up, and it sets up your techies, or you can take like some, you know, if you want to be more of a Giga Chat, maybe you take some Anti-Mage there, but both that and Ember, I think, are very, very solid closing like picks for Blacklist.
Yeah, it's... I mean, Ember is also just a Carl hero. And there are very little really strong mid laners that beat out an Ember these days. I mean, obviously you have like the Huskers and such, but he can handle the Storm. You could have also gone for, as mentioned previously, the DK if you wanted to, because why not? It just doesn't die to anything. However, Ember plus Techies means you have a very aggressive setup already, whereas Pugna Storm is great, but Pugna cannot chase with the Storm. So they're going to need to get some backline jumper, like a Mars or something, to be able to combo with the Storm to get the quick kills.
Yeah, there's also one thing that I do like in terms of bans from Shopify. One of the better responses I've seen to this from the support role is Silencer, because, I mean, what do Pugna Storm want to do? Storm wants to go in zip. Pugna's going to like keep up the mana, so they're more like a combo, right? Silencer is very good at combo breaking. He literally just presses R. They're both silent. Storm can zip. You can't suck him anymore to give him the mana. So I think some of their bans check out. Tidehunter, same story. He's kind of a combo break with Ravage. If you jump him, he can combo break you with Ravage. If you jump his team, same story. So, I mean, Bulba and Abed are no strangers to the Pugna Storm, as you already mentioned it pre-game. I don't know if it was more as a meme, but I guess with Shopify you can always meme it up, say that they're going to pick Storm, and you might just be right 80% of the time.
Lion is always solid. In this patch, I love the Earth Spike movement speed.
The buffs, yeah.
Yeah, it's very nice to have in this patch. The finger is always a big plus, and the free shard you can get from the Tormentor does help the hero significantly in just being able to AFK during a team fight and ignore most of that Techie's damage.
Yeah, I think having that is very nice. Also, you potentially have 2 mana batteries later in the game, as you have a talent if you really want to go for that. I don't think there's a big reason for that in terms of the hero being picked up, but as you said, Earth Spike is great. Having the Hex against Ember is also good, and just some more follow-up damage into the Storm to make sure it's not just Abed that has to like deal all the damage. Sure, you're gonna give him mana, but you don't want kills to take like 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Now you have a bit more of the burst. So I'm pretty happy with this Lion pick. I would say the hero's slightly underpicked. I wouldn't say it's the best, but he definitely has his place in the meta.
This is a hero, though, that I haven't seen many teams play. At the start of the patch, it was heavily favored by a lot of teams at the start of the big patch. But then it completely fell off and no one started touching the Brewmaster anymore. But it's a very interesting choice. The downside on Brewmaster is the Brew Split's really weak this patch, because with a bit of AoE damage, they all just get blown up.
Yeah, no, that's for sure very true. I have not seen too many Brewmasters lately. I do think, again, it's not a hero that is like... I think it has more to do with what players you have. I do think he is playable. I wouldn't say he's the best. Perhaps there is some stuff of, okay, I'm not super easy to be bursted, I have high HP, and if I split, again, I can try to like help my team out. They combine it with a Rubik. I've definitely loved the Rubik Lion interaction, like in Dream League, the few times that I did see it. There's always great spells to steal. You talk about the Earth Spike, if you have that stuff on Rubik, that is very scary. But Shopify have a very nice jug pick here. This, I would say this hero gained a little more momentum as well over like the recent maybe 2-3 weeks. You don't really care about Brew. You can kill the split as well if you're going to go for Battle Fury, which is what most people do. And I think Blacklist damage is kind of slow. Like Techies, Rubik, Ember, they don't like really... There is a chance of you being bursted, but you have Pugna Heal, now Healing Ward. That can quickly make a very big difference in these team fights.
Yeah, they've got something sustainable on Shopify. Granted, if you do get on top of like a line with the Techies or Pugna with Techies, honestly, Techies can blow anyone up in this game. So I would think Shopify needs some bulky offlaner. For Saberlight to something like possible Doom or something, which just got banned. Never mind. I was thinking Saberlight heroes, Doom. What other heroes does he love to play?
Beastmaster is definitely one, if that would be allowed to be in the pool. But I mean, it will depend a little bit on what Blacklist will take out of phase. So for this is also like the stage of the draft where, okay, your first pick, you have to take carry. They still have the offlane role ready, which means you can't really choose from every carry in the game. You need to like lower it a little bit, because if you just take any carry that's gonna get super dumpstered in lane, you make it very easy for Shopify to pick. So I would say for Shopify, you want like you want a more stable carry that doesn't just have the most counter matchups. Take out the Darkseer into Doom. It seems like pretty solid bans, but I think there's definitely a potential like Beastmaster or like Lycan that's creeping up in the Shopify draft if it's gonna have a good lane.
Yeah, it is going to be laning against techies, which Beastmaster can do easily. Lycan gets a little bit more problematic because you don't want to get too close to the creeps, otherwise he's just going to keep blasting on you. And other Saberlight choices, I mean Nightstalker, but it's not really a hero in this patch. Underlord could always be an addition. That is pretty okay considering you're up against a Brewmaster, and the root is amazing against both Ember and techies. It's not superb because Rubik loves stealing your spells, especially Firestorm. Like the percentage-based damage with the amplification is nasty.
Yeah, I would say anything that fits the style of, okay, you can frontline for us or you build us auras while being a good laner is very likely going to fit in for Shopify. I mean, there's something else when you do have Jug in your team. I think this hero kind of transforms, like Jug transforms into a different hero if he has any sort of buff, like whether, even if it's just like a drums or a solar crest, whether it's a beast or a helm of the overlord, like these items help Jug out a ton, which is why generally having some zoo hero or an aura hero is very good for him. But it's I would say it's first up to Blacklist kind of on them to decide what to do. I would say the TP ban is pretty good. You may be a bit surprised of, oh, but you know, they have Storm, he can jump him, they have some burst with Lion, but I think TB actually, he goes over this HP threshold of being bursted quite easily, and he has a nice matchup against Jug, so I think Shopify's bans are pretty good in this game.
I think especially the TB is just because it's Raven. I mean, the thing is, Pugna's Shard tends to be really terrible, unless you're up against the TB. That's and Naga. Probably those are the only two where you're thinking Pugna gets a free Shard from the Tormentor. Yes, this is good. Now we can delete everything the enemy throws at us.
I mean, the Illusion Clear is also kind of cool, as they do have two heroes that could do that, right? With some Lion, you have the Pugna Shard, but now we've been seeing more TAs. Honestly, I don't really mind it. I think this hero is very solid especially from the safe lane. Like, it lanes fairly well. It like takes over its own area once you have traps. It's kind of like to get into. You lane well, you farm the jungle pretty fast. You can always take Roche, and I think Blacklist needed this hero that can like stand its ground and deal a lot of damage. Like, you have some setup of chains, you want some burst damage into that. You're gonna have a lot of lockdown with the Brewmaster, but you didn't have anyone that is gonna kill these heroes to help you force Roche. So I think this TA pick is actually on point.
And laning against the TA, is Bat still available? I mean, that's always the hero that springs to mind first. Or, well, Beastmaster, because if you get the little boar, you can tap away at his shield. It is, of course, a Saberlight hero. It increases the pressure, gives you Roche capabilities, tower push, something that they were struggling with in their lineup. It kind of does fit at also the vision that you gain from it, which is great for the Storm to jump on the backlines. I mean, it's always a good classic hero for Saberlight.
I think Beast just helps your draft integrity a lot. It's not like some hero that is gonna own Raven in the lane or like shut down TA early on, but as you said, having the Hawk for the Storm is great. Also, another thing, having Hawk for the Roche to know when you can contest is amazing against TA. It's going to help your Jug Roche as well. And overall, I think your lane is just going to be okay. Like, as I said before, you're not going to dumpster some TA, but if you're going even or slightly lose that lane and then you help your team, I think Shopify should be very, very, very happy with them getting a last pick beast in this game, especially on top of having the Juggernaut.
The question is, Beastmaster, is it going to be an aura build in this game, or do we get to see the fun drums?
So he's playing into what? Brew, TA, Rubik, techies. When I'm playing with Jug, I really think that Helm of Overlord is super strong, because he attacks so much and so fast that giving him more damage, giving him more lifesteal, and like speeding up the game with Helm of Overlord works really well against TA, because Like when you play against TA, TA is gonna want to do rolls from like minute, I don't know, 15 to 20-ish. So I think you wanna build items that just help your team kind of contest it or do it yourself. And I'm a big fan of the Slam myself, but I feel like this is a like pick up a big black dragon, go on the map, like help out your team type of game.
Okay. I mean, I can see both. Drums is of course great against the Brewmaster split, so that it just straight up dies every single time it wants to do anything. The biggest problem I see for Blacklist is just the damage output. Like, it's Raven on the TA and it's the techies, and that's about it. Ember can do a decent amount, but most of the time he wants to jump the backline. If he goes on top of the Pugna, Pugna will just life drain him, and that's it. Like, they have honestly very little ways to interrupt life drain this game. They've got later Raven with the shard, luckily enough, which is a quick way, but Rubik lift or techie stun or brew split into stun, which is a really lengthy interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I think for a Blacklist, it's very important that when they fight, I mean, generally when you have brew, your team fights want to be like overwhelming. Like you want to go in with your Ember, slide chains, blue split, like lift up one of the supports and like really try to overrun your enemy team in like those early seconds. But I think unless Raven has a very good early game, their damage output might be pretty hard to get through. Maybe Cuckoo can look for some steals, like some Nether Blast or Earth Spikes, as we've touched on, and maybe that can like be a difference maker. Because honestly, they're gonna need that.
I think most of the work has to come out from the techies. I think that, especially early game, that's where all the damage comes out from. Granted, it is they're not strong on the side of Shopify. They're like Lion dies in one fell swoop. If you get on top of the Pugna, dies very quickly. Storm is not the tankiest, even though lately it does build a little bit more tanky with like the Kaya Sanj. And Juggernaut goes for Battle Fury first item, so if you get like the stun in beforehand, he can definitely die. TA can one-shot most of these heroes in the mid game as well.
Yeah, like how the early lanes go into then like I'll say like the post-laning stage, like the early mid game is gonna be very important. Because for Shopify, if they just get to rally around the Abed with like early levels on their Pugna and Lion, I think their 3-man ball is very, very strong. Probably stronger than the Blacklist one. A lot of pressure.
Got a couple of lanes. The question again, which lane to watch? Top seems to be the answer because it's going to be first blood secured. Quick trade comes out for Fly, but that is a pickup that you definitely do want. Abed versus Carl in mid. I mean, there's a reason, of course, that he gets to play Storm every single game.
And this top kill is actually like playing against Brew early on. If this hero has any like added XP or gold in the lane, it's a very big deal. I think that was a very nice play there from Blacklist. Just, you know, the spin is over, you go Block Grenade as Carl. Thought he could live through that one.
Okay.
Didn't expect the damage. He did have a Fairy Fire if he intended to, but Storm God Abed is gonna slay yet another soul.
And he'll be able to drink up his bottle, pick up the water rune, spawning in 5 seconds as well. That's a painful kill right there in mid. Because the Storm, if he gets out of control, and especially if it's Abed, you know, it's a snowbally hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the, right, like kind of the combo we've already touched on. It's going to be the hero that they want to play around later on, as they're doing a good job down bottom for now, that the lane is pushing a bit to pressure Raven. Saberlight does have the boar, so it's going to be great against the TA and Refraction. Just needs to make sure he doesn't feed too many of those, because honestly, Sideblades can definitely own boars pretty quickly.
Yeah, it tends to be easy money, but Saberlight's pretty good on the micro, so it's keeping them far away in all situations. And Raven also does need to be careful. Rubik is not really the best lane defender if you get caught off out of position.
I would say Rubik right now, yeah, I would say he's a little bit stronger in lane than I used to think, as Abed is really putting the pressure on Carl in mid. Like this earlier kill. Luckily, Carl is still doing well with the CS, but We definitely can see the pressure. And in terms of Rubik, this hero just seems to do really well in a lot of games from like this minute 10 to 15 mark. I think that's like where he starts to shine. If he gets through the lane even, I think you're pretty happy as a Rubik because you just offer so much later on.
I think the adjustment, the addition of Blood Grenade does a lot for so many supports. Winter Wyvern is another one where it's the threat that's added that makes it that you cannot go for like the right-click man fights anymore because you're gonna get hit by a Blood Grenade, slowed down, the other core joins in, and they get a quick kill. So you cannot just try to brute force duel.
Yeah, now you're absolutely on point. I mean, I actually love Blood Grenade. I think it's a little too good at Fly up top. He's feeling the Blood Grenade.
Yeah, he gets slowed down. The double slow comes in with the Cinder Brew. Then, okay. Blood Grenade in response. On towards Tim's. The spin, but he does have a big magic stick. Doesn't have a blast off available, though. Will get spun to death, so they do make it a trade.
Yeah, I love the fact that you have some carries, like pick up Blood Grenade sometimes. Like this, if Arteezy doesn't have a Blood Grenade there, that kill, it just doesn't happen. Like it's actually incapable of ever happening. So just the fact that he has it, allowing himself to at least get a trade for Tim. So, you know, for all the non-support players out there, you can also buy Blood Grenade and wards too.
No. You can't buy
my
regen,
bad.
You can't buy wards, you can't buy Blood Grenades. That's what you got supports for. They get money for stacking agents. What are they supposed to do with that money? Use it for items? Come on.
Yeah, come on, man. They're supposed to buy me more salves and tangos and then stack more camps. Classic core.
Yeah, that's the worst part about the salve nerf that they made with the 50% reduction on towards your allies. Makes it very sad considering they still expect you to give them salves, and that just means you have to buy 2 salves to give them instead of the 1.
I mean, I like the fact that it should just make core players ask for it less. Maybe they still do, as Abed is coming by. It's very close to level 6.
He did get hit by a Psyblade randomly there. Does drag back in Raven, and they will get the kill secured. He gets his level 6 with it. And up towards mid lane. Nice rotation, even before his level 6. Never expected by Raven.
Yeah, that's just, yeah, as you said, a very unexpected move, as he's just like kind of walking around, right? He's going to refill his bottle with the bounty rune. If something cool is about to happen, he can easily connect. So Shopify, like, taking a trade there is definitely very good for them. And it's like, okay, Abed is like, hey, I'm coming bottom. Maybe if you can trade or beta fight, that's good. As Fly, it's going to help with the active rune. We're going to pick that out, at least. Oh, Abed with the zip.
Onto Carl. Carl's not level 6 yet. Dropping low, taken down. Fly gets that kill secured, and yep, right before he hits level 6 as well.
Yeah.
2 creeps, 1 creep, and he would have been level 6. Perfect timing from Shopify on the rotation.
Yeah, very nicely done by Shopify. Like, Dota is just such a small and snowbally game in nature. Like, just because Abed is level 6 slightly earlier, maybe because of that one little kill in the rune, and then the one solo kill early on, just allows them to come mid, snag up a quick kill on Carl once more before he does get his level 6. Now they're going to give the mid lane to Fly a little bit, give him some levels as Abed. Going to refill his bottle once more. And I mean, I think Shopify are in a good spot where their 2 cores are kind of self-sustaining in the side lanes, right? Like Jug isn't really going to get kicked out. He has Healing Ward. Saberlight has the Helm of Iron Will already, so he's kind of chilling against the TA. So they're just getting the most out of the map as that they can right now.
The Wisdom Runes, a 1-for-1 trade, no big surprises just yet. While Storm was taking over some farm in the mid with those bounce rune pickups, Fly is farming up in the mid area to at least get some experience. He's level 5 already on the Pugna. Once he hits level 6, that's when he can activate his Storm, speaking of which. Abed going towards the bottom lane, looking for a catch onto Rubik, drag him back, stun comes out, the control is there. Of course, if you have a Lion in your team, you already have enough control for days.
Yeah, this is a great move. Like when I'm playing Beast, or if anyone's ever playing Beast, I'm pretty sure we can all feel it. You love when your mid hero can or will rotate to you, because doing this move around here, I mean, Shopify also did a great job with holding the siege creep for this long. Even if the tower doesn't die, getting it to like 30% is amazing. Saberlight does now have the Dominator available. Abed with great move as you mentioned. So this just sets up his Beastmaster for a great early game. And honestly, if this hero has a great early game, he can carry you all the way to the late game.
I've seen plenty of Saberlight carries, even literally playing carry back a while ago on the Beastmaster. Carl gonna get jumped in again. Lion just comes up saying hi, Earth Spike stun, kill. It does so much damage. They're gonna go in for the techies. Tim's being chased, but there's a Brute TP. Stun in response. Actually, he's not going to connect the stun, but with KP here, you do definitely need to be a little bit more scared, and scared they are. They TP out, force a double rotation in from Blacklist. Well, that means that top lane Arteezy can just easily farm up his Battle Fury, no problem, no disruptions whatsoever.
I really love Shopify's map movement right now. Like just, you know, ping-ponging between the mid lane and the bottom lane makes it super easy for them to just do everything. Because, yeah, Arteezy is not going to be in any trouble up top, especially when KP TP's away. He's going to kind of have free real estate up there. They're taking the bottom tower as they're kind of expecting, you know, a smoke coming through. As KP, he had to TP mid. He doesn't really want to walk top to pressure the jug, but now he smokes bottom. Doesn't get much done. And this Storm Spirit train through Abed, it's really coming into work. Like, it's not easy for Blacklist to kind of get a grip on this map right now.
I'm always confused with how Decrepify works. Because it says ally heal amplification, but... Okay, top is quick spin out. But I see some Pugnas Decrepify themselves and some Pugnas Decrepify their allies.
I think either way,
which one you need to
like
do.
when you, I think when you're just healing them, you decrep yourself. You will end up healing them more as you take more damage, or I don't know the exact thing what it is. And I think in fights, if you want to save them from physical damage and give them more HP, then usually you're decrepping them. I think that's generally like the rule of thumb or whatever.
Okay, yeah, because I've tried it both ways, and it's hard to figure out because the numbers are like constantly coming up. I tried it in demo mode, but it was very confusing. Nice scan coming out from Raven. Knows exactly what's coming his direction.
Some of these carries are really, really good at knowing like when a pain train is about to hit them. Like, sure, Abed stops showing on the map, but that alone doesn't always tell you that, oh, they're smoking to me. Like, hitting this scan is definitely very high skill. I've been seeing it more and more from some of these carries, so Raven doing a very good job at evading that gank. Very necessary.
Let's see, any surprise items being built up? We do have the Dragonlance done on the TA. Brewmaster is going just for the Aura build. A lot of the time when a Brewmaster builds like the Auras, the Crimson Guard, the Pipe and whatnot, they only use Primal Split as like a get out of jail card. They throw everything on the Brewmaster because he does have that Drunken Brawler and he can swap to more defensive tool, and then only use his ulti to try and stay alive. At the very end, nice stun onto Saberlight. The roar came out. Raven's in trouble. Prince trying to finish him off because he knows he's going to die otherwise, but they're going to get the control in. The Brew Split holds him down, and they find a double kill, going a little bit too deep underneath the tier 2 tower. He gets that extra armor. Refraction's always a nice tool. Carl's on the run, chased by Abed. One more Fire Remnant left, gets on the high ground. Very low. Doesn't even have the mana to TP, but he is swift as can be. And they're trying to bait them in for a chase, but that's the end of the hunt.
Oh, this bottom tier 2 play was very big for Blacklist. Like I was about to mention, you know, KP didn't have really any plays to use the split yet, but him being able to TP down bottom as Raven, you know, kind of baiting them to go deep on him. He has the refraction, so they get all these kills available for them. That was big. And also, Cuckoo got to steal Roar in that fight, so he's holding that right now. Which is, that could be a very big difference maker in any of these next fights. Like, stolen Roar is very scary. This looks like they're pinging. Maybe they want to smoke it up. Maybe they want to catch Saberlight, as, of course, he did die. So he TP down bottom, so getting a kill on him would be very, very, very nice. Very high net worth. He's honestly, he's the top net worth hero of Shopify.
Raven gets scanned. Okay, he walks out of the scan position. But yeah, Saberlight is very, very dead. Ooh, tries to get himself out of there with the Hurricane, but there's too many heroes surrounding him. I was actually thinking, considering they had the roar, they would try to use it to kill off the Juggernaut, because then they'd have a BKB Pearson stuck. But instead they went for the kill bottom. Speaking of an offlaner being charged at KP trying to... He's so stupidly tanky.
Yeah, he has
Drunken Brawler is insane.
It is really strong. Like, Drunken Brawler, you get off the haze, you just amplify your stats. Like, he evaded like a lot of hits there from the Storm, of course, with the evasion. He also has the Bracelet, he has a Cloak. There's a lot of magic resistance coming in. So, I mean, this is definitely one of the strengths of Brew, is that the hero nowadays is even more tanky than he used to be. And I think for Blacklist, they could have maybe eyed to kill Arteezy, but I think it's slightly easier for him to read that smoke, as opposed to... I think when you go on Saberlight there, it might just happen more often, as now we have some Wisdom runes coming up. Arteezy wants to go for some spin and TP out.
Yeah, that gets a little bit dicey there for Arteezy trying to secure it. But yeah, of course, with Drunken Brawler now, if you brew your use Cinder Brew, you get Brewed Up. And with Brewed Up, all the bonuses are 3 times on the Drunken Brawler. So yeah, that's level 1. Drunken Brawler gives you 45% evasion and 15% movement speed buff. Like, that's just nuts. Level 1.
Yeah, for a level 1 spell, those are some pretty busted numbers. And like, even when you're gonna run into a team fight, like let's say you're running into contested rows, you need to go first, or you run up a high ground, like you can use the Earth stance and run in, or if evasion is very good, like here honestly evasion is kind of good. Beast, Jug as well, Storm, just run in there, have like 70% evasion later in the game, make it quite easy for you. But so next up in the game, Blacklist are doing a good job at like kind of getting a footing on the map. They're about to have Desolator completed on Raven. And Saberlight is getting close to his helm, so both teams can soon look to think more about Roshan, and I do think that this first Rosh will be very, very important in this game.
Well, they're waiting for Rosh to run through, and actually taking the gateway down
Oh,
bottom where
Saberlight.
Saberlight is chilling. Gets spotted out, needs to run away, has the roar, goes for the roar play, but unfortunately there's also a Rubik who steals said roar. So now they have another roar available, which is dangerous for the Juggernaut if he ever gets close to a fight.
No, the map play right now from Blacklist in the last few minutes has been on point. Like first defending the tier 2, getting the roar, then doing the follow-up smoke to kill the beast. Now they did another one. Now they can set up their Roshan as they are. And yeah, they have stolen roar now on Cuckoo, and honestly any of these steals, they can amplify everything in the game by so much. And you mentioned it earlier, he has the shark queued up on TA. I love it.
It's honestly, I think every TA builds exactly the same these days. Dragonlance, if they are mid, they might go for a Blink Dagger sooner because you need to be a bit more active as a mid laner, but safe lane TAs tend to just go Dragonlance, Deso, Shard, Blink as the default. Which is one of the few heroes that still buys his Shard early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so strong in a lot of these games, and you get it around the time where it does hurt a lot of core heroes. Like between, like when you're going to have Shard, there's going to be some 17, 18 minute Shard. Around this time, a lot of core heroes, they don't have the spells yet. Like rushing a BKB isn't as common as it used to be. If you're playing Storm Spirit in this game, it's not like you're going to have a BKB rush or a Yules or a Lotus Orb. So TA traps can just do a lot. It also helps you play the map as you can have more of them. As I like that Crit is actually buying a Solar Crest. Like Jug with some of these, I like to call it the steroids in his team, like, you know, some Beast Aura, some Lifesteal Aura from the Overlord, and a Solar Crest. Arteezy can be a very, very scary hero in this game.
Yeah, it's Juggernauts tend to become a definite beast in the late game. He's going for the Mantis style next. Obviously, there are some annoying roots and whatnot that you want to get rid of. Possibly the disarm as well from the techies in case you get to that stage. They're looking for the lion kill, the Grapify, dodges the Meld Strike, but Crit, can they finally take him down? There's still the heal attempt from Fly, but Fly is now going to get rooted up in the process. Needs to be careful. In comes the Brew Split, hunting for more. He definitely wants Saberlight. He'll kill off Fly as well, but Saberlight dodges and weaves his way through, so they only find the 2 supports, but Raven gets a double. And this TA is starting to get big. It's a hero that is very capable of nuking down a Juggernaut in the middle of a spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Raven's having a A great time. The Shark completed 1k gold already in the deck as well, so it's gonna get Blink next. Roar is luckily about to time out for Shopify, but I mean, Shopify is still doing good on the map, right? Like Abed, he's got the Orchid as well, which can force a couple more mistakes later and helps him kill the supports and the Ember. As Arteezy, he's just on map getting a lot of gold in these last couple minutes.
Yeah, he does need to be a tad careful. They find the Rubik lurking about way too far away from the rest of his team. I mean, when Raven gets his Blink Dagger, it feels like that's really when they want to take constant fights. Oh, Sip up top. Carl gets hit by the Orchid. Silence did not expect Abed from that range to catch him, and could not jump to his Fire Remnant that he had placed down.
I mean, these are some of, like, my favorite items are the ones that allow you to play aggressive and force your enemy into, like, you have to constantly make your enemies, like, force them to make the right decisions. Like here, Carl, if he's ever out of position, the Orchid is just instantly gonna net you a kill. Not only that, but it might force him to build an item he doesn't want to. Currently has the Yules queued up. Maybe he's gonna think about a BKB, and these are, like, you don't want to go Maelstrom into Yules on Ember. You want to go Maelstrom into maybe Ags, Octarine, like tank up, jump the backline, but simply with this Orchid pickup alone, Carl's gonna have to, you know, reconsider his game.
Yeah, he's building a Yules because, well, he just needs the Yules at this stage to stay alive. It's Yules or BKB, but if you get BKB, you can still get roared, which makes it dicey. It doesn't really keep you safe. I think it's definitely a Lincoln's kind of game for the Blacklist side, because I honestly think Lincoln's would probably be a better choice, the best choice, against Roar, against Electric Vortex, Orchid, Omni, Lion. There's too
I'll say
many
that's one of Lincoln's is by far the best choice, but then it's one like maybe he feels like he's too far down in the network, so that by the time he gets it, he, I don't know, receives like 1 or 2 more devs. But if he thinks he can get away with it, I would agree that Lincoln's is your go-to choice here.
I do think that KP's item build is nice. He's building. He's got the Crimson Guard. He's going for the Lotus next. If you don't have a Lincoln's, you at least need a Lotus, and he knows exactly the item his team needs.
Yeah, it's definitely, his build is on point. He's gonna have it soon as he can disassemble his Arcane Boots. I mean, also if he's split in the fight, of course you can purge the Orchid with his Air Panda, but that usually takes a while. Like that happens more by chance. It's not really something you can plan. So being able to just, you know, make it easy for you to have some Dispel with the Lotus, I'm a big fan of.
And the opposing offlane is doing the same with a good build. He's got the Sange done, is getting closer to the Heaven's Halberd, knowing that the only one that can really kill your team is going to be that TA in the later portions of the game. So, crits. Yeah, no. He's too slow. He cannot run away. But yeah, Raven doesn't want to build a BKB yet. And that means if you get the Heaven's Halberd, you can disarm him for a solid 5 seconds. In this patch, they did nerf, of course, the stun durations because of the BKB nerf, but Heaven's Halberd did not get touched in that regard, so it's still 5 seconds.
Yeah, the Heaven's Halberd disarm duration is really toxic. Arteezy is going to have to do some wiggling around it. Holy, what a monster. I would have stopped hitting it. I would have been way too scared of feeding. What a beast.
But Arteezy, he's nutty. Though they will steal it on the other side. So it's a 1-for-1 Tormentor yoink. Techie's got the Shard. I think that's the strongest Shard in the game.
Yeah, the Taser is sick. It's honestly so damn strong.
It's the fact that you can take a hero's Aghanim Scepter and turn it into a Shard and be like, yeah, that's balanced.
Yeah, that usually tells you already how good it is, right? So they definitely happy about that one. I mean, if they can get a Rubik Shard later as well, it's going to be pretty good just to get a save off. But Shopify, they're smoking. They are really strong right now. They have this Halberd completed. They have all these auras. Arteezy is going to be buffed up. Abe can go in first. So it's going to be very crucial for Blacklist about who's going to be in front to kind of take this first contact. KP can maybe live through it if his team is close by. But anyone else, they will die from
Carl
0.
gets dragged back. Omni Slash
see ya.
instantly deleted. Up the high ground, Jug goes. He gets stunned up in response. A great 2-man stun by Tims. They find the kill secured. Sableye with the roar trying to disengage. Fly keeps him healed up. 2-man stun. Tims is dropping low, but the heal, it puts Tims almost at full HP again. They're going to chase for more while the zip comes out from Abbott. The stolen roar onto Saberlight. Holds him in place. Crit silenced up by the traps all over the place. Raven gets a double kill, but they get the quad for the side of Blacklist. Absolutely decimation coming through. They instantly delete Carl, but they do not need him whatsoever.
I mean, that's a 3k damage from TA, 4k damage from TA, 3k from Techies. TC definitely kind of overplaying his welcome there. He was probably thinking that, you know, Saberlight's going to be in range maybe a bit faster to disarm the TA and Pugner can heal them. But I think his backline ended up getting slowed by a TA trap, so it was harder for them to connect. Tims had a very nice blast off, and I think Raven just had a field day there. He got a hell of a lot of clicks off, and yeah, just kind of wiping Shopify out there.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden the net worth advantage in favor of Blacklist, and we're going to check out. Yeah, you can see a very nice graph jumping all about. It's still a heavy win rate favor for Shopify in this case, but it's not looking too shabby here for Blacklist response. Brewmaster's also going for the shard, which is, I mean, that's his old, kind of his old Ags. It doesn't have the 2 charges, but you can end your primal split duration, which is neat.
I mean, the fact that think like pairing up the longer duration of the split with the fact that you can also cancel it yourself is great, because like you're playing into a hero that could easily kill your split if like something dicey happens in the fight, right? You get Omni Slash by a Battle Fury Jug, he can solo kill your split, so the fact that you can just be like, nope, screw you, I'm canceling it now is a very big deal, as both teams are just going to have to play around Roche now. Once again, buybacks are going to be incredibly crucial. Hawk Vision from Saberlight here as well is going to be the name of the game. Who is going to have the first initial like contact in these fights?
And you now also have to be careful, because there's also the load sorb at the ready, so be very careful who you're going to jump. Considering a return roar to return Omni Slash. Hell,
does
if you
Rubik
make
still
a mistake.
have roar? He does for a little
yeah,
more.
He
And
does.
this is again such a big deal.
Oh, but the Hawk flying over, we got sapped. That's the vision gone. This is touch and go. Fly is hiding all the way in the back, knowing that all he needs to do is just decrepify, life drain his allies, Glimmer Cave, keep them alive. Even Abbott's further back. Roar comes
There's
out
Roar.
onto the Juggernaut. Tried to nuke him down, but it was the end of the Roar duration anyway, so
Yeah.
last second quickly using it.
It's just like looking for what they can do, but if the healing ward is out and Shopify are in position, it's not the easiest task to get RTZ killed. I think it's gonna be more on like see if you can get a good chains off, maybe start the fight, split, and keep running in, and like kind of make your way around the Jug, because I think unless RTZ like head up runs into them, I don't really see him dying.
Jug. It's just the like they have so much healing behind them with the healing ward and Fly.
Yeah. Like Solar Crest, Healing Ward, the Life Drain. You have a defensive Halberd from the Beastmaster as well if Raven does go in. And honestly, TA does get Halberd quite easily.
Oh, Roar onto the Techies. That's, well, he did do a lot of damage last fight. They're going to go in onto the Techies, but they actually do not get any damage through. In response, Carl's going to be the target here. Quick jump in from Tims, gets a nice AoE stun. Saberlight's on the run. The Decrepify comes in, keeps him alive. Pugna from Fly is going to be the target. They know they need to take him out. Omni Slash does nothing from the Juggernaut. He needs to dip out. Saberlight's going to get controlled up, and everyone needs to run away. But the lift onto Abed. The silence comes underneath. He doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have a way out, and that's a triple kill for Blacklist. They took no damage whatsoever. Crimson Guard to the rescue.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, Omni Slash legit just did absolutely zero damage. That was a very disjointed fight from Shopify. RTZ was, so he kind of ran in, and then at the moment where Saberlight runs into Roar, he starts spinning and running away. So he's incapable of Omni Slashing the Roar target or anything, and Blacklist are like, okay, what up, let's go. Crimson Guard, Lotus, get the split off, slide chains again. Raven gets to just smack away. And now second Roche, they're looking incredible right now. 7k gold lead, Aegis, Cheese available. They're gonna take another tier 2 tower, and Raven is, yeah, he's the boss of this game right now.
Yeah, he's definitely a nutty hero at this stage, but I do like the fact that the Shopify targeting was the techies, because we saw in that fight how much he does with the taser and whatnot. The problem is, the moment the fight starts, he gets hit by, he gets glimmered, he gets bevised by the Rubik, and then he survives that, pops Guardian Greaves back to full HP, just instantly. Nothing hurt him. Juggernaut going for the TP out. They don't have a way to interrupt it. Did force a bunch of TPs back though. And that leaves behind a Tim Steckies, who is going to go for the TP attempt. And he gets the TP away right in front of Abed.
Nope, he's got the Greaves against the Orchid, and also to help his team against the Burst. Definitely like Tim's item build. And of course the Shard that we talked about earlier on always feels incredible, as KP is now holding a gem. It's going to help them to deal with the map as well. And they have so many like TA traps on the map as well, with now KP just running around with the gem, that it should be quite easy for them. And Raven has a... Oh, he's got an MKB queued up, just making it easier to then hit through this halberd, hit through the butterfly. Definitely a fan of this build.
They're looking really solid and knocking on the high ground as well. Brumas is also a hero that is very capable of breaking buildings if he goes for the split, because of course the Earth Panda has Demolish, which does like a stupid amount of damage. But again, he wants to just use it as a defensive tool, because he needs to get the Crimson Guard Loadsorb off before the fight starts, considering he can't use Enduring.
That's... It looks like Shopify are trying to apply their own pressure with Arteezy up top, but I don't know if Blacklist really care.
He doesn't push as fast as the TA with the Desolator. Chunk, chunk, chunk. He's just standing still, AFK, blasting away at the enemy buildings.
Unless Shopify go around, I don't see how you really stop him. So let's see.
Disarm, silence onto the Juggernaut. Does have a butterfly now. And he wants to go back in, but he's just being toyed with. Back four, back four, back forward. Abed has a double damage rune, is going to zip in onto Raven, but you need to kill him off twice. He does get his MKB just done on Raven as well. So now Arteezy cannot just poke and prod anymore, because this Raven MKB is going to hurt.
Yeah, that's just free racks. They're going to smoke up, make sure you get to the mid lane even quicker. So yeah, I think Blacklist are feeling all the momentum, where Shopify, I'm not seeing the type of confidence I would like to see from them. I know you're behind in the game, but they're going to have to come up with a plan of how they want to take the next fight. Because if Raven just gets to go up this high ground and like start smacking away at buildings again, you've got to have a better answer than just, you know, trying to like, okay, I'm going to run in, oh, never mind, I can't. Like, if you think you can't fight, you got to have a smoke around. So
on the Raven, Loadsorb comes in, backline jump, silence thrown out, the Bruce Split's there. But again, Raven's got that Aegis. You're throwing everything on him, and he still has a minute on the Aegis. At least you force out the Bruce Split. But in all honesty, it's getting very rough here. Pushback. Oh, the Juggernaut. Do they finish? Manage to get the control in on him. Arteezy is still reasonably tanky. Disarm comes out onto Raven. They force them off of the tier 3 tower, and it gets a little bit dicey without a Bruce Split. He does have the cheese though, so he could still bait in a lot of damage.
Okay, looks like Shopify are debating to go a little more aggressive, as they still have an Omnislash available. Aegis is still there for a little bit, but it will expire in not too long, I believe.
Yeah, 20 seconds and then it's going to be gone. Let's see, Techies. He's also going for a Loadsorb, has his own Glimmer. So yeah, they got Glimmers. They got are going to have Loadsorb soon on Blacklist side. And the Glimmers are rough because they don't... I mean, Storm needs to always have a spot for the Dust then, which is not really fun. But otherwise, he's not going to be able to kill any of the supports.
Yeah, stolen healing ward as well. Cuckoo's had some good steals in this game, and also his item build. He has the Glimmer, the Pavis, and also the Ghost Scepter now as well. So if he just gets those off, I don't really see him dying even to like, well, an Omni Slash. Quite frankly, of course, the Ghost Scepter will fully negate that. So on Shopify, yeah, it's getting a lot harder for them to fight. A lot of these defensive items from Blacklist side just it's making it very hard for him to commit. For Arteezy, he does realize this, and he's queuing up a Nullifier.
Nullifier is honestly a game-winning item in this patch, especially because you have what Rubik has 3 items: Ghost Scepter, a Glimmer Cape, and a Pavis, and all 3 of them get nuked by just the Nullifier. One item can get rid of the entire build of a Rubik.
Yeah, and he just kind of realizes the fact that, okay, it's really hard to burst these cores. We need to kill these supports first, because the support, like both Tims and Cuckoo will just keep their team alive with their shards, their grease, their glimmers, and all their defensive tools. So instead, okay, we need Nullify, need to pop it on support and take on there's crit getting initiated on.
Crit's in trouble, left behind. Does have a buyback. And onto the high ground. Well, they don't have creeps yet, so they gotta wait a little bit because there's factor protection.
Slowly coming.
Earthspike's also such a good everything you steal from Lion is great. Okay, going in. Arteezy dropping low, but Fly with the heal. Keep them going. And they clean up the tier 3 tower. The Rax becomes a little bit more dicey because, of course, you're going to send the TA onto the high ground. But it's supports on the back line that need to be jumped. And Juggernaut doesn't have like a blink or anything to get on top of them. They need to use Abed, who's going to zip in. Turn his attention to KP. Nice stun. Actually controls up Raven. The roar gets spell reflected, but he's still going to drop. KP on the side. Can get the brew split off to try and disengage. He is going to be hunted. He's got that little Ogre Seal, and he'll be able to get out. Spread all those splits across the map, and they will never be able to catch the Storm Panda.
Oh, very nicely done. He can just get out whenever he wants. In the meantime, he can be annoying to Saberlight with some stuns and some pushes. But
I'm just going to try and ignore them.
Shopify had a decent plan. Now that the Aegis was gone, they were able to all in Raven with the help of the Nullifier as he cliffs Fly. That's hilarious. Does he have a TP? No, he does. So he's gonna
Fly.
get out of the cliff.
Of course, not Arteezy cliff, but you know, we'll have to suffice with the Fly cliff. It is still
close to next Roche.
Rex that they secured, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
hello, Tims.
Tims does get nuked. Nullifier comes in clutch.
It's a battlefield, not a sandbox.
KP changed his build. It's gonna go for an AC. Do think that makes a lot of sense. He at first had a Scythe queued up, but AC against this Dire lineup is amazing. TA and Ember also take a lot of use of the minus armor and the attack speed. I mean, so does your split, but I don't think the split is generally not used for too much damage at this point. Third Roche is going to be the name of the game for both teams now.
Yeah, it's going to be a Radiant Dire Roche spawning right now, which means refresher shards, no free ag shenanigans unless you wait another 3 minutes, which I doubt that these teams will do.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some Roche standoffs that take a while, but I think 3 minutes is a little too long for the type of heroes we see in this game, like Beast, Jug, TA. Shopify are ready and kind of putting themselves in a spot where they could catch Blacklist by surprise.
Cuckoo still has Roar. I think he's stolen Roar like 4 or 5 times this game.
Yeah, at least. So
really
he's having a very good game.
Well, they're looking for a fight. He also did get the free shard from the Tormentor, and Rubik Shard is pretty nuts because you can lift people away. Also, it buffs up some spells that you could possibly steal. Going in towards the tree line. Jump onto Raven. He gets the blink away. Cuckoo takes some damage. The mines get placed all over the place. They're hunting for the supports, but Tim's, he's got the Ogre Seal, so he doesn't need to get any forced staff shenanigans. Bruce Blade comes out. Crit is the first one dead. The lift onto the jug. He needs 20 seconds for the Omni Slash, but Saberline's going to get absolutely obliterated because the TA gets time to hit and they find themselves 2 supports plus the offlaner. Into the Roche pit they go. Refresher to be secured, and another fight that, you know, they're trying to get these supports, but I love the fact that Tim's went for the Ogre Seal. I love that itemization choice because that does not give a damn about the nullifier whatsoever.
Yeah, Blacklist just outplayed them in this fight. Raven got a super clutch blink off when Abed was zipping on him, so then Abed had to kind of settle for Cuckoo, which is not a bad hero to jump on the Rubik, but they only had... Well, they did have Gem, or I don't know if they had Gem at that moment, but it looked like the Glimmer. It kind of just allowed Cuckoo to disengage, then they went on Tim's. As you said, he has his Ogre Seal. And Nullifier, I mean, Ogre Seal is like one of the few items that doesn't do shit to that item. So he just flops out. Raven once again gets to kind of stand his ground. Then the split comes in. Carl in the backline just making Crit's life really hard. And now they've got the Aegis with 14k gold lead.
And Raven's also got the Nullifier. We saw that in the fight where the Beastmaster got hit by Nullifier. The extra slow is nice, but also Pugna Decrepify gets instantly removed. And I think that especially is a huge plus.
Yeah, like when you play against Pugna, it's basically like 2 ways, right? You have a lineup or you draft and craft team fights around, okay, we go around and we kill this Pugna in the back, or eventually we can ignore him because we can just build a Nullifier, and whoever we go on, we don't care that Pugna can cast some... Like, Life Drain is not as good now at 39 minutes. Raven hits so hard with like an AC and Orb of Corrosion coming in from the Ember Sleight of Fist and his own Death, so that people just melt.
Up to the high ground they go. Bruce Split, he does have a refresher, so might as well use it. And the buildings drop quickly with that Demolish. Zip in onto Raven. He's got the Aegis. Lift up, drag back. That's another tool that does not care about Nullifier. The Telekinesis that he got from the free Tormentor. Always a big plus. They don't need to use that refresher shard. They could, if they so please. But they just want to make sure they get the Megas secured. Yeah, this is actually a pretty decent game for Megas. They don't have... Like, Storm is probably your best defender to keep the side lanes pushed out, but it's not the easiest.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, they have some Battle Fury, but, I mean, no one likes playing against Megas at 40 minutes. At this point, KP, Carl? I don't think they want to really force. Okay, so playing with fire. Just showing that he's got the quick fingers.
Gotta be a little bit careful there in his jumps. Considering both mid laners have been caught out. Well, actually, Abed's only died a single time. Granted, he's a Storm, so he's pretty swift in his moves. He's actually only died once. That's very surprising.
Abed generally has very low death count, especially on his Storm, as, okay, he has a little bit of an aggressive play.
He's trying to get a catch, but not the 2-man that he so desperately needs.
Crit with some cute moves himself, forces in Raven to then get the Hex stun off, slightly more out of position. But I would say both mid laners have played very well starting from the mid game, right? Like Carl had a slightly harder early game, but it's kind of bringing it back. Now Abed has the good old budget Black Hole with the Storm Spirit Aghanim's being available.
Cuckoo's got a Scythe of Ice because that's, you know, just how stupidly farmed the Rubik is. Tim's is getting close to his Scythe of Ice as well. God, he's so farmed. He's catching up to Abed and Saberlight. Bruce split.
They're gonna have to deal with that.
This is for Megas. And actually, they force back Fly because he knows that's the annoying one. Raven's going to get jumped. He still has that Aegis first life about to be dropped on Abed. This time, can he get away? Oh, just barely gets the zip off in time. Even get rid of the mine so that he does not drop. They're all falling back, but it's Megas that they're looking for. The mid-range racks also got taken down.
Carl, they find the kill onto Fly, but he of course has the buyback available. Juggernaut's not going to be so lucky. He gets hexed up in the process. Abed with the save attempt. It's going to be the Swift Slash with that Aghanim Scepter. In comes the Omni Slash. Can he get the bounces? No! It's the save coming through with the Ghost Scepter. Didn't get the Nullifier off. He's trying to find a target, but they're dodging and weaving him perfectly around. Carl is still man-fighting on the back end. Jumps out of there, and they're just completely kiting Arteezy all over the place. Second brew split, this should be Megas, and they probably should just reset considering the HP and mana on Carl. He does get the Gouda, eats the cheese. Got gifted to him by the Brewmaster. Going in for the Storm, Hex control, Nullifier is there. There's no save. Fly even gets pushed forward in towards the mine by this God KP performance on the Brewmaster. And with the buyback coming through, it's going to be Arteezy and Sableye against the world. Throws out the row onto Raven. Do they have any damage to kill off Raven is the question, or will he just man fight? The Hex comes out. Arteezy is dead. Swift Slash comes through. Stays alive for a little bit longer. Going for Cuckoo. Gets pushed back with the Psychic Headband. And Arteezy, this time you should finally drop or not. He is man fighting, but eventually will actually drop dead. That level 20 talent of the Blade Dance lifesteal keeps him alive for the longest time, but they are just dodging him. He got toyed with at full ping pong festival there in the team fight.
Hey, Blacklist team fighting was sick in this game. I want to especially highlight their supports. Tims and Cuckoo had some really good itemization, some perfect positioning. The steals that Cuckoo got throughout this entire game. Even in this last fight, he has a Scythe of Ice and a stolen Hex from Lion. He can legit chain stun people for like 8 seconds with Hex, into Lift, and like steal a new spell. He had Healing Ward. He's like pushing people away with the Psychic Headband. I think Blacklist that really put this game back like from the game onwards, and like I could really see the shift of gameplay in the mid game. I really saw the confidence kind of crawl out of Shopify's bodies and just straight up go into Blacklist.
Yeah, they, as you said, the support's MVP. There's no doubt about it. I do have to say, honestly, everyone played really well on the Blacklist side, but Cuckoo and Tims did so much. Combined, the supports only died 4 times this game. That is a remarkable achievement for supports, and yeah, they toyed with their opponents. They stayed alive in so many situations where they should have gotten jumped. And then you had the nasty brew split that was microing like a god during team fights. This is not the Blacklist that's a 1-3 team.
No, definitely not. Their performance this game was, especially with the like kind of early game that we saw, right? Like Shopify had a very good grip on the early game. They made some good moves. So Blacklist, they kind of stay calm. They brought it back, and I think it was definitely on. I was a little disappointed with Shopify in this game, but I mean, if you're Blacklist, you played as well, you just deserve the W. There's no way around it.
Yeah, this was 100% deserved. They struggled a little bit in the early game. They came back, of course, in that couple of mid-game fights, especially around Roche, where you had Shopify just standing there guarding and missing their engagement completely. And that was just because Blacklist was ready. They had every tool they needed. They had the Glimmer Cape, the Ogre Seal Totem, everything to just get out of dodge. Then the Rubik also gets his shard, which is another save that doesn't care about Nullifier. So they had their tools at the ready, and the fact that Cuckoo stole like 5 roars that game is kind of nuts.
No, his Rubik was sick. Like, I'm still very impressed with the items, their positioning on the supports, what he's been able to steal, because he was a very, very crucial part to like this entire comeback of this mid game, right? Like even in the early game, had a good smoke on bottom, steal the roar, do it again. So honestly, Blacklist very, very impressive in this game.
Yeah, of course, that was only game number 1. It does put them at a 2-3 spot, which is looking a lot better. Can they get it 3-3, or will it be a 2-4? Where Shopify might be able to get themselves game number 2. We'll have to wait and see. After the break, we'll be right back.
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 went in favor of Blacklist up against Shopify. It was an early game that went Shopify's favor, and Blacklist came back swinging with some absolutely insane support plays. Kazu, like, brief little reintroduction to what we saw in game number 1.
So we've seen game number 1. Shopify were owning early. Then at some point, I would say they made a few mistakes that Blacklist very heavily capitalized on, stealing some roars, doing some good smokes, going around the map, and then I just feel like they got every Roche. They team fought better, and honestly, that might just sum it up overall. I think their mid-game plus team fighting was just way better than Shopify's. Shopify are gonna have to put more focus on that in this game number 2.
Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, the big difference was, I think, the supports. Not saying that, of course, Shopify supports played bad, but it was just Blacklist supports played so well. They felt like cores. They distracted the Storm, the Juggernaut every single time. Like, they got hunted, but they dodged everything. They only died 4 times between them, and I think most of that was even during the laning stage. All the damage that they soak up and distract their enemy cores with means that, of course, no harm goes to Carl, no harm goes to Raven, no harm goes to KP, even though KP was kind of impossible to kill on the Brewmaster, which makes me think, why again don't we see more Brewmaster in this patch? Because even without his split, he is so strong.
Yeah. This like new Drunken Brawler, and like I think a lot of players and teams aren't really accustomed to it yet. Like, you can do a lot more things nowadays with Brew that back then you were not able to do. Like, he ended up the last game with the least deaths of anyone. He was 8-1 and 17. I think his Brew was great. I do think that Shopify, they had some better tools like in their draft to try and take better fights. So I'm really looking for them to step it up in the next game. But if we're gonna see a repeat of last game, then yeah, I'm not sure if Shopify really have it in them to take team fights into them. But Blacklist so far have been some of the best team fighting team from what I've seen.
I think it's just the techies factor. Yeah, techies is amazing.
It's just the first pick techies, baby.
Yeah, just first pick techies, easy game. But yeah, no, it was also. I mean, I doubted their draft, considering their opponents had the healing behind them, and it was hard to get on their back line, even though in this case it wasn't really necessary because the entire front line of Shopify was forced away from their back line because they tried to take down Blacklist supports. So every single time their cores were not able to defend their own Pugna or their own Lion, and then it was the TA blinks in, 2 shots him, easy pickings, or you had Cuckoo just going ham on the Rubik with a nice roar catch, and you had an insane amount of damage. I mean, I'm quickly gonna have to check how much damage did Tim's do. 32k damage. Okay, so Tim's did second
casual
most
techies
damage in the game. Number 1 was, of course, Carl, who did get caught a couple too many times, I have to say, in like the early to mid game, where he struggled. As you mentioned, his laning stage didn't go that well, and then afterwards it was an early Orchid, couldn't do anything against it until he got his Yule Scepter. But afterwards, he did not make mistakes anymore. When it came down to 5v5 brawling, he was on point. He knew how he'd survive. He knew he was going to get like the Crimson Guard buff, the Lotus Orb. So he just knew exactly how far he could go.
No, he just pulled back the game. I'm just very happy to see Carl, as we were talking about like in the pre-show, like just having him be back and like really show his prowess as a mid laner, because this guy is really damn good, and like you could see it. They didn't misstep, like none of them misstep from like the mid to the late game. I feel like it was very clear to them, and from watching that, they just had a solid plan of what they wanted to do in the draft, how they want to fight, what their positioning looks like, who's supposed to play with who, and yeah, they just executed that incredibly well.
Okay, so the draft has already started. You might have seen my facial expression there.
Don't tell them. Wow, what is happening here? I've never seen this before.
Yeah, no, Bulba. Honestly, Abed must have a bigger hero goal.
I mean, he sure does, but yeah, I don't know. Like, from my side personally, I can respect when teams run it back this much, but eventually, like, why not just do something new? Like, you have like some of the most talented players in your team, but you know, maybe it's him asking for the store, maybe it's not, maybe he's being held at gunpoint. No one really knows.
Played really well last game though.
He always does. Like that's usually like he definitely always. He's got the performance. We've got the same bans coming out. I mean, this just shows that when they did lose that last game, or when they generally lose with Storm, they think that it's the surroundings, like the surrounding core heroes of the Storm as opposed to him. Like, I guess they just like this fact of, okay, Abed has a good mid hero. We have supports that can play with him, and then he just sets up the tempo in the early mid game. Let's just make sure we do better around the other two cores this time.
Yeah, let's hope that we get some changes at least in the draft, because I don't want to see complete repeat drafts. It's always kind of, you know, dull in that regard. So no juggernauts. I mean, Raven's TA is actually like a classic for him, so it's not too wild if he goes for it. But we do have the good old techies.
I mean, for now, let me double check the last ban. So there was Undying Brood Enigma banned out last time from Blacklist, so they could run back the same bans if they want to ban the zombie. Which is, so last game Shopify opened with the lion, right? Okay. I mean, there's a way where
exact same bans on both sides.
Yeah, they do. Was the Visage there as well? Yes, it was.
Oh my god!
I mean, I would have at least said, if I'm picking lion here, I want to ban Rubik, because if I'm Blacklist now, I'm just picking Rubik again.
100%.
It looked great, right? Against the lion, you had solid laning.
Master plus.
This is disgusting.
Rubik, yeah. Oh my god, we can draft for these teams.
We're really good. So
Juggernaut.
Yeah, I think Juggernaut for Arteezy is very good here.
Oh my! Now they're trolling 100%. This cannot be the truth. They are. Make sure you do not ban Beastmaster and you do not ban TA.
Just random your bans. They're gonna pick TA and Beast anyway. Let's just make sure you don't random the TA and the Beast ban, and you're good. You know what's coming.
5 seconds remaining.
This is honestly just nuts. That
I don't need to do my analysis anymore. You guys can listen back to the VOD of game 1.
Oh.
You'll hear all the analysis there. This is hilarious.
I mean, it is just insane that also Bulba decides, you know what, they want to go the same, we'll go the same.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, the one thing that you can learn sometimes from this is the fact that it's funny, like how it sometimes goes, because obviously one of the teams is not fully correct in their assessment, but both teams willing to run it back just shows that both teams individually think that their draft was superior over the other one in the last game. And I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go fully against that for Shopify, but I do. So Blacklist, good job. They banned the Beastmaster.
No,
we won't get the full run back.
I'm disappointed in that one. Very How many roars were stolen that game?
That's true. Who was the real Beastmaster in that game?
Exactly. You're making sure that Cuckoo can't steal the roars anymore. This is a huge mistake. Now they're going to lose. 100%.
There you go.
Roars,
call it.
No chance.
No free black holes either, as you banned out Enigma earlier on as well. This is not how you pick Rubik, guys.
No. Just pick, I mean, what would you go for? Night Stalker, there's nothing really important to steal there.
Very much not so, sadly. Unless you want your Rubik to fly around the map a little bit.
Yeah, and then give night vision to nighttime to the Night Stalker. Seems more.
Yeah, sounds like a great combo.
It
Shopify.
is an early nullifier builder, though.
That is very true. I mean, he is super annoying for the like supports and brew. I mean, I wonder how hard it is to play Night Stalker because we've legit seen 0. Okay, so both teams did ban out the last picks that the enemy team did have.
That's I mean, at least a little bit of a change up. Last pick is for Shopify, so they can always adjust their off laner towards what Blacklist put up in their safe lane.
Yeah.
I wish that Ursa wasn't so terrible this patch.
Yeah, this hero is so hard to make work. I like simply the fact that a lot of lanes I think are not easy for him to play, and secondly that he's not allowed to really buy Ring of Health into his Battle Fury. It makes it so hard. Like you need to get to a 1200 gold timing to get the Cornucopia, and that is just so hard to do in a lot of these lanes. That's why you just have like Vanguard. Everyone just wants to build a Vanguard or Ring of Health, or you have a healing ward, or you're a Bloodseeker, like you have some built-in sustain.
Faceless Void.
Oh, there's the Faceless Void.
They banned Faceless Void out last time on Shopify as their last ban.
Yep.
And what did Blacklist ban last? I mean, right now, what are you looking for? To annoy. I mean, Venomancer can always be nice against Faceless Void to piss him off.
Yeah, there's. I mean, generally, again, I would love to look.
Nightstalker is still okay. Lycan, that's you actually mentioned Lycan in the last game as well, that they could get Lycan and completely push out the game. It's, I mean, except for techies, they have very little against the Lycan.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a little similar in a way to how Brewmaster wants to fight, right? They both want to like press their ults, transform, and like try to run over the enemy team. I do think that the auras are super good for Jug, which is why, well, it makes for a good supplement pick for the Beastmaster. You're going to buy drums, you're going to buy the Helm of Overlord, you're going to buy the AC, and you're, most importantly, I think you just slay the support super hard. You're going to make it easier for your Jug to run in, you give vision for your Storm, you make it harder for Cuckoo and Tims to like play in the backline, so yeah, I do think that the Lycan pick is very solid, especially in lane against Faceless Void. You should be kind of chilling there.
I think it's a solid choice. The only downside is, of course, that once techies get sharded, it becomes a little bit rougher to make happen with your Beast army. And Shopify, like Lion brings in a lot of control, Storm does a little bit, but Juggernaut, Pugna, and Lycan do kind of nothing. And when you're up against the Faceless Void, you're going to need to get, and Ember, you're going to need to pretty much get all the control you can muster, because they're not easy to catch heroes. Then you've got the Brewmaster that you need to 100 to 0 in one fell swoop, unless you want his brew split to happen. So that is where it gets dangerous. However, Lycan can destroy the mid game really hard if he gets to a winning lane.
I mean, that is basically what Shopify need to get into, is like this minute, I would say like minute 12 to 18-ish, like when your Storm gets his first item, Lycan gets his first item, they really want to, similarly to last game, like push the game forward and like overwhelm team fights, because the later stages of this game, I actually do prefer Blacklist draft later in the game this time around. I think last game I thought Shopify could hold pretty well with the Beast, but this time around, there aren't any like real big answers for the Void. There are some early on, he can get jumped, he can get hexed, but if Raven gets to like play this game out where it drags on, this is going to be a very, very scary Faceless Void. But it's more about the fact, how easy is it going to be for Blacklist to get there?
The plus is also on Faceless Void that he's one of the few Hand of Midas builders still. So we'll be able to eat up the Lycan Helm of the Dominator creep until he gets the Overlord. And Overlord takes quite a bit longer. So that should not be too shabby during the laning stage, later part of the laning stage.
Okay.
It is a pretty weak lane though. Rubik plus Faceless Void.
Yeah, especially against like some Lycan Lion. I think it's a very potent lane from like the side. You have the wolves to help out. We're gonna have a little bit of a rune fight.
Oh,
a lot of damage on Cuckoo.
Cuckoo dropping low. The
Body
blocks with the wolf. Not gonna continue. Gonna back off on both sides. Any surprise? 3 bounty runes picked up for the Blacklist side. Not too shabby of a start.
Yep, definitely nice start for them. I would say bottom lane, I don't know, like Jug, Pugna is... I feel like KP, they should just be doing fine down there again with their brew techies. Like, the only real threat you ever have is what, like, Decrepify into spin, but even that, like, it's a very, like, Taylor combo. You're not playing into any stuns in this lane either, so as long as you're on high HP, you're aware of the blood grenades, I think both sides should just be fairly happy in this bottom lane.
And especially if you get, like, Drunken Brawler with the movement speed buff, you can most of the time outrun the Juggernaut anyway.
Yeah. So he probably doesn't care too much.
Top side, Lion versus Rubik. Same matchup. Like, the supports are always having their own little side lane these days, where they're right-clicking each other.
I guess the good thing for this matchup should be that when Saberlight gets like level 2, 3, and 4, I think you're supposed to out-CS the Faceless Void at least a little bit, since you're gonna have damage from your passive, you're gonna have more damage from the Wolf, so if Crick can like be around and annoy Raven or force Cuckoo into a 1v1, I think both of those scenarios just straight up benefit Saberlight, or at least they should.
One thing that's also a nice plus on Lycan is that Diadem, I have no idea how to pronounce it, does of course give you +6 all attributes, and he is universal now. So he does get that big right-click damage, and he's already starting to bully Raven a little bit in lane.
Yeah, Lycan hurts. There was a couple games that Ace played, I think, at Dream League, where Lycan looked very, very solid. Like, he was out-CSing, I think, perhaps even a Morphling in one of the lanes. So then I was like, yeah, okay, this hero has got better laning than perhaps he even used to. And like you said, he's universal. By the Diadem, you have a couple branches that are going to give you like a lot of damage. You're going to build into Helm of Iron Will, and then you just don't really care about this Void in the lane. Like, you can kind of ignore him and just, out-CS the hell out of him.
It's a scary hero. You hit level 6 as well, you can pretty much guarantee a kill every single time, especially considering Blacklist doesn't really have any good disengage. I mean, Faceless Void can of course leap, and the Ember as well, but Rubik's dead.
It's more about, like, Shopify will really need... I mean, at least what's good for them is that Lycan and Storm, they play really well together. I mean, I would actually go as far as to say that their 3 cores play well together. The auras you get are gonna help Jug a lot to like carry the game and deal more damage. The vision you get and like the run in helps your Storm to like find the jumps he wants. And when Storm zips in return it also makes it way easier for you as Lycan to run in there and get the targets you want. So there's definitely a lot of synergy going on there. But they're gonna have to hit those moves, because if they don't, as I was saying before, Blacklist draft later on is gonna be incredibly scary.
They do have a couple of tools, of course, even against Chrono with the Decrepify that can be pretty nasty late portions. Storm is hard to catch most of the time anyway, even though they do have a lineup that, okay, you can hit him with a nice tornado from the Brewmaster and then just throw the Chrono on top of him afterwards. There's definitely good catch possibilities, Rubik as well, instant lift. So it's not like it's going to be the easiest Storm game, but Shopify, the fact that Raven is already struggling this much in lane, Saberlight's got 10 denies. Lycan is looking to just get some revenge for last game. There's also pretty much nothing you can steal from him as a Rubik.
Yeah, that's not the best. I mean, I guess like Howl was like meh. Wolves can be like okay, but it's not like some game-breaking spell. It's not like Roar. And honestly, Faceless Void just hates to lane against these heroes. Like, Void wants to lane against heroes that you're gonna pop your spells on him, you time walk it off, right? But if you're getting constantly owned by like some Venomancer Poison Sting, or you're just getting hit every time you run in, or you get out-CS'd by this Lycan, who, by the way, I love that Saberlight did go to Diadem first, not the Helm. He doesn't need it. As you were saying, it gives him so much damage, and he's already sustaining himself a lot. He has 83 damage level 3, and that's probably gonna go up to like 90 something when he gets level 4 with the 2nd level and passive. So yeah, I don't think this lane is gonna get much better for Raven at this point.
It's
there's the Howl actually.
It's Cuckoo getting smacked right now, and the body blocks as well from the Lycan Wolves. Very nicely done. Cuckoo is gonna be able to stay alive, but just barely. And also, once Lycan gets that level 3, you get the cripple on the Wolves. Sorry, you get the invis on the Wolves. Level 4, you get the cripple. But once you get the invis, you have the he can just constantly keep scouting and harassing while First Blood gets secured in the bottom lane. Fly might die afterwards, tries to stay alive.
Nice blocks.
A little bit longer, but will get right-clicked KP with a double.
Very interesting. Like, both times in this offline dual lane, they just make things work that I feel like you don't really expect. I mean, we've seen it more and more, you know, Techies gets off a blast off from Fog and like catches people off guard. That's exactly what happened here. Arteezy was low HP, gets blast off, couldn't pop his stick, couldn't pop his Fairy Fire, and yeah, great kills for Blacklist down bottom.
And the big plus as well for Blacklist is that Carl is level 6 before Abed this time, and he's actually doing a really good job against Abed. Will get ganked as we speak. However, with the Fire Remnant down, refills his bottle with a double damage. Now they've got to be careful themselves that he doesn't decide to turn that one around.
Juking himself. Happens to me all the time. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna juke you, and then you're like, oh shit, I just ran back into him.
So the only lane that is struggling for Blacklist is top, which is heavily struggling, granted, but you know, he's going hand to Midas. It's a recovery item. He's just gonna farm for quite some time. Mid's going well for Blacklist. Bottom, KP is, I mean, once he hits level 6, that's when the hero is active. And he's already smacking away at Arteezy.
I mean, it's just so funny how different Dota is with just some snowballing again. Like, last game Abed was 6 before him and they instantly got a kill. This time around Carl is 6, so the same play doesn't really happen as Arteezy is cosplaying the last game.
But too slow, and he doesn't have spin.
KP is coming. Blast off. You can always keep him
a little bit too soon with the blast off. The only way to interrupt a TP attempt there, and yeah, KP was a little bit too far away, but he's getting close to his mana boost. That will mean just a bunch more harass in the lane. Well, Helm of the Dominator is done on Saberlight. He went for the Ogre Bruiser so that he can get the Ogre Slam. Come on, I want to see that Ogre Slam connect.
Yeah, I want to see the stun into the Hex, into the Ogre Bruise. That's what if I see a hero die like that, I'll just start smiling. As Carl is deeping up here.
With the double damage.
He does have a DD.
Did they see him? Well, they know he TP'd out because otherwise they wouldn't run that far back.
They have a mid ward on him, where I guess they did see the TP out. I mean, I guess it's not the biggest commitment for Ember if you have a Remnant back. Now there's an 8-minute active rune.
This picked up, but there's Zip on the side. Cuckoo is going to get caught. Abed gets that kill. 1k net worth lead for the side of Shopify.
So Shopify they're gonna have to look to play through Saberlight. He's the one that will, I think, kind of allow them to be played through. Like, sure, you can play with Abed, but killing this Ember mid, I think, has a very low chance. So you just play through your Lycan, try to push through the S-Fly.
Yeah,
runs into Raven.
He cancels his twin gate TP, and will lose his life because of it. It's very unfortunate. The twin gates are a scary prospect later in the game, especially because you've got techies, so he's going to have all those mines around the place. And they're going to swap lanes. Brewmaster top.
I like this rotation. Like, Void doesn't really want to be top against Lycan. He didn't really want to be there the last 8 minutes either, but he had to kind of do it for a while. Now KP, he has Vanguard. He can just kind of chill top, and I want to see if Shopify want to try to like enforce this top play, because if you're not bringing more heroes here, I don't know if you can really kill KP. Looks like they want to go bottom instead, as Crit is TPing there.
Yeah, they're looking for a catch. There's a level 6 Lion, so you got the Finger of Death to worry about, and that is definitely a lot of damage that the Faceless Void cannot handle.
If Blacklist get to keep this map state that they've put themselves in right now, they are going to be very happy. Like, if KP just gets to mirror the Lycan without Lycan getting to use his ult, getting a kill, and slowly taking towers, I think you're very much chilling. Like, Raven's gonna get to recover, as you mentioned. He's gonna go for Midas. He's gonna be very happy if this game drags on.
It's not too shabby at the moment. You also have very scary supports again on the Rivalries and Blacklist Rivalry side. Blacklist Rebellion. Yeah, it's gonna be
Blacklist Rebellion.
Yeah, I'm getting confused with the Rebellion.
Don't worry, it happens to me too.
I'll just stick to only the first part of their name.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Let's Saberlight up top. I mean, they're looking for a play, right? Like, you have Brewmaster, you would love for a fight to happen here. Saberlight does kind of sniff it out, though. It's been a fairly slow last couple minutes, but I like this move from Saberlight. sometimes you are in this type of game where they're going to put an offlaner to stop you from pushing and maybe someone else TPs. So the way that you abuse this is that you're like, okay, you TP top, now I'm just going to walk mid. And if you want to follow me, go for it. So now he's just going to go mid, try to make the Ember come back. He's making KP respond to him as well. Let's see what we get out of this.
There is going to be a zip forward. Carl's still using that regen rune. Tier 1 tower towards mid's going to be the target. KP still has his split at the ready. He should be able to use it. Carl jumps away. One more fire remnant left for the Ember. But the tier 1 tower is dropping pretty quickly. Heal comes out. Hex onto Carl. Ember takes some heavy damage, but Crit's going to be the one left behind. Hunting for more with that split. The 2 supports are in trouble. And a fly kill. He's trying to heal himself up. But Tornado, upon catch, upon kill, because KP can just hit him with the good old Thunderclap. Actually misses the Thunderclap, or does it?
No, he lives. No way,
no,
right?
It just whiffed. All over the place. Fly does die. Abed's gonna.
Oh
my god! The
god.
mid-air drag back onto Tim's. That was disgusting. Going for the aggressive zip, gets immediately lifted up, but the finger from Crit will still find Tim's in the process. Abed needs to be careful.
Roots, blood grenades.
Running out of mana. Carl does
nice
have
touch.
a Searing Chains in 2 seconds, but Abed's too far gone. That catch from Abed mid-air.
That was sick,
wild.
actually. I've not seen that before. That was actually sick. Like the fact that you're just like, yeah, don't worry, bro. I'm gonna click on you, and the moment you come in, I'm just gonna drag you in instead of like trying to, you know, think about zipping it. It just shows how much this little man is playing and enjoying his Storm Spirit. Saberlight gets to go top, so he does get to take one of the towers in return. But once again, I'm kind of liking what Blacklist have done. I do think both teams made some very good plays here where Shopify go mid, they pressure, tower goes low, Blacklist kind of repel it, but now once the cooldowns are down for them, Arteezy gets to go mid, he gets to take the tower. So all in all, Shopify still got to take 2 towers within like 1.5 minutes.
While all of that was going on, though, Raven is caught up to the bottom of the course, at least to Abed, and Arteezy's not even that far ahead of him. So with the Hand of Midas, the extra experience that you also gain from the Hand of Midas, it scales you pretty strongly in the late game, and you did mention that's exactly where Blacklist is looking to go with their lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Like with this Midas too, right? I mean, so far I'm definitely very impressed with how Blacklist like use some of the heroes. Like they're using the Brewmaster to kind of mirror the Lycan. Whenever there's a Lycan form, you use your Brew Split, you get the kind of team fight that you want. They're only down 1k gold, so I think they should still be feeling pretty okay. I mean, the game plan for Shopify is not changing. They now have a Helm of Overlord. It's time to go again, make a smoke, try to get a pick off, take Roche, take a tier 2, like get more of the map to help Arteezy out and try to shrink the map for Raven. But so far, KP has a Crimson Guard. They're gonna get, I mean, Crimson Guard is even better this game than last game. Now it's Jug and Lycan. So yeah, once again, some very cool items coming out.
It's slightly less useful load storm game, but it's still a nice tool to have against the heroes on the Shopify side. The only one that does not really care about it. I guess the armor that you get from it is pretty nice against Lycan.
No, didn't get the gold. Well played by Saberlight, as I think the tier 2 is kill stealing, or maybe he probably took over the new creep. Well played by Saberlight, kind of wasting their time. But they're smoking, and they have an arcane rune on Abed, the classic Spirit Man getting his arcane. Zip zap.
And yep, they lose Cuckoo very quickly.
He actually died by trying to place a healing ward against the Pagna ward that he just stole from the Jug. So Fly will be credited for the kill. Maybe it was Mastermind Cuckoo making sure that Fly gets the kill and not anyone else.
This just shows the respect as well towards KP on that Brewmaster. He comes up and immediately everyone's like, nope, I'm gone. I ain't dealing with KP.
No.
He's too scary.
Yeah, I'm good. He's got the Max out Thunderclap and Cinderbrew. As they're kind of looks like they're looking a little bit bottom on Arteezy as well. With the
I mean,
void.
they can just chrono and interrupt his TP. He does have an Omni Slash that can be pretty nice. He does get it off. Crimson Guard, look at the damage. Which damage? Exactly.
What damage? Yeah. What did he do? Nothing. Okay, they're gonna go Roche. Well, at least Abed gets to still take the Aegis. But
actually,
that's a
they're gonna
big
take
kill.
the Twin Gates.
Oh, they're coming actually, you're right.
There is
they're
no
pinging
chrono available though. And that's the scary part. They're dropping pretty low. Nice Sun's coming through. But take some damage. KP still has the split, so they do have to be a little bit careful. On the side, it is going to be Carl charging in, trying to go for Saberlight. Saber Chad running through the trees. Bruce Split still going on. Raven with the bashes onto Fly. Can he get the kill secured? Yes, indeed. Actually, Carl comes in with the sneaky kill steal. Roche is not that low, actually. And Bruce Split has ended at the same time as the Lycan Shapeshift. So they deny Roche dropping. It's a 2-for-1 trade, which obviously is not favorable for Blacklist, but they deny Roche.
Yeah, like if we don't look at just straight up, oh, how did the gold change, how did the XP change? Like the state of the game is so good for Blacklist. Like just delaying any of these moves is great. You know, your Void stays alive. Raven is ahead of Arteezy in net worth with like just a Midas. Literally the moment Arteezy got Battle Fury, he dies bottom while TPing out, so now he has to walk. Like any little delay of this game benefits Blacklist every single time. And they're doing an incredible job at doing that. I don't know if they can contest this Roche now, this Roche attempt. I feel like it's a very tough ask.
Chrono and 60, yeah, it's a bit rough. They don't just split, no Chrono. I mean, they're easier to get into the area now, but it should just probably drop. They also don't have Carl in the area. He doesn't have a TP for 40 seconds.
Yeah, like if you can like just push out the waves, which they are, like right now KP and Rubik, they're just smacking out some waves. Carl is running down mid. Tim's is getting some more aggressive mines off. Raven is farming. So I think overall just very nice read of the games. Like both teams are kind of just doing what they have to do. But so far Blacklist response has always been, I feel like they've always chosen the best option of what they could do so far. And I mean, they're ahead in this game at 17 minutes. They're playing phenomenal.
It does get very scary once Saberlight gets his nullifier done. Like the supports at that stage. Going in on to Cuckoo. Gets taken down before he can get any steals. KP does not have a primal split available yet. They
run, brother.
Yeah, they have Electric Vortex at the ready. He is very much in trouble. He's just trying to delay it as much as possible, but will be hunted. God, that hero is stupidly tanky.
Yeah, I mean, just having like the
Tide to be doing that.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have his passive maxed out. Like his passive is still it's level 1, and it's already a very high amount of evasion. Like you can just wait. There's also a talent on Brew where you get a like +1 multiplier as well, which honestly that stuff is pretty good. I've seen some people go for that. So yeah, Brewmaster. Oh, he's actually going for a Lotus again. It looks like, as he did buy the recipe. He has the Arcane Boot, so he can split it. I guess he still thinks, I mean, it can reflect an Omni Slash. It's good against a potential Hex, right? Like you can put it on someone and it will make it harder for a crit to commit. And I guess Abed is also buying Orchid, so yeah, there's still a multi-purpose for the Lotus.
Yeah, especially the Orchid is, it's kind of a necessity. It's either that or guarding Greaves, and considering Texas is going for Greaves, you need to get the load so that you can at least get the Brew split off during a team fight.
Yeah.
Unless you go for like what the upgraded diffusal. Juggernaut is in trouble and going for the TP. Oh, he does manage to get out just barely, of course. These days, when you spin, you still take magic damage. Techies can be very scary. I was surprised he didn't throw out a blast off there because it does like reduce the damage by what, 50 or 80%, I think. But it still is damage.
Yeah, he could have still dealt some... Honestly, it would have been pretty close. He could have maybe tried for it. But at least Arteezy, he got off the healing ward, gets the TP out. Now the game is in a bit of a... It's like both teams are just trying to get out lanes. Like Shopify are trying to push in lanes to make moves, whereas Blacklist are pushing in lanes to kind of dodge Shopify's moves. Because now they still have that Aegis on Abed's doing very well. Still a 60% win chance for Mr. Shopify Rebellion. I'm not too surprised, but I do think like whichever way the next fight goes, this win percent is gonna really skyrocket in that team's favor, like by a lot.
Yeah, they got that nullifier now on Lycan. The support's dead. Even the Ember Spirits, like Flame Guard's instantly dispelled.
Yeah.
Crimson Guard. It's really tough to face up against this early of a nullifier.
The only way that people can maybe live is like some KP gets off a split and like he purges the wolves from Saberlight and like stuns him or pushes him away. Because yeah, like Pavis useless, Crimson Guard useless. So I'm a very big fan of this Nullifier pickup from Saberlight. That's also another reason why maybe the Lycan is slightly better than the Beast in this game, simply because you feel better buying an early Nullifier on this hero, and you kind of knew that this Crimson Guard from KP is coming out again. And honestly, you got dumpstered by the Blacklist supports last game. So great, just great Nullifier pickup.
Yeah, the supports were the big issue, and he's trying to rectify that. He's also top net worth of the game. He's been honestly playing remarkably well. Kind of a comeback from giving away 5 roars to Cuckoo last game. that was not his finest moment.
Yeah, it's a rough one sometimes. You like end up playing the game. It's minute 15. You're like, oh shit, I gave away roar, and then like you start thinking more. But honestly, good Rubik players, they will always find a way somehow. Like giving it away once is cool, but yeah, more than that is not always the best. But Carl's gonna finish up his BKB. Raven also getting close to his, so I think Shopify should look to just continue to speed up the game, because Blacklist are getting to like bigger and bigger items, which they're just looking for in order to fight.
Yeah, Raven's getting closer towards the BKB. Last game you at least had a roar against BKB. This time they don't have, like, Omni Slash is all they have that they can use really realistically against BKB, and that makes it significantly scarier once Raven has it secured.
I mean, unless Raven gets Hex stunned, I don't think he can really die later in this game. Like if there's a Lotus Orb where they just take off the Orchid, or like they throw a Lotus on him after any spell. Like if he gets Omni'd and he can Time Walk, like the Omni Slash is just literally gonna stop. So that's just a sick matchup for him. Aegis expired, and I don't think Shopify got as much out of that Aegis as they would have liked. So I really want to see like the next 1, 2, 3 minutes. What are they gonna try to do on the map?
They might want to get their own Tormentor soon, because of course on the opposing side, Tim's got a free shard, and I mean, the Rubik also, like, they have 2 incredible shard heroes. On Shopify, they have pretty okay shard heroes, but they're not actually that good.
They're not very impressive in this game, right? The shards, like for both Pugna and Lion. It gives you less incentive also to go back. Yeah,
that's all that it does. I mean, for the Pugna, this like extra cast range in Netherworld, that's kind of what it does. You're not gonna be life draining it anyway.
So what's happening here?
Oh, immediate jump coming out onto KP, and Tim's Nullifier gets nice Chrono on the back line. Does he get the damage in? He's going for the line. Actually turns his attention towards Fly, because he had a 2-man save there. Raven's dropping very low, needs to leap out of harm's way. They find 2 kills. And a dieback came through. Cuckoo actually stole Omni Slash and was going ham onto Saberlight. But they're going to focus onto Arteezy instead. And the shapeshift's about to end, so Saberlight has to TP out. So yeah, you can throw everything and their grandmothers onto your opponents, but if he hits a chrono, it becomes dangerous as hell.
They only killed the techies there, huh? Like KP actually lived all the way through. He didn't even die. That's a lot of damage. It actually only resulted in... yeah, in 1 kill. Carl kind of went ham in that fight. He has the Orb of Corrosion. I think he also has the Orb of Destruction from the tier 2 items. Great chrono, and, you know, Cuckoo, if you can't save yourself with items, just steal an Omni Slash to, like, dodge harm's way for, like, 3-4 seconds. It's really sick.
Yeah, that was kind of nice to see, because Lycan would have absolutely smacked him in 3 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, 3.25 seconds of just chilling. Also has a Pupil's Gift. Pretty nice pickup in this game. Give yourself some more armor, some more HP, just make yourself more survivable. And I mean, how do Shopify... yeah, I wonder if he's gonna commit to that, because obviously it's not very good against the Nullifier, but maybe he feels like I can survive the first initial seconds, and by the time Nullifier is over, I still have like 1 or 2 hits left, and then I use it. Maybe there's some idea behind that. That's Abed getting a little bit just poked by Carl. Nothing too crazy happening.
I mean, he should just probably stick to the Omni Slash at this stage. Roche will respawn on the dire side, and it is going to be up in 20 seconds. They've got the wolf in the pit, so they will know on the side of Shopify. And that's Roche number 2 with the good old Gouda, the cheese.
Indeed. As what did he spend his money on just now? Gem?
Gem.
Yeah, sounds like good idea. You get to see, especially the wolves. It's like very annoying when you play against Lycan. And yeah, I mean, as Blacklist, I don't think you need any game-breaking items on your supports. You know that the longer this game goes, your cores are getting very happy. Like, they're all getting to this territory where if they get initiated on by Shopify, it's getting harder and harder for them to get bursted, right? They're getting more levels, they're getting more items. Raven is sitting at 2k HP, Carlos 2k HP with a BKB. Let's see if they get to contest this Roche. If they're in time, they could consider it, but it looks like they're just going to give it up because they know the more time that passes by, they're kind of chilling.
No, Raven's TPing. He didn't even finish off the creeps. Immediately going for the TP towards his team so they can go for a smoke play.
Well, they will be too late, at least if they want to contest Roche. So Shopify at least got that going for them. Now they have Aegis and Cheese.
Actually, Tim's is building into a very fun item. He's trying to go for Ags as his second item on the techies. And against Lycan, it's fun because he cannot run through the minefield with his minion army.
Yeah, I guess he just gets blown the hell up, so I'm kind of down for it. I don't know if it's amazing, but I see the idea. I just want to see it, and then I'll know. Because for now, I can't really give a... I've only seen it once or twice, and once it was really good, and once I was like, what the hell? This guy is griefing.
Yeah, it's a very situational tool, and it's also hard to really find the placement because you need to have everyone locked. Like, the nice part is if you get a good chrono and you just like place it underneath the chrono, so if everyone wants to run away, they just get blown to smithereens.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's a very funny axe. I've not been able to make up my mind yet how good it is, but I must say that there's a lot of cool itemization in this game. Like Carl going for the... I mean, BKB Shiva, I don't think that's anything too crazy, but him taking the Defiant Shell, just getting more stats and getting armor from your neutral item to just live with this initial initiation. Because I would say Shopify's teamfight, it's more on a timer, I would say. Like, during this Lycan form, they need to like get 1 or 2 kills or their fights are really hard. Whereas for Shopify, I think... whereas for Blacklist, I'm also screwing up the team names. It's easier for them to just, I think, drag out fights, especially with Raven. Like, if he just gets some time walks off or time dilations, he's gonna be chilling. He's gonna out-carry the Jug in the fights too. So today the game's getting harder for Shopify.
They need to make sure that that Aegis and Cheese gets something off of the map, maybe a team fight win or another. I do like the fact that Storm Abed's also going for a Scythe, knowing that Ags is nice, but right now you need that single target lockdown against both the Ember and the Void. They are lacking that extra roar from last game.
Not the Scythe is going to be a
stolen one, but their own one.
Hopefully we will not give away that Hex, otherwise Arteezy is going to have to deal with some trouble once again. But this Hex pickup, like Hex plus Nullifier, is just... it can definitely change games because it gives you a win condition again. It makes it easier for you to burst heroes because they can't save them, they can't BKB because they're Hex. So maybe that's like really what they need. Hex, Nullify the Faceless Void, get off an Omni Slash, or literally on anyone. Whoever they use this combo of items on, they can die.
Now you also have the Ember Shivas, as you mentioned, the extra armor, insane against the Shopify lineup, but also the healing reduction is remarkable against Pugna and the Juggernaut healing ward.
Yeah. No, it's just a great Shiva's game. Like, not just that, like as you mentioned, the heal reduction, like having the bonus armor. If you ever want to like go in to kill the supports, because that's generally what Ember wants to do. Like, you're either playing on long range with poking and slide chains, or at some point you commit in the backlines, you want to see the supports. Shivas helps you slow them down, deal more damage, gives you vision of them. So, yeah, Carl Ember is... I've played against this before, and I don't really envy Shopify for having to play into it. Because his net worth is no joke either.
Yeah, no, he this time he did not get smacked in the laning stage. 5-0-1, third in net worth, only beaten by Saberlight and his own safe laner on the Faceless Void, who's going for Lincoln's next. Not going for the Nullifier, surprisingly enough, against the Pugna. But, I mean, it's not a bad choice, because Glimmer doesn't really help people inside the Chrono, considering you just constantly get vision. It's only the Pugna to grab fight. Granted, that is a saving tool and then some. But the Lincolns also keeps himself alive against the soon-to-be Scythe of Ice.
I mean, a good thing that very likely maybe KP is calling for it, or Raven as well, is that you probably don't need to necessarily buy a Nullifier to take off the Decrep because you have KP on Brew. Like maybe, you know, he has an Air Panda around and you communicate, okay, when I Chrono, I want your Air Panda to be around, hold your Purge for the Decrepify. Or maybe you can lift the Pugna or stun him, you know, there's multiple ways, so maybe that's one way that they're working around it. Because I feel like so far, if any team is going to use Brew to its full potential, it might just be Blacklist.
Blacklist, they see one of the blasts going to the side on towards Tims. They're like, someone's nearby. It's a bit scary.
Nope. I remember I played a pub a couple days ago. The enemy team had Bounty Hunter. We went to hit their Tormentor, and then the same thing happened. Like, we just knew he was there, we dusted and we killed him. I don't know if it should work like that, but it does. The Shopify see that Cuckoo was there. A well played by Boss Cuckoo. Him being there just forced them all away, and now they get the Tormentor. With the healing ward. It's a good steal.
Get the shard. Ooh, nice. Rubik. That's the save against the Nullifier.
Yeah, he deserves that one, as there's a dragon.
Is he going to be able to get it? Or no, he's not going to be able to find a creep in time to Helm of the Overlord. It's actually on cooldown, so he wouldn't really be able to use it. He's got the AC done now, though. He's going for his own Scythe.
Yeah, I do like the Scythe pickups. It will like be definitely a big game changer in this game, as we touched on earlier. Abed does have his complete, so I do think they could look at a move soon. Arteezy deals a lot of damage if he... It's just all basically going to be about the initiation. They need a clear zip, hex, and try to go on someone and burst that target down. And if they fail, I think their entire team fight... Their entire fight might just be over if that doesn't succeed.
Carl is invised up. He's looking for anyone getting close to the action. They definitely know where the other team is playing from at the moment, considering they kind of spotted each other out farming creeps.
Both teams are slowly trying to like take over the map. I think we're still... Yeah, both teams are holding gems. We have KP who has one, and then Fly is holding one for Shopify. Maybe they want to pass it on to someone else. It's just... Pugna's not always in the front of the fight and not the best hero at de-warding. It's a bit hard for you to enter some areas. But I do like that Shopify are smoking. But once again, you know, Blacklist, they just...
Oh, Raven gets spotted out.
Raven?
The Wolf gets vision and Raven is dead. Huge kill coming in there. And they didn't use Shapeshift, but there is no... Well, he has a buyback in 5 gold. So he will actually be able to rejoin the fray if need be. He does have a pretty good lineup to keep them off of the base, though, with the techie spam and Carl's light.
That's just a crucial smoke. And we instantly see the Hex come in. Great micro from Saberlight to give the vision here. But I feel like Arteezy should be able to hit. Let's see if they can really spam him out. Like with this healing ward and people being behind him. As Cuckoo runs in with the Glimmer. Kills the healing ward and lifts himself back in. Yeah, boss Cuckoo. I agree.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. Just Glimmer, walk forward, right click, lift back, bye bye.
He just stopped the push on a Rubik with a right click. That was pretty funny.
20 seconds more until Raven is back, so they have to be careful. They're actually going to go in onto the Brew. But Glimmer, he also got the load sorb off on himself in time, so no Omni slash quick kill.
Honestly, I don't think KP dies unless there's like a Bloodthorn or like an MKB on someone. Because if he just has like the air stance that he has now, the evasion is just so huge.
Yeah, at this stage, he gets 30% evasion. If he uses Cinderbrew, he gets 90% evasion.
Yep.
Okay, seems legit. Omni slash miss.
Yeah, I've seen this before. Like, both the Earth stance where you get a lot of armor and magic resistance as well. You go up to like 60% magic resist just from that alone, or as you just said, the 90% evasion. It looks hilarious. Like people hit you and they're like, "What the hell's going on here?" And then it usually happens like 1-2 fights, and then your enemies are like, "Okay, I guess I need a MKB to kill this clown."
And then you gotta build an MKB because you gotta kill a Brewmaster. That's not really a position you want to be in. But Roche is about to respawn.
Oh, they're all twin gating.
Yeah, they're taking the twin gates through. Roche is up in 10 seconds. Third Roche with the refresher shard. This is a huge refresher shard game. Abed, smoke gets broken. Do they know? They do manage to get a catch onto the Juggernaut,
Hex.
but the Hex is perfect onto Raven. Can they go for the kill? Jump comes in, Omni Slash bounce around. Bosku is in a lot of trouble. Finger gets used. He's actually going to stay alive thanks to the Glimmer. Falls back. No Chrono, no Omni. Arteezy's going to get smacked. Does stay alive in the process. Buyback comes out from Bosku and they need to disengage, or do they? Raven's going to go for the right click fight up against Crit. Takes down the line on the side, but buybacks aplenty on both sides. KP, no split left in the tank either. He's very tanky, but he is finally going to be able to get control.
Nice.
Carl jumps in with a great slide to slow them down. KP is still not dead yet. Loadsharp, Spell Reflex, Abed is being healed in the process by Fly. Lift up, stun comes through.
The Lotus
Juggernaut,
Reflex.
Arteezy. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Actually, Raven's going to try and go for the supports, knowing that he does not have a buyback on Crit. He's trying to get the Hex off, does manage to get it casted onto Raven. But it is still the Juggernaut going ham. The 20, level 20 talent is keeping the Juggernaut alive. How insane is that? Lifesteal coming through. Arteezy is still not dead. Lee, heal from Fly. Try and keep him alive. Lift up, drag back out of range. Finally, they kill Arteezy. Abed gets the TP away. Fly is going to get hunted down as a last one to fall. But my God, Arteezy. They really need to rework that level 20 talent.
What a sick team fight. Yeah. So the way that the Bladens lifesteal works, I think it gives you lifesteal before reduction. So it doesn't matter what type of armor they have. He was lifestealing so much in this fight through. Look at they dealt 31,000 damage. And I feel like they dealt like 10,000 damage to Arteezy alone. Through the healing ward, the lifesteals, some very crucial buybacks from both teams. But Carl and Cuckoo coming in clutch, these long team fights from Raven, just getting off all these time dilations and time walks to also go back and forth, and now it's their Roach. This is incredibly huge.
And I am baffled the most from everything about the fact that KP didn't die. At the start of the fight, uses Brew Split. He was at like 300 HP for a solid 20 seconds around the team fight, going back and forth, getting glimmered by his supports, getting the reactive taser on him. Paviz constantly keeping the Brewmaster alive. Then he gets himself the chance to pop the Cinder Brew, gets the evasion and whatnot. Just impossible.
It's, I mean, legit, when he has the Cinder Brew, he just doesn't die. The evasion is way too high against like the Jug, the Lycan. If they want to kill him, they actually need to nullify him. Because you can dispel the Cinder Brew buff, so honestly, that's a big one. But the thing is, unless you're then also locking him down, he can just use Split, and so there's a high chance that you might just waste all your stuff on him. And now Blacklist are just in a sick spot, where Shopify, going for a 5-minute smoke once more, placing 2 wards, have the Hex. That's the
back.
Aegis.
Okay, that's a very quick Aegis kill. He also still has an Omni Slash at the ready. Raven jump in, has a Chrono if he wants to use
Chrono
it.
available.
Stays alive for a little bit longer. The Nullify does come out because he finally did manage to secure it. Zip on the backline though. Cuckoo does not have a buyback, neither does Carl, so they do have to be a bit careful there. Crit's still alive. Glimmer Cave keeps him going. Raven, is he going to hit the Chrono? Finally gets the catch, going in for Fly. Pugna is dead and immediately turning his attention to what's happening. The bash lock is there. And yeah, indeed, he has the refresh shot. Omni Slash comes bouncing around.
No mana yet.
Trying to soak it up, but KP is actually going to die. Gem gets dropped. And Carl and Raven need to be a little bit careful. He does have that mana available now on Raven for the secondary Chrono, but they just need to bail out.
Yeah, some sick team fighting going on. The Raven was barely missing like just a little bit of mana to try and get off like the second Chrono in that fight. If Arteezy gets to hit with the enemy heroes being Howled and the AC Aura, like look at his damage number, 6.6k with like just a few right clicks and 1 Omni Slash. That's no joke. He also has a Paladin Sword, so I guess it makes a little more sense with how much he was lifestealing earlier. It's Blade Dance plus Paladin Sword, plus the Helm of Overlord from Saberlight.
His lifesteal
That's a lot of lifesteal. Yeah, it's off the chart. There's the Ags on Techies.
That stat. How much lifesteal a hero had during a fight.
I will get there eventually, but I'm pretty sure earlier he healed his entire health like 2.5 times throughout the fight. But Carl is... This Ember is getting very scary, because we can see a lot of these team fights, they're about the supports, right? How long are the supports staying alive? How long can KP like move around and also live through this. Now that Carl has an entire Aghanim Scepter completed with a Spell Prism, high levels, and the Shard, plus his BKB, he can really make crits and flies life like hell.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wild couple of engagements, but Raven is starting to get scary as well. He's building up the Skadi next, which is going to reduce that healing of the Juggernaut significantly, and of course of the Pugna, which is going to be the big deal. He's also almost level 25, probably going to go for the backtrack talent.
Yeah, it's like it could just be game breaking. He gets a backtrack talent, they go on him with some hacks, he backtracks some stuff, time wall chrono. As Arteezy is going to build himself a null, it looks like, as well. It's going to be, yeah, another different answer against the Brew, a Linken's Break against the Faceless Void, because we've seen it from all these fights. The fights will be good for Shopify if they can zip in, hack someone, commit, and kill that target.
Which is really hard considering the lineup. They also have the Techies Ags, by the way,
Yep.
so you got the Minefield sign. I'm looking forward to seeing if it's going to do anything.
Same.
Because in the last fight, he just got jumped and killed.
No Ogre Seal this game either, unluckily for them. I think from neither of the supports were able to get that. We do have a Ninja Gear on Cuckoo, so that helps, and a Timeless Relic on Tim, so a bit more on the slightly aggressive side, as Arteezy does not have enough money to finish up this Nullifier.
They all have shards on the side of Blacklist, so they don't really need the Tormentor. I mean, it gives them money.
Yeah, everyone loves money.
Money is pretty A-okay. Easy, 280 gold each.
Okay, 5-man smoke.
Bounties.
There's wolves all over Blacklist right now, so there is some vision that Shopify can use. Okay, they did get to kill it with the gem. But Shopify do know where Blacklist are located on the map right now.
The couriers are flying out. They're all headed towards the bottom part of the map.
Oh, the Lotus.
There's still a cheese on KP as well, and I mean, if they get the jump on KP, it's really hard to kill him off in one fell swoop.
He like 2600 HP, some AC Aura, he has Lotus, he has Crimson.
Trickster now.
Yeah, Trickster
some more
Cloak,
evasion, because why not?
Yeah. 20% evasion, 20% magic resistance. I mean, Trickster Cloak is still a sick item. Like I do think they've done a very great job nowadays at balancing neutral items, but I think there's still a few that, in a specific like situation, Trickster Cloak's value is like, it's one of them. It is through the roof. Like if all you're trying to do is like survive and tank more, 20% evasion and magic resistance from a free item is quite nutty.
That also gives you invis, because why not? Just make it extra ridiculous.
And so we're gonna do a little poking.
Tim slow sieging with the mines. The next Roche is probably gonna it's definitely gonna be Dire.
Yeah, they've all been Dire today, I think. Like all these Roches.
Yesterday all Radiant, today all Dire. I want to see the free Ags. Come on, who cares about Refresher Shard? It's boring. Ags
it is
kind
of boring. We have a Bloodthorn on Raven now. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I like seeing that item on Faceless Void, but it's definitely been a while. Another reason why I do like it is that generally when you are full slotted on Void, you want this item that Raven has queued up right now, which is the Refresher. And it's not that easy to have this entire mana pool. You generally need like Linken's or Skadi, or in his case, he's going to have Linken's Bloodthorn. It's going to help him get kills, magic resistance, but also most importantly, the mana pool to then end up with this. Yeah, one of the best 6-slot items on Void is just having a Refresher Orb.
He doesn't want to have the same situation where he pops that Refresher as we saw previously and then doesn't have the mana for the second Chrono.
Yeah.
Which is the entire
He's 25 now. It's definitely a big deal. You touched on a backtrack earlier.
How does Nullifier not cost mana to use? BKB costs mana to use, Nullifier doesn't.
Yeah, I think Nullifier should cost some mana too. Like, definitely.
Probably will be in the nerf once they decide to nerf it and then no one wants to pick it up anymore.
That might just happen. As I must say that Shopify have done a good job at maintaining like the map and even like coming closer to like lowering this net worth lead that Blacklist do have. And I think all of it stems from like this off-map pressure. Like when you don't see these Shopify heroes, honestly, you need to be really scared. Like there might just be a wolf around if you're not on top of a sentry or a gem. You can get zipped on by a hex. Their Lycan has a hex as well, so they're doing a very nice job in terms of who they're showing on the map. I think it's generally just Arteezy, and the rest they're just making sure that we don't show ourselves, and then Blacklist have to be super scared. Very long Roche respawn.
Yeah, that's
Mass
pretty
TP
much
is top.
close to as long of a respawn timer as possible. So that's not superb.
Yeah.
Wondering what KP's gonna build. He's got 3.6k. Could go for the Ags possibly.
Yeah, I guess you could do that. What else can you do? I mean, saving buyback for now is also super value. Will probably be my #1 gold purchase, and then
bots.
Yeah, I
maybe,
feel
he
like
still has brown
Ags
boots,
is cool.
bots.
Yeah, Ags, bots, maybe like some random Vlads for your Ember and your Faceless Void, just to like have some more auras. As
At this stage as well, he's got 2,000 surplus, so if he dies, he can buy back, buy bots, TP in immediately.
Get some scouting going on, of course, with the Wolves.
Such a long Roche respawn timer. Carl does actually have bots, so he can split the bottom lane forward, and they also have the... Yeah, he's gonna do
he
exactly
will
that.
End up doing that. I mean, that's just such a big deal of when you are at these stalemates. I mean, it was like one of the big reasons why Nature's Prophet and Embers and so on are super good in these situations. Well, if you want to have a standoff, sure. Like, Carl is gonna get gold, get XP, and start pushing in this bottom lane into your tier 3. And eventually, you're basically on a timer where you need to make a decision. And that is not a good situation to be in. You want to be able to chill and make proper decisions with a lot of time and thought.
That is something that Sableye has in mind. He's queued up that he wants to get the shard himself, which obviously does kind of the same.
Yep, that will help.
Without having to be there.
Okay,
High ground push top side. Wait, how is there a high ground push top lane when they're all in front of Roche?
I think Blacklist have not dared to try and push the wave back. I do actually like that Shopify are pushing aggressively here with Arteezy, but Blacklist are coming back.
Jump
poking.
Carl. I mean,
It's
how
hard
much
to
more
commit,
can you do? You don't have a Lincoln's on the Ember, which is kind of scary against the line. And
This is
of
really
course, the
nice
17
though.
Scythers.
Yeah. Like by Shopify, they've done this twice now where they aggressively force back Blacklist, and now they can try to take back the Roche area a little bit, or like give themselves a slightly better position on like the map, as Roche will finally spawn within the next 5 seconds. Like, as we can see here, Shopify got themselves a new lane ward to play around.
Also using the creeps to scout with the wolf, the Satyr Banisher.
Yeah. Well, ward does die, as I mean, these gems have done so much for both of these teams. It's given them so much gold back.
And in front of the Roche bit, it's really who's going to get the first guys. Chrono
That's a
comes
Chrono.
out immediately onto the Juggernaut. He's going to get absolutely nuked. Do they have the damage to take him down, though? He does get the Omni Slash in time. But great AoE Electric Vortex coming out from Abed to hold them down. Can they get the kill? Carl is dead. Tim's is going to be a second one following suit. And there is a minefield across the area, which is kind of neat. There's still Swift Slash available for the Juggernaut to quickly heal up with that level 20 talent. And he's back to full HP. It's insane how much he heals with that talent.
They could. I'm surprised they didn't even get close to killing Arteezy in the Chrono there. I mean, I'm pretty sure they did Bloodthorn him, but even then it was just not even close to being enough.
There's
nice
also
force
no
staff on
boost split
KP.
available. Swift Slash comes out. Lift up, drag back onto the high ground. Tim's with the stun. He does get one connection with his stun. This is problematic because they need to disengage. No buyback available on Tim's. What can they realistically do? They probably have to forfeit this Roshan. If they can even keep KP out of there. Raven trying to slow them down. Carl comes in for the backline.
Carl in the back, instant
needs
hex.
to be careful because he doesn't have a buyback. Carl is completely alone, jumping back towards the rest of his team, and they need to fall back.
A huge win for Shopify in this fight. Not only getting Tim's killed, now he's dead for a long time. They're going to be able to get Roche, as Roche is bumping them a little bit. Carl had to expand
that's going to be an Ags
EQB. Ooh, that's
Lycan free Ags on Juggernaut.
That is
more crits.
Yeah, I think give it to Lycan, bite Arteezy, and just watch Arteezy go ham.
But you can have AoE finger.
I mean, yeah, Crit. What? Crit? You want to have fun? Give it to him. Nah. Now we get the wolf bite. I mean, it's not like Arteezy was already strong enough in this game. Now he's gonna be wolf bitten with all these auras. Yeah, man, this Jug is a damn scary hero in this patch.
Yeah, the fact that with the Aghanim Scepter he's half HP, uses Swift Slash full HP. It's what? How? That's not a thing.
Now he has an Omni Slash duration talent as well. He's gonna look to go for a Swift Blink, like with all the auras being pumped into him, and honestly a lot of control as well, right? They have double Hex on the Lycan and Storm. They have an Aghanims on Storm as well to lock them down with like some Battle Fear Omni Slash, and of course Crit. Like more auras with a Solar Crest and more lockdown. Arteezy is definitely equipped to go ham in these next fights.
The Chrono just not enough damage on the Void. Yeah, that was very surprising.
Yeah, maybe they need... Maybe they thought they dealt more damage. Like, I feel like Bloodthorn used to give you a lot more damage when you used it aggressively. Like nowadays it doesn't really. It gives you the like True Strike, and then at the end, sure, if the Orchid effect pops, you deal more damage, but Raven might just need this refresher. Like, I think they have to play around the double refreshers in the next fight. The double chrono, like 8 to 10 remnants on Carl. Take it slow.
Glimmer.
Lift back, dodges, nullifier. Well played.
Half shapeshift duration's already used on the Juggernaut. KP is like, I want to man fight you, don't worry.
Yep, this is don't mind this, guys. It's a spinning wolf that is swift slashing you. It definitely looks like Dota, not like a custom game. Everything is fine.
No harm, no foul. KP is also getting close to his level 25. Anything? Oh, the Cinder Brew applies fear when ignited. So freaking good.
Yeah, that is like any fear in the game is sick. I mean, that might even be one of the only fears left that we have in Dota, apart from maybe Savage Roar on Lone Druid. And I also like that he's building into a Hex. Like, once again, when it's hard for you to get kills on heroes or surprise them, Hex just kind of gives you that through your itemization. And I would assume that Blacklist will wait out this Aegis. Like, wait out the Aegis, get this refresher, and then... I mean, what stops you from just double chroning Arteezy and trying to all in him? I think that is a valid play.
Yes, it does get scary though, because you're getting to the point where buybacks are a big thing, and then double chrono on cooldown to kill one Juggernaut. He buys back, TP's in, you don't have chrono. Winning the fight at that point is going to be really rough. So that's also an aspect in late game Dota that's scary.
Yeah, you're gonna have to keep that in mind, or at least make sure you don't fight around anything where you can just buy back and be straight on top of. I mean, you're either going with the fact of we ignore him, we kill his team, or we double chrono him, as we're popping some mines. So Blacklist do know that they're smoked here, with an 8k gold lead for now.
Well, that's the shapeshift pretty much ending, and a quick pause for Carl. Headset issues.
Headsets.
Again, you know, long games. They're on. I assume they're all wireless, so shit's dying.
It's taking too long for sure. I mean, we are getting pretty long games. Not just yesterday, but like even today. But we're getting good games, so no complaints here.
Definitely enjoying the game so far. Let's see if we can get a grandiose finish to it.
4 hours.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, records need to be broken.
Sure. We only had like the third longest. I don't think that's good enough, as this is a scary jug that I don't want to play into.
Faces Void though on the other end is also really, like, if he gets a catch in Abed's dead. Yeah. Juggernaut's a little bit rougher, because you can get like his Blade Fury spin off right before you get the chrono, and then it becomes incredibly tough to kill him. He also still has the Aegis at the ready, plus the evasion from Butterfly. That's actually a huge deal. You're gonna need an MKB on the Faces Void.
Yeah, Raven is queuing one up. I think he probably regrets this Bloodthorn pickup. I know that this happened to me once on this new patch where I'm like, oh yeah, you know, Bloodthorn is so good. It's gonna give me the True Strike and like more crits on in the chrono, but nope, it doesn't really work that way anymore. It's I feel like it's more of a hybrid item. Like it's a little bit aggressive, but it gives you a lot of defensiveness. So he's still forced to end up getting this MKB. But to be fair, by the time Aegis is gone, he does nearly have both if he wants to commit to it.
And what more can the Jug go for? He still has a Moon Shard to get. Swift Blink, I guess. There's going to be a very angry Lycan charging forward. Or wolf thing that's not Lycan, but looks like Lycan.
The samurai wolf man spinning with his sword and his healing ward.
And range rack secured. Not necessarily the amount that they wanted to secure with the Aegis, but at least they broke the base first.
Yeah, it's some very high-level Dota being played. Like, it's slow and methodical, but they're increasing their lead. They're getting all the things they need. Abed level 26, only 1 death in this entire game. He has the Shard, he has the Overload attack bounce talent as well now on level 25. It's going to help his team deal a shit ton of damage. So it's not just Arteezy, but if you can like get it on you and Saberlight, it's going to be able to deal a lot of damage as well. So lots of good stuff.
But yeah, Abed's also getting closer towards his refresh orb. Then you got the AoE Electric Vortex, he's level 25, so you got the Overload attack bounce, he's got the Shard. So now also the Storm is going to do a ton of extra damage in the team fight on the Shopify side. They also have a Lotus to get rid of exactly that Bloodthorn, and then rip Evasion, rip True Strike.
So Raven is currently debating if he wants to buy out the refresher. He does have the double cornucopia, but he has the recipe yet to be bought. As Arteezy has a Swift Blink, so even more attack speed for him to just pump into his Omni and Swift Slashes.
Yeah, Swift Blink, Swift Slash, kills off the supports, with the Nullifier of course, kills off the supports pretty quickly.
Saberlight is about to build a bank with 7,500 gold. I wonder what he's gonna buy. That's Manta queued up. I mean, what can he really go? I mean, he can kind of build whatever he wants, but it's like, what will give him the most impact? I don't know if Manta's really the best. I mean, it's kind of chill against chains and like some time dilation. You have most of the auras already.
Yeah,
I could see the...
Manta.
Yeah, I could have seen the... I'm a bit surprised that they don't have any drums or bongo boots in their entire draft. I think it's super good as well with Jug and like to run away from the brew and some slows, but maybe it's a bit too late now. You can start thinking about bigger items. And 3 minutes until the glorious tier 5 items.
Well, it is exactly that. Tier 5 items about to be ready. Definitely looking like they're going to wait for Roche plus the tier 5 items. Then the question is, what are they going to get? Definitely a Mirror Shield kind of game. Yeah, 100% a Mirror Shield.
Yes.
Book of Shadows.
There's gonna be... Yes, there's gonna be a Mirror Shield. There's gonna be a Book of Shadows, so you can save from Chrono and Omni Slash. I want to see a Book of the Dead. I know people usually hate this item. I was very surprised we didn't see any of that yesterday. There's KP running up to D-Ward. Crit trying to aggressively force staff him in. Definitely like the Crit is very open to, you know, just doing some funky and more aggressive plays. Sometimes when you feel it, you just have to go for it.
I'm quickly just checking out the neutral item. I mean, Seer Stone, obviously. Force Boots, I would get Force Boots against all the nullifiers in the game.
Dude, Force Boots are so good. I only realized, I don't know how long ago it's been, but you can use Force Boots on your allies. I think you're back like a while ago, it would only push you. And it also dispels you. Like, it's actually incredible how good that tier 5 neutral item is.
Yeah, that's... It's actually kind of nuts. And in a game with 50 nullifiers all over the place, it's a must-have for supports, especially.
Like, generally, anything that is uncounterable, or like it has no counterplay, at some points in the game, it's just really strong. Like Force Staffs, right? You can play around it, you can get nullifiers and so on, but against Force Boots, there's nothing. They just straight up work, they dispel you. It's super strong, and I have this theory that specific heroes, when they play against specific other heroes, there's a higher chance of them getting a specific neutral item. Or I feel like if you're Drow TA, I feel like the chance of you getting a Grove Bow, I feel like I see it too often for it to just be random RNG. Do you think that's true? Or am I
think-
biased?
I think it's because you notice it sooner when it happens than when it doesn't happen. Like, you see, Drow has the Grove Bow. Yeah, obviously, they get the Grove Bow. But when they have another item, you're not like, oh, Drow has X item. He doesn't have the Grove Bow. You just notice, oh, he has the best item. It's kind of like the same with Storm with Timeless Relic. They always have Timeless Relic, but when they don't have it, you're like, oh yeah, he's got the cooldown reduction. Not important.
That is probably true. Maybe one day I will have connections at Valve and they can tell me if I'm just biased or stupid.
Just broke Gaimin.
Yeah, I'll just call up Gaimin later. I'm like, yo, bro, can you hand me the code?
Come on, give me the source code. I want to see exactly how every interaction works.
How reduces total attack damage?
Look, the Twin Gate's being used. Wolf comes in, blows up completely. The fact that you can still use those creeps to make
I think
the
it's
TP
funny.
happen.
It's hilarious.
Another wolf comes through. That's actually so well done.
Oh, he bashed him instantly. Another bash. Hex.
Chrono comes out on the Juggernaut. Nullify used. The damage is going to be there. The refresher used. Can he get the
Chrono
kill?
him again. Oh,
the
the
stun
blast
is going to get interrupted, but they do find the kill. However,
There's
he
the
buys
buyback.
back immediately. Nullify onto crit. They find the line. 2 kills secured. Abed is zipping in, and so is the Lycan, but they don't have the Juggernaut yet. They just TP'd through. And they have all their spells on cooldown. There is not going to be a Chrono / refresher Chrono coming in for that Roche fight, it seems, though. They did manage to get a double buyback forced.
Yeah, Shopify need to use this timing. They have 110 seconds to make shit happen, and I think they have to. It looks like... So Blacklist want to intercept them halfway through, maybe before they're ready.
Yeah, it's a
'Cause they're already
double
smoking
damage
up.
jug. Going
this is
in
some
on
scary
the
shit.
slash,
One dead.
coming out, and that
Two.
Raven is just going to get annihilated.
Uploaded.
Does stay alive for a second longer, but immediately does buy back together with Cuckoo coming back into the fray. KP
Some AoE
still
suck.
trying to man fight here. The Juggernaut's Hex, they need to lock him down. KP's on the run. Carl, same story, but he's going to get Hex on the side. Tim's has another blast off in a second. And the zip comes forward,
Nice
misses
pull.
the blast off, actually doesn't even use it offensively, but there's Raven back, and does he have the bashes galore to keep his allies alive? KP is going to
All
drop
the
again,
buybacks.
4 buybacks on the side of Blacklist. Carl's going to drop, that's the last buyback available for the Blacklist side.
Well, that is... If they buy back Carl, then they will have bought back literally 5 heroes in this fight. It looks... So Shopify, sure, they lose 1 jug, but exactly what you happened. He buys back. Now they kill 4 heroes. If they take Roach as well, this is a... It's a disaster, but it looks like Carl, he's ready to buy back. He's ready to buy back and bots into this fight. Because look at Blacklist positioning. They are coming.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight. KP's got the split in 15 seconds. The chrono is up in 35. They just need to delay Roche being taken for that duration. Jump in onto Fly. The Pugna has a buyback at the ready, so we'll be able to rejoin as well. They've got the TP location right in front of them.
And the
Hey,
minefield.
the minefield. However, Arteezy is going for Roche. TP comes in from the Pugna. Fly needs to be careful. He's on the other side.
Yeah.
And Raven's looking for the Pugna, who doesn't have a way out.
Oh, that's a big
gets
deal.
used, but Nullifier gets
Black
comes
hole.
in big. The catch on Tanuku, that's going to be a dieback number 1 being secured. Chasing him for more. Bruce Split has been
They have
used.
Chrono.
Raven's got the Chrono available right now, but they might lose Carl and the Ember Spirit in trouble. The Chrono, he gets hit by Abed. He waited, he catches him. Abed with a huge double vortex. Tim tries to get the stun in, but that looks like it's going to be everything, and it's only KP's last Bruce Split. He jumps back out in the nick of time, but it's going to be the end. Abed, the hero save. GG gets called. That was MVP performance from Abed. 100%.
That was actually sick. He also bought a couple celebratory Midases towards the end on Ave to have a little bit of celebration. This game just actually broke open in like 1 fight. Within 1 minute, they get double chronoed. They use all the buybacks. Blacklist kind of run into them, and then you're running into a DD'd, wolf-bitten Juggernaut with like 2,000 auras, and Abed is just going ham in these fights, getting all the right zips and pulls off. Yeah, literally within 1 minute, Shopify are like, we are gonna win this game, and we're gonna do it right now.
It was a wild last fight. Shopify did exactly, what we expected. They lose the Juggernaut buyback, and Blacklist used everything beforehand, so they had nothing left for the fight. It took too long, but that Abed catch with the, like, he moves out of sight to the side because he knows Raven's coming in with the chrono. He knows the timing to the dot. He knows exactly what's going to happen. 2 seconds after his chrono has returned, he jumps in, instant hex, instant kill. Nasty stuff coming out. And really, that's top tier play. Sableye died once. Abed died once. Top tier.
You can always rely on Abed Storm. Like, even in the last game, like, I'm pretty sure he barely died. He was like 6-2. In this game, he has 1 death. Just having like good saves, perfect itemization, knowing when to go in, getting like a 4-man pull, going out, having the hex ready when Raven comes back in. And honestly, sometimes Dota just comes down to these very small plays where you're kind of having a plan. It's like, okay, if they kill me like this, we're going to buy back, take the fight. And they just literally knew exactly how they wanted to play the next minute and just end the game in literally 1 second.
Yeah, that's really like the ultra late game situation where you use your buybacks as a bait. That's like perfect Dota at that stage. Without the chrono, they couldn't kill the Juggernaut. And it was, to me, kind of wild that Blacklist actually tried to contest Roche. That they smoked up, they had no Bruce Split, they had no chrono, they had Carl didn't, like, it was all a very rough scenario. Also, this was a 62-minute game, 62 minutes, 45 seconds. We had 1 tier 5 item picked up. It was the Ex Machina for Raven. Yeah. But that means that during all the 2 minutes, 45 seconds where everyone was rushing towards Roche, no one thought about, let's quickly kill off the Ancients while we're going there. Let's quickly get some neutral items that can win you the game. So it was very hectic in the last stage of the game.
They all just got like caught up in different things. I think like this play on our TZ top happened like around the 60-minute mark, and then it turned into the smoke, then it turned into the Roche fight, and no one really has time to be like, oh, but I want my neutral item. It's like, no, bro, we have to fight right now. Like,
go, go, go. And indeed, they went. It is a 1-1 tie now between Shopify and Blacklist. Not really the score that either of the two teams really wanted. Of course, a win is at this stage what they desire. But there are more matches one more series to be played on the C stream. It will be 9 Pandas versus Nouns. Indeed, Nouns, they did lose to BetBoom 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, earlier today, so they need to recover a little bit more to knock on that top spot, and they're going to have to beat 9 Pandas for it. But before we are going to go towards a short little break, we would like to give a huge thank you to our official Monsters partner in Bali Major 2023, Acer Predator. Work hard, play harder. Thank you very much. We'll be back after the break, ladies and gents. We'll see you then for the next series, 9 Pandas versus Nouns.
什么情况啊？
这怎么像你？
我的脸在谁的身上？
这有点周思源，他那个眉毛有点像他，知道吧？
不会真的是吧
？emo和那个大师的。
不是你吧？
不是我吧？
真的不是你吗？
是我吗？
我就说吧，哎呀，你还说这个眉毛嘛，看一看，感觉跟你的也一样的呀。周家涵，
结合体嘛，就周家涵。
期待我们巴黎 Major 表现，IG 加油！
Glasses and the eyes are I don't think the eyes are ear, is it?
Don't look in the eyes.
Wait, is this beard you though? I think this beard is not you, right? The year and then who's he?
I'm 50% me and then.
Oh, it's us?
What?
What the heck?
The name is David Zhang.
It's like 80% Soxes, so it's of course handsome.
He's ugly.
Oh, come on, there's 80% you can't be like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Too humble.
You guys can come watch us at the Bali Major.
Make sure to cheer for Team Tundra and stay tuned for our playoff games.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the last series of the day already, Kazu. My name is Deacon Truman. As mentioned, I'm joined by Kazu for the last showdown of the day. And of course, it's everybody's favorite underdogs playing.
Nouns are here. Honestly, they're doing very well. They've been surprising me. I mean, they did just play against Bad Boom. Looks like they lost twice to a Nightfall Morphling, which is a... I mean, that's a very scary thing to go into. Yesterday, they beat Morph twice with Anti-Mage. Today, they lost twice against it. So maybe now it's like, okay, can we still beat it? Do we need to ban it? So moving forward, they're definitely going to put more emphasis on that hero.
Yeah, Morphling is just kind of, most teams just ban it out to not have to deal with it. Here we have the current standings. I don't know if these are all the completely updated ones, but as we are of course heading towards Group B, Gaimin Gladiators at the top. That's not too surprising. Any other switch ups? I mean, EG that low, that's a weird one.
Yeah, it's they need to bounce back. I know and heard that Matthew wasn't doing too well. Maybe he did go, like he had to go to the doctor or the hospital or something like that, so hopefully he can recover and they can recover their score. As 9 Pandas, I've been very impressed with them. They did do well in Dream League as well. I mean, they have some crazy players on their team. Ramses has always been very good. I also think, for me, the most standout player for them is Kiyotaka. Like, his mid performance and the heroes he plays are incredible, especially his Tinker is just crazy.
Yeah, it's always a big threat as well. You need to pretty much either consider it or ban it immediately. On the opposing side, Nouns, they've got Mu, of course, Broodmother off lane, Scary, Lelis playing on that Pulse 4, Gunner that plays literally everything. Like he's the NA Thompson in that regard. He just, whatever you give him, he plays.
No, that's I think it's a good point. Like, very often you don't really know what to expect. I know Gunner has like some, he has some funky picks. Same with Mu. Like, they have some mid lone druids that I think they play very well. As you said, Mu's gonna bust out some offlane Broodmother or Visage or whatever they really need, and they'll just make it work. I'm very happy for them that they seem to be doing, at least the start of this tournament, they're doing well so far. I think 3-3 is already definitely expecting or exceeding some people's expectation, and now it's more about, keep that ball going and try to keep adapting and learning from the games that you are playing.
I do have to say the combination of them having such a stern face with the pink of their shirts looks very interesting as a combination.
I agree.
But the draft is starting, so we'll be jumping in right now, ladies and gents. Nouns versus 9 Pandas, and you mentioned 2 heroes previously. Anti-Mage versus Morphling. What are they going to do? Exactly the same.
Interesting. So I'm going to double check the 2 matches that they did win, if it was always... Okay, so it was played from carry once, it was played from carry twice, and they won. And then today it was played from carry twice, and it lost. So, maybe it was just like a team difference. I do think Bad Boom Morphling is really scary, and as we know, the 2 wins that they did get with the AM against Morph was against EG, and I don't think they were all feeling very well, but they want to run it back once more and maybe truly figure out if they were right or wrong about the matchups.
Yeah, it's I mean, what other heroes are good against Morphling? In this case, I 100% agree with the Anti-Mage choice because it also counters Tinker possibility, considering you get low mana, one shot, everything dead. So Anti-Mage in general would have been a pretty good choice this game. But yeah, Morphling is at a scary state. Because of course, if he turns into the Anti-Mage, he still stats, but he also becomes, because it's a Manta style builder and whatnot, he just becomes Anti-Mage without the Mana Void, and that is also very scary for the Nouns heroes to deal with.
I guess like there's some other heroes that are pretty annoying against more, just like some maybe PLs and some Faceless Void with some like ET or AA, but I think that kind of covers it from the carry role. I would say other than that, annoying heroes for Morph to play into are the ones that they're hard to play around in team fights. I still think that Tidehunter is one of the best offlaners against Morph. Sure, you don't really pressure him in the lane, but I think most offlaners don't, because Morph is just an incredible laner that's also hard to kill. But you have Ravage, you have Anchor Smash. I think Enigma can work. It's a bit slow, but again, kind of hard to work around. And then there's like, sometimes we can try to up-tempo the game with like some Lycan type hero, but overall I think we're nearly done with counters in that sense already.
Let's see what other. Yeah, they're getting rid of the Moo heroes. No Visage, no Brood Mother, no any micro hero annoyances that Morphling would not enjoy playing against. And of course, Undying as with the shard is insane in this patch. The shard is so big. It counters 90% of the offlane heroes because most of them are strength melees.
Oh, so they actually take... Well, I would say their bans are very good. You take out the Brood. Brood's super annoying for Morph. I think Visage can be both ways, but also, generally speaking, annoying. Builds auras. You take out the Lycan. 9 Pandas were one of the first teams to showcase Enigma. I did think it was underrated. I think now it's maybe getting more the place it really needs. They were not the ones that played it support. They would generally play it like in the offlane, which is very traditional, and they just made it like very hard for the enemy carries to play into. But usually, from what I've seen, they were the ones that picked it into the Morphling. This time around, we're gonna do it against the Anti-Mage.
It's pretty good against Anti-Mage because, of course, the Equilibrium on your side, you pull them back with the Eidolons. Great at denying. Anti-Mage is also kind of terrible at killing off Eidolons because they don't have mana and he's all single target. Techies, however, is decent. They have a lot of magic resistance, but Techies can get rid of them with like a quick blast off, and Enigma is also like super slow. So if you get on top of Enigma, it dies. So you're gonna need to get a fort position that keeps them off of the Enigma most of the time.
Yeah, so I think this Enigma pick so far looks pretty good, but Nouns are gonna, of course, they're gonna get a response that they will like. Rubik into all these heroes is pretty cool. You can get higher HP by stealing the Morph. You can get Decay or Tombstone from Undying. Of course, against Enigma, you can get Eidolon on. Literally every spell is good. Midnight Pulse, Black Hole. So that's gonna be good for them. As Nouns now go for the Naga Sirens. It looks like they probably want to play the AM offlane this time around, and the Naga as a carry is what I would assume.
Could also be a Naga offlane, to be fair. It's not like Moo, you know, ex safe lane player, micro hero player. Wouldn't be the wildest choice.
Yeah,
against Undying though, it gets rough, I think.
Like, I see more emphasis, or not emphasis, like more logic with the AM going offense. Really what we saw yesterday from Amar against like this Morph Undying, and then you get to dodge the Enigma matchup with the Anti-Mage because now you just put Naga there. She does pretty well, but looks like this time around the Enigma will be a support, as 9 Pandas are also like, well, you think you can flex some cool heroes? We can do the same.
Antares is one of the plus 4s out there that has a gigantic hero pool as well. He can pretty much play everything. He's very capable of that, definitely, because before Techies got picked by every single team, he played Techies. No matter the patch, he played Techies. Enemy, no matter the game, Techies was his hero to go for. And, well, now that everyone steals his Techies, he needs to divert into different avenues.
Yeah, I would say that the Enigma is... It was a little bit, I mean, I already said it's a little bit underrated, but they did buff the stun, and I think the fact that you can flex it a little bit is cool, and also, like, you can buy Solar Crest to, like, buff up the carries, which I feel like every carry you play right now, they love having a Solar Crest, whether it's Morphling, Faceless Void, Juggernaut, like, you name it, everyone loves it, so you have a bit more openness in terms of your heroes, and like you said, I feel like Antares has been... He's been kind of a rising star for me when it comes to this team as well, because he has cool heroes. He's the one that brought Techies to light. You know, now he can flex some other stuff, some Skyrav. Kind of a fan.
It's also a super good Legion Commander game. First, obviously against Naga, the new his new Q does so much more damage and is a lot harder to deal with for Naga in the laning stage. But also the fact that you cannot spell reflect duel, because it just, instead of you dueling Anti-Mage, Anti-Mage duels you. So it counters both the cores with a single pick, and the supports are actually pretty terrible against Legion Commander.
Yeah, they are. And also your lockdown is kind of low, so like you're gonna help Ramses on this Morph like play way more aggressive because you can purge him. Sure, you don't give him the attack speed, but giving HP regen and movement speed to your Morph later and setting him free of, I don't know, some random blast off or like a net or whichever hero Nouns will go for here. I would say they probably wanted Pango, so it's a very good, I mean, it was kind of easy, I think, for 9 Pandas to realize that with both the Ember and Bloodseeker bans, but if I'm Nouns here, I feel you need a Meteor that your supports can play through and that can make moves on the map. Lina is maybe like a hybrid. I don't know if this is my... I mean, it helps because it's not super easy to be counterpicked, but you do have kind of 3 slow cores in AM, Naga, Lina. So I'll have to see how this tri-core works out.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm actually curious. Quickly gonna have to pull up my old Dota 2 Pro tracker. I've seen a couple of Linas flex between like magic and physical, so I'm a bit curious on which route it's gonna go, because I can see make a case for either, because magic one-shots the Morphling, physical destroys the Legion commander, but then again you also have to be careful that you don't get dueled, otherwise you kill yourself very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, you very likely want to play on high range this game, so I think that the magic build makes a little more sense. And as you said, it's also very good against Morph when you do that. And Naga AM are already very physical heavy, so I think if you can build like a bit more hybrid or like a secondary line of core damage in the mid game, I think that would be pretty good for you.
And as you mentioned, the most important factor is that Lina has honestly no counters in mid, kind of ever. It's the ultimate mid lane hero. It does well against whoever and whatever you throw at Lina.
You may now select your heroes.
Puck is okay. It's not a hero you see too often. It's great against anti-mage and survives against Lina.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty chill Puck game. Puck by no means beats Lina. I would even say that Lina probably wins that lane, but it's overall a good Puck game. They only have one instant disable with Rubik, but then you also have a Legion to play around, and I think that this Puck will... Generally in this game, he will just make his team fighting way easier. Like now it's not just on Miro to like go in every time and get a solo duel off, or hope that Antares gets some insane black hole. Like now it's easier to like force a fight somewhere, drop a tombstone, coil them, allow your LC and Enigma to play a bit of a slower fight. So this Puck definitely, it just rounds out their draft really, really, really well.
Yeah, it's
5 seconds remaining.
It's gonna be definitely an interesting affair. I don't think Antares is gonna throw any black holes unless he catches the Rubik in them, because it would be very, very dangerous if you give that away. So it's probably gonna be more trying to get, as you mentioned, the Solar Crest and such. Because I really like the 9 Pandas lineup. I think the Legion Commander counters most of the enemy side. Morphling is... Morphling, it's at an insane state in this current patch. He doesn't have any like big steals except for anti-mage probably to turn into, because there's not like any universal heroes that you can get all the stats of, and Naga is not really a great steal, considering Naga doesn't actually have like a super toolkit in terms of what he brings to the table compared to anti-mage, where it's just like blink, instant burst, go to the away from to the next, turn back to anti-mage, go ham.
Yeah, he's probably gonna just look at like the stats. I think the one thing at least against Naga is that Naga will generally like maybe buy some Skadi or a Butterfly. I mean, the Riptide can still be a little annoying, and I think you can make your own Morph illusions, but yeah, it's gonna be Naga or AM that he's gonna turn into. I think Ramsey's on this Morph, he's gonna be buffed up pretty nicely. Like they're gonna be able to take Roche with some Tombstone, Flesh Golem. As we already mentioned, the Solar Crest very likely is gonna come out on this Enigma. And I honestly think Miro and this Legion Commander should have a very good time. And the more I see this hero with a good lane, which does happen a lot in the current meta, and like a decent 4 with, sure, you're not gonna get too many kills maybe with an Enigma in your lane, but it's gonna just help you have a good laning stage, and then you have your Q against the Naga. I think 9 Pandas are definitely equipped to have a very good start to this game.
Oh, this is actually really well done by Kiyotaka. So he had his tangos in his backpack, and then he jumps in towards mid, swaps them in towards his inventory, so that it looks like he placed a ward at that moment. And yeah, exactly, they placed a sentry, but they got baited hard. Kiyotaka, mind games right there on top of his opponents to try and bait them into thinking he placed an observer.
Kiyotaka just making Nouns look like fools. Just doing some little magic tricks, as in the meantime, it was just Antares from the smoke who got to place the ward on the right side, which they did not de-ward yet. As, okay, Mu has a magic wand. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? You're laning into Undying Morpho 1. Morph is going to be spamming a lot. Decays are coming out. You need all the stats. But first 2 minutes in this matchup was super important. We did see the Morph AM yesterday. If AM gets a good timing on the Ring of Health, he's going to be super chilling in this lane.
I'm curious on what kind of build he's gonna go for in general. Oh, Solo being chased down. There's the mana drain as well. The slow, undying. Is he gonna drop another blood grenade? And he is going to stay alive thanks to the decay. Oh my lord, Solo gets away. 2 blood grenades used. And it forces a TP on the anti-mage as well. That's honestly big value for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, for sure. Like the fact that you know, had to give away a tango, like 2 blood grenades, 2 TPs. He'll be a little late to the lane on Undying, but either way, I'm sure he'll take the trade. As Antari started with stun level 1, guess that's just the build right now with the buffs that they did give to the spell. It's like 165 damage over 1. I think it's like 55 damage per stun, so it's pretty strong. Now you have Legion, just gonna have a good time. He's holding a blood grenade himself, so as Husky in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they've got Malefice. That should be first blood. And it goes to Antares on the Enigma.
Oh, he'll gladly pick that up. Yeah, that's definitely a type of case where you have not played against it before and you just get caught off guard. Because you could definitely see that that's exactly what happened. He did not expect that type of damage. Blood grenade, Malefice, and it's too hard.
Yeah, the combination of spells is pretty nasty. Mu, in the meantime, has a max HP of 406. Because Solo is just stealing all of his strength. That means he can keep him off of Ramses. And that's kind of just what Undying is built to do. It's keep your safe laner alive, win the lane, and use every bit of regen that you have to try and bully them out, which is of course going to mean that you're very broke when the early game gets played. Ooh, Ramses, gotta be careful, because counterspell level 2 was picked up.
I do like that. I think that's what you should have. Or I was wondering yesterday. I mean, Amar won the lane without that, but I do think like one of the most annoying things when you lane against Morph is just the adaptive strike spam. And you can just spell shield it so easily every single time. So like the skill build coming out from Mu. But so far, Gunnar is putting on a little beating here in the mid lane. 11-5 to 7-1. So definitely doing a great job here on the Lina.
Yeah, Lina is just insane hero when it comes to mid matchups. Even though she used to be absolutely, of course, the boss of the mid matchups.
Yeah.
These days, slightly less so, but I don't think there's any single hero out there that can actually win against
Solo.
Lina. Solo dropping low. The dot from the blood grenade is going to tick him down. And they're going to look for Tombstone. Ramses will deny it to make sure no money goes the opposite direction. Mu also still has a magic wand with 13 charges at the ready, so able to bait if need be.
Oh, a little pause. As I think Mu's doing well here. He still has 2 tangles left. You mentioned the stick charges. He's not too far away from the Ring of Health, as also Solo is dead right now, so they get to 2v1 the lane. He'll get closer to that, so laning stage looking pretty okay. I mean, of course, Naga's not doing too well bottom against the Legion. Lotus, nice stun. My Lotus now.
Yeah, it's always nice fun. He's now has the blink on Mu, so he can be a little bit more aggressive, considering the big threat with going for the 1-0-1 build is that Tombstone can catch you off guard. Now with Blink you're a little bit more survivable, but Ramses is also not being hampered in his farming frenzy in the slightest.
Yeah, I guess often AM just makes quite a bit of sense against Morph, not only for the aggressive capabilities, but the fact that generally how Morph wins the lane is by doing this nuking, right? And against AM you lose that entire aspect of adaptive strike, so yeah, I can kind of see it, as of course they're not doing too well in this lane yet, but I do think that should change with the Ring of Health Vanguard as Husky once again.
Yeah, it's the power of overwhelming odds against a Naga in lane. He's just going to try and drag him away as much as he can, and Teres, of course, has the Malefice at the ready to hold Husky in place. But it's distraction, that's all he's doing for the time being, so that Yamsun can catch up and farm, because he was a bit struggling in the first couple of waves.
Yeah, honestly, he's not doing too bad. Like, if you're supposed to lose this lane in net worth for sure, as Naga against Elsie, but he's level 4 already on Naga at minute 4, so the faster you can get into the jungle and go back and forth, that's great for you. So Husky forcing like some solo XP and some solo time for Yamsu in the lane, it's just great.
And Naga is one of the flash farmers that if you lose the lane, you go into the jungle and you'll still get out of the jungle at 20 minutes with top net worth. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, you definitely, you just enjoy the jungle or like being able to go back and forth. So sure, you'll be pressured early, but as long as he's getting his levels, which honestly he is down bottom, they'll be very happy. Block grenade bottom onto Antarius.
Overwhelming odds. One shots all the illusions. Once he gets to overwhelming odds level 3, I think Yamsun will most likely leave the lane because he just can't summon illusions. Topside Ramsey's going for a man fight up against Moo. He tried to go for the counter spell play. Ramsey's adaptive strike. He's actually going to be able to stay alive. Ramsey's still being chased by Lelis and pushed all the way back. Yeah, Moo tried to actually bait out the counter spell reflect, but timed it a bit incorrectly against Ramsey's.
So we see it again with Morphling. Like when they play into this AM matchup, they're forced to like buy. He has a Mango, I think, on Ramses and a Fairy Fire, like just for the trade. So once again, just like showing more reason why this matchup seems a little annoying. But Sogana is level 6 now, but he doesn't really have the best supports to play through. I mean, it's not like Rubik techies are bad supports, but it's kind of hard for them to connect a kill on a puck. As there's a Shield Rune picked up by Kiyotaka. Does a good job stealing that.
Gunner needs to be careful. He's out of mana at the moment, out of HP, and out of bottle charges. So probably going to need to back off. Lelis top side. Tombstone, Blood Grenade, annoying waveform forward. Quick kill comes out for Ramses. In response, Moo tries to get the jump in, but without Mana Void, you don't have that kill threat. And Darius is just jungling. It's 4 position Enigma time.
Yeah, kind of checks out, right? He can just solo bottom on LC. And top lane also, I want to mention that I really like Ramses, like how he's adapting his skill build with the max waveform. I think yesterday we still saw the max adaptive. Like, look at the damage. Without the skill build, this kill just does not happen.
Yep, and knowing that, of course, the counter spell level 2.
Oh, wisdom runes as well. They're going to get both the runes.
Strike. And they are going to go for a fight. Lelis does have a blast off at the ready. Husky still manages to pick it up. And Solo's out of mana, but Kiyotaka is way too scary. He throws out the Dream Coil just for the last hit to be secured. Solo might drop here, especially considering Moo joins the fray. He is just distracting as much as possible. Very annoyingly so, but Moo's fast.
The next couple minutes, I think, are gonna be a little hard for Nouns. Now that Ramses has got through the lane this well with, I think he has Treads and a Morbid Mask. I think he doesn't care about this anti-mage too much, actually. Like, he can keep jungling or sit in the lane with his Morbid and kind of stand his ground. Bottom lane, Miero can just sit there freely on this Legion. I mean, we already touched on this. LC is gonna have a free game. I don't think anything is gonna stop him. So he's gonna have, like, he has a 7-minute 50 Blade Mail. Blink is gonna come out in a few minutes, so there's a lot on Gunner right now. Like, some pressure in order for them to, like, try and play through him, get some kills, but it's really not that easy.
There's a double damage that unfortunately Gunner can't secure. Kiyotaka's hunting, doesn't have a Dream Coil just yet. But yeah, as you mentioned, it is hard to set up like big plays with... Oh my god, he actually got hit.
The pushback.
Now it's a little bit scary. But yeah, with the supports it's kind of rough. Anti-Mage is also not the best playmaking hero together with Lina to go for any moves. So it is rough for the mid-game on Nouns' side. Techies is a skill hit, skill stun. Lina is a skill stun. They're not always guaranteed, and that makes it very rough. Speaking of which, Gunner in mid. Tombstone dropped. Husky is there to help.
Fire.
Kiyotaka, they're going to go in for Husky instead because he's the easier target. Gunner is a bit too deep. Last hit comes out. Kiyotaka even gets Lagoona'd, but he'll be just fine, and they're going to turn their attention towards the tier 1.
Ooh. I'm a big fan of how 9 Pandas are playing this map. I do think it is not that hard for them to figure this out, as we've touched on. Morph is fine top, LC is fine bottom, so you just go mid, you can force something. Even if not too much stuff happens, like, you get some small kill here on the Rubik, you get some tower damage, like, you're very annoying. Miero's able to just get 3 levels. I mean, Yamsun is not like having the worst game, as he's having a lot of levels and his net worth is going up, but yeah, they need to survive these next couple minutes on Nouns.
Yeah, Yamsun's actually doing a lot better than initially expected, considering he went jungling very early, and normally it takes some time to ramp up the jungling speed, but it's going really quickly for him. at this point. Is keeping up with Ramses in terms of net worth, whereas Ramses had a perfect lane without any hampering whatsoever, no problems. Actually going to turn their attention towards the tier 1 tower. Top Gunner already rotated through. Mu, he's got his mana void, so Ramses needs to be significantly more careful.
Yeah. As from Gunner, this move up top, I do like it. Like, we were just kind of mentioning, when he sits mid, nothing much is really happening, right? Because the map is like just kind of flat. But when he goes top, he can force Ramses to go away, even if it's just for a little bit, to deal some tower pressure, like trying to squeeze up or like dissect the map. I think it's good for them. Kiyotaka moves top. It's gonna stop the move up there, and yeah, I think once we have the Solar Crest coming up from Ataris, I think the pace of this game alongside the Legion Blink is really gonna increase by a lot.
Darius, he does have the extra point for Black Hole at the ready. Rubik is quite a bit, is still a full level away from his level 6, so no steals in that angle. That's going to mean it's a bit scary if Antares get anywhere close to your heroes right now. Miro, top net worth. Did he buy the blink? He already has a blink?
He has Blade Mail Blink. He is super strong. Like, they can look to try and take over this bottom tier 1 tower, maybe get a free kill if you have one, and then like you just smoke mid. And whoever shows up in mid, you just blink duel, and there's no real save unless like you have your Naga baiting with like a song, which that's just not a normal play. So they're just gonna straight up smoke mid. If Gunner stays there, that's just a free kill into mid tower, and I think the whole map will just blow open if that does happen.
Yeah, he is well aware of a certain move. Goes towards top instead. They're actually gonna go in onto Ramses. And yeah, he'll be just fine. His mana has been drained, so he can't go for the big absolute shift play, but the duel comes out onto the anti-mage. Does he get the blink away? Yes, he does. Just barely survives. And it's a little bit unfortunate, of course, that the Rubik does not have Spell Seal, because you could have stolen a very nice max level overwhelming odds blast there.
Yeah, that would be a 6 steal. As the Occult Bracelet, allowing Mu to stay alive. In my opinion, still one of the best tier 1 items. You definitely have to pick it up on most heroes' stats, magic resistance, mana regen. I don't think you can ask for much more. Like, if I could buy this item in the game, I feel like I would spend 1,000 gold for it every game.
It's the fact that a tier 1 item also gives 10% magic resistance on top of the other things that it already had.
Yeah. It's quite bonkers, that's for sure. Well, Moose net worth isn't incredible, but we did see yesterday AM, even with not the most net worth from offlane, can do quite a lot if it is a good mana burn game, which, yeah, honestly, I would say it kind of is. It's very annoying for the Morph. Looks like maybe they can slowly push up. Up! Miro getting himself the first duel of the game. There's the Solar Crest.
Yeah, Anti-Mage's not the flashiest farmer without Battle Fury, so it takes a little bit longer. And the fact that Antares is keeping up with Mu is a little bit terrifying. He's going for the Crimson Guard. Yeah, they picked up a Legion Commander. It's a hero that honestly does not build any auras. And so they're going to get the auras to be built up on the Enigma instead. And in a sense, play with 2 offlaners.
He is very high level too, and Enigma with levels, that hero ain't a joke. Like, he's level 8.5 with a Solar Crest, building up some of these auras, and I feel like the next few minutes are very like nice and smooth and easy for 9 Pandas to play. You have some duels, you can go for them, you have Puck who can follow it up, Morphlate as well.
Another jump in, no duel available, but do manage to get the quick kill and the turn on the tier 1. And he's still not level 6 on the Rubik. We don't have that nasty threat yet. TP's up towards mid. Gunner's here as well. He wanted to hit that LSA onto Kiyotaka. Speaking of which, he's going for the backline jump onto Lelis. Chase in. Laguna gets thrown out, but he dodges it with the phase shift. And Kiyotaka will just be able to disengage without losing pretty much anything.
Yep, gets himself a nice little haste rune as well, as of course when you have control of the map and the game, runes are kind of all yours, as Miero is still around mid, and if Gunner comes too close, he'll get dueled, so likely mid tower to fall. Then one of the next objectives is going to be Dire side Roshan with the Tombstone, Flash Golem, Solar Crest, and Morphling. And then, I'm worried for Nouns' game in like the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think it's going to be very hard for them to hold on to this map state.
Yeah, Gunner's also significantly dropped off in terms of net worth. They only have Yamsun competing with the opposing cores, and the problem with having a Naga in your team is he's going to steal a lot of the farm on the map. Luckily enough, there's a lot of farm on the map in this batch. So they should be able to get something going, but considering Moo and Gunner are both farming top together, it's kind of wild.
It's hard to find a lot of farm when the enemy team is controlling the map and you don't have any threat of ever killing them. Because then it means they can just move around the map very freely. Because it's not like you have some, I don't know, DK stun into Narana arrow or Storm Zip with like, I don't know, some Grimstroke combo to kill someone. But they're looking for Ramses up top. Could work with Lens into the mana burn. Yep, nice job. That's a very nice play.
That's a very big kill. That's a lot of gold going in their favor. It keeps them off the map for 30 seconds. They can't make that Roche play that you mentioned. That's going to get delayed.
Yeah.
And he is still not done with the Manta style, whereas Anti-Mage, okay, he's going for Manta on Moo. Quicker mana drain. Yamsun's got his own Manta done. He's going Orchid next. Super item against Puck. Puck is a hero that does not like building BKB, so normally you'd go for like a Yules to try and counteract that move. Towards mid, Miro gets to jump in onto Lelis. Techies blasted and taken down. Another dual victory coming through. And this one is with the level 10 talent, so he gets 18 bonus dual damage.
Starting to rack up a little bit of his early game damage here, being at 28. And I do like him going for the Shadow Blade here on the Legion. Generally, this is more like a, this is your pub build, where you're just trying to get some pickoffs on some people who are just overplaying. But in this game, when you have control of the map, and basically all Nouns can do in the next couple of minutes is like try and go in smaller groups or try and go alone, get as much farm as you can. So I think the Shadow Blade is going to net him a lot of kills, and to be fair, it gives you a lot of damage in attack speed as well to even help you win those duels.
It's just aggro gaming right now for the Legion Commander. No one can really touch him. I mean, if they get a 3-man jump on him, he can possibly even get a counter kill if the Naga is there with the illusions. So it's a really scary prospect. Even the Lina, when you Laguna, you have to be very careful in your approach. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter to get the Flame Cloak, so it's a full magic damage build on Lina this game.
Yeah, it's definitely the one you have to go for. He's going for the Lens and the Ags. Just the terrain walk is so damn strong and underrated, and of course the magic burst against these heroes. It could definitely catch heroes like Morphling off guard, so Ramses is gonna have to try and play around that. As now game has slowed down a little bit in like the last 1 to 2 minutes, as both teams are trying to take a tier 2 tower. Dragon Scale is available on one of these heroes up here.
Yamsun's almost done with the Orchid. Yeah, it's honestly, they're keeping the net worth advantage even, which granted, like 4 minutes ago it was a 6k net worth advantage for 9 Pandas. Yeah. Now it's a 5k. At this stage, 5k is a lot less impactful as the 6k a couple of minutes ago. So the advantage that they had significantly dwindled, and Terry's, however, his auras are starting to build up. He's got the pipe done, and that's I mean, it does become a lot harder when stuff like pipe joins the fray for this Lina. They're actually going to go for Roche themselves on Nouns' side. They have Naga, which is kind of the king of Roche fights.
The thing is, Miro is hunting Gunner bottom right now, as he gets the TP off. Nice. Very nicely done by Gunner. I mean, if Nouns get Roche, this is kind of illegal. They're down 6. Like, this is a great play from them to kind of punish that and see, like, okay, 9 Pandas, how aware are you of what's happening in this game? And the question is, well, they're not at least aware that they're Roaching at all. This is a great steal.
Yeah, they give the Aegis to Gunner. He's gonna get that Ag soon enough. Then it's gonna boost 35% magic resistance, 35% spell amplification, and grants max fiery soul stacks on activate. Not that that's like the most important if there are creeps nearby, because most of the time you have max fiery soul stacks anyway with this Lina version, but every bit helps.
Yeah, it definitely helps, like when you have the shard later and maybe you're hiding as
out of mana. But there's the duel from Miro. Song of the Siren comes in. They waveform right on top of each other. And Alisei is going to be on cooldown for a little bit longer. The Puck is going to get controlled up, though. Will they go back in for more? The Tombstone immediately deleted. Ramses is going for the backline. Kills off Gunner. First life gone. Gunner's got that secondary with the Aegis. Of course, are they going to go back in? And Terry's doesn't even have Black Hole leveled in the process, but Gunner's just going to straight up die to Miro, and Solo bashing away. The rest of the team not able to help out the mid laner, and they all fall back on the side of Nouns. That's a surprise that they managed to kill him off twice in a row.
Yeah, I agree. Can we click on Enigma? It's hilarious the fact that he's like level 13 or something in this game. They're all like playing around him, having Black Hole, and like they're afraid. This guy doesn't even have it skilled.
Yeah,
it's so funny to just watch the team fight.
It's terrible to have it because you might accidentally use it, and that's the worst part. Where you're like, oh, it's a good Black Hole moment, then, oh no, Rubik stole it, and you lose the fight as a response. So it's better not to
just so
give
funny.
yourself temptation.
Yeah, it's just so funny watching these nouns heroes like walking in. Yamson is like, oh, I want to go in and help you, but if I come too close, I might just get Black Holed. And Terry's probably just sitting there laughing like idiots.
Yeah, as they say, the good old classic, the threat of the Black Hole is more important than the Black Hole itself.
Now he has to get a free shard. He has the Philosopher's Stone. I love watching Enigma. When I see this hero have Philosopher's Stone, this has to be the best hero in the game with Philosopher's Stone, and no doubt. It feels so damn good.
Yeah, he's just pretty much using all his minions to farm anyway. He's close to his blink, then afterwards Aether Lens. His net worth is now ahead of Miro because he got that free shard, but that just shows exactly how much value it is. If you've got an offlaner that can win the lane pretty much single-handedly, you just got a support that farms the jungle. You've had Clinkses come up a lot more these days, Bat Riders, Enigma +4, like the just AFK, I can farm the jungle heroes are really strong in this batch.
Yeah, like Enigma can like get some bonus gold on the map without really committing the hero. You have Eidolons, you can buy good items, they buffed your stun, you have a good shard. I think Midnight Pulse is great, so... And overall, I really like how they do pick this hero. Like, generally they have a good lane with it because it's a core, or it helps their offlaner against like a kind of greedy lane, as Miro. It's kind of hunting with the Shadow Blade. 9 Pandas are smoked as well.
And Miro is looking for a blink duel. He's only got himself 28 duel victory damage, so a little bit sad considering his early game. They're not giving him many opportunities.
I would like to maybe pick up a new one, but for now, I mean, Nouns have done fairly well in the last couple of minutes to, once again, trying to kind of withstand the pressure of the map. Kiyotaka trying to build into a Kai Assange.
And Yamson, yeah, he's going for the heart next. Ramsey's Axe is almost secured, then afterwards the shard, because why not? It's always nice to have against the stun from techies, especially. Gunner's got his Axe, so yeah, this is kind of a good moment to go for a decent fight.
It's definitely goal time for them. They have like a lot of stuff they want. They have high levels on Undying, Morph Ags, Solar Crest is completed, Pipe Aether Lens on the Enigma as well. He's about to hit level 15 on the Enigma. As Gunner has Ags, but he is found by Miro.
Oh, he flies away! Can't get the catch on Miro because, well, he just flies over the trees, and he just recently picked up Axe coming in big for Gunner. Yamson also TP'd through, so would have been able to possibly save his ally with a good Song of the Siren.
He just flies it off as... No, Nouns are getting some good item timings. Axe completed on Gunner, Heart completed on the Naga, and Manta completed on the AM, so 3 core timings on all of your core heroes. And yeah, I don't think they're actually that weak right now. Sure, you're down like between 5 and 6k gold, but your heroes are strong if you're able to fight properly.
They are looking to group out. Roshan is still a long way until it's going to respawn, so that's not going to be an objective right now. And yeah, they don't find any targets in the bottom area of the map, whereas 9 Pandas invade the Radiant Triangle. Are there any... There's not really much to be gained at this stage, just a couple of towers possibly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna smack down this tier 1 tower. I think it should just be free as Ramses has the shard queued up. Kiyotaka keeping bottom. Not sure if he's looking to set up for now. As Moo's just gonna whack away at the tier 1, so just kind of a trade of sorts.
I'm actually curious. Kazu, do you miss competitive Dota?
Yeah, some of it. Or maybe you can be more specific and I can give you a better answer.
Okay, do you
Are you asking about the farming?
No, like, do you miss, like, competing yourself with, in pro matches?
Yeah, definitely in a way. I think it's very nice to have like this feeling of you're working towards something with your team. As not so nicely for Mu, as he's probably gonna drop.
Dual victory secured. Gunner needs to be careful. Dream Coil comes out.
He's coiled.
Gets dropped.
Song
should be able to keep Gunner alive, and they back off. But yeah, that's a quick catch. Comes in. Song of the Siren now on cooldown, so your counterplay potential is significantly reduced.
He is so strong on this morph. Like even he's just turning into Lina. He's just giving himself some bonus spells. It's not like the greatest stats or anything, but you lower the spell amplification from Lina. You get it. You just get some more new spells. Morph Axe is just really damn strong. And suddenly it goes from 5k to 8k. You take a tower top. You get a kill mid. Then you get a tier 2 mid. And the map is actually not in that good of a spot here for Nouns, even though they do have the Naga Siren, as he was forced to go mid and try to help his team. Orchid.
Going in for Kiyotaka. LSA comes out. The jump is there. Kiyotaka, does he stay alive? He's trying to disengage. Links out of there. Yamsun has a root going for Antares. By the way, Antares has appointed attributes instead of going for Black Hole, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I love it. My boy is balling. He will never give Black Hole. I mean, to be fair, it's not even just like giving it. It's also like if he doesn't catch Yamsun, like he can just song and cancel it. It's just I don't mind it. Maybe in like 20 minutes, you know, we'll see a small point in the Black Hole.
Yeah, because it's gonna be flashing the entire time and it's gonna piss him off. So he's forced to pick it just because it's very annoying to be in the screen. But yeah, he is universal, so his right clicks are gonna get boosted very nicely with the attributes.
Yeah, Enigma's gonna slap him down. He's the one with the Solar Crest, right? Yeah, we need Solo to buy a Solar Crest, buy drums, put it on Antares. He's gonna be the real carry later with some more stats.
And very importantly, Roche is going to be up in 30 seconds. They're already posturing towards the Roche pit. Lelis can place a proximity mine to get the vision in the area. Or just not. That's also a possibility. Kiyotaka needs to be careful.
Look to get some out.
He has a blink in a sec.
Nice try from
nice
Husky. I like it.
Oh, but now he has it on cooldown. Does have a loser up to try and disengage. Silence onto Miro, but he has a BKB, goes for the duel onto Yamsun. Do they manage to get the kill? Dream Coil comes out. Yamsun in trouble. Song of the Siren, but the BKB from Miro still going in. Waveform forward.
He has no mana to TP.
He cannot run away, and Terry's even jumping on the high ground, cliffing himself to get the Malefice stun, and they find a big one because Roche is up right now.
That's just a big timing. It was a cool try to, you know, try and get Kiyotaka there, but he's so close to his base and 9 Pandas. It's like a run to Roche timing. They just smoke up top, get themselves 1-2 kills. Looks like they're not. Nope, someone's gonna check Roche, right? Yeah, Miro's checking it. They know it's up. I mean, they don't have 2 more ult, but they have a Morphling at 28 minutes in the game. They have a LC with decent damage. It's an easy Roche.
Yeah, they'll also use Antares' Eidolons to immediately push out the top lane so that they can go for the tier 2 tower right after Roche. What's there to stop them at this stage? Like, Miro has done so much this game. He's actually pretty low on the net worth chart considering, but his catches have been phenomenal, just holding people, heroes down. 405 hasn't died yet either.
Yeah, no, he's doing great. I like his items. It's got the BKB completed now. I think he was queuing up a Silver Edge, but looks like he changed his mind a little bit to an Aghanim Shard and a Soul Ring, so we'll see how that goes. But he's doing great around the game, and yeah, he's not the highest on the net worth chart, but let's look at some of the cores he's playing with. He's playing with Ramses Morph, My Bro Loves Gold, Kiyotaka Puck. He's vacuuming the entire map, and the Antares Enigma. Like he's doing his job, like being off map, applying pressure, just making it so hard for Nouns to really go around the map.
Yeah, the Lelis Techies has not really the most mines on the map to scout out like any smoke rotations, which would be a definite possibility. TP towards mid. Kiyotaka actually gets the TP off, and now Mu is in a little bit of trouble. Can he get himself back? Yes, will be able to disengage. They didn't have Song available, and it seems that the Legion Commander was a bit too far to go for the Blink dual play on the AM. And playing pretty aggressive, even though it's a very scary prospect for Nouns.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to play around like some of their tankiness maybe from the anti-mage. The morph is running out soon. It's only like 5 seconds left. So at least that will be gone, as Gunnar will have his flame cloak again soon. I mean, I wonder if you're Nouns, if you want...
They're going to go in onto Ramses, but Miro with the save on the press the attack to quickly get rid of the stun. So Ramses will be just fine. He doesn't have the shard yet on Ramsey, so he could have definitely been bursted there. But Miro is on point this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty nice for you to play Legion from like this point of view. As you find a duel, onto Lettuce.
Skill.
One proc. Didn't get lucky on the last proc, but still, kill is a kill.
Dual victory damages for suckers. You got Morphling doing all the damage anyway, so.
And Antares with his universal damage, so don't worry about it.
And Kiyotaka, who's going for a Dagon next, chasing in after Yamsun, who is still on the run. The problem with playing Naga is the fact that they can visually see where you're running because of the Riptides proccing from your illusions on towards your main hero. Ooh! Oh, they didn't have dual or... okay, that I got a little bit more spooked than initially was meant to be.
At least they don't get the kill, but even in a state like this, you cannot allow heroes to run down lanes, so they force Gunnar to TP top. The moment that happens, Kiyotaka, he's already trailing him, because, yeah, even if you can't kill, I mean, they can kill now as Miero is here, so if he gets to go around, it's a little bit spooky. Gunnar having a good read,
looking for target. Does the Dire do scan that Gunnar is in the vicinity? And Miro walking up. They have the high ground ward. They're going to go in onto the Legion Commander. Eats the cheese, pops the BKB, gets the duel onto the Rubik, and they get the quick kill secured. Miro is still in trouble though. Yamsun finally gets the chance to get some right clicks in, and they do manage to nuke down Miro. 6 kill streak picked up. That's a nice 1-for-1 trade. Are they going to be able to extend this for more? They still have a lot of tools available on the side of Nouns.
This high ground ward is very powerful. Like these type of situations where then maybe Naga gets a couple hits off, Mu gets to hit a couple heroes. They're very happy about that. Night Pandas, 1 minute 20 left on the Aegis. They might just wait for Mira to respawn and then look on the map. But it's getting a bit harder to kill both Mu and Yamsun as they have 2 Linkenses. So can't really just straight up duel then with Miro. It's not like he has a Linken's break with a halberd or a support who can easily break it for him. So yeah, those Linken's pickups are going to be a little bit annoying as Antares is now queuing up the BKB.
Yeah, Mu is also starting to become a little bit scary. He is very underfarmed, but it's an anti-mage late game against supports that really don't like an anti-mage. For that matter, yeah. But they know that they're just going to go for the high ground push right now. Naga is a very hard scaling core into the late game as well. Whereas Morphling has a moment where it does become a little bit weaker. The disarm comes through, and the Laguna Blade as well. Miro's going to get taken down. Lelis gets the dual victory coming through. Ramses' Aegis is going to expire in 15 seconds. Song of the Siren to hold him in place for as long as possible. Can they manage to at least pop that Aegis or keep him occupied? Actually, the backline jump from Kiyotaka, the silence onto Derry's stolen Black Hole. They gotta run, they gotta dip, because the Black Hole is at the ready end of the side. The Aegis gets expired. Mana Void comes out. Kiyotaka puck is gonna get caught, and a huge play. That's why you don't scale Black Hole. Oh, the turnaround is there. My Lord, have mercy. And Terry's, what did you do? Why didn't you just go for the stats, for the attributes?
He did skill it for 33.5 minutes, and then the moment he skills it, he gets 2 of his cores killed. Oh no. Oh no. I would like if there hadn't been a fight, I would have been like, okay, you know, you're getting to the stage of the game where you can buy a BKB, you have Kiyotaka, he will just jump Husky to get him out of the game, and you can like black hole the Naga and just commit, and then it's just kind of, it all goes to shit.
That fight, in the fight recap, all the damage from 9 Pandas came from Enigma. That's just his midnight balls. He did 4.6k damage. The closest in his team was Kiyotaka with 2.5. On the other side, it was Anti-Mage with 4.8k damage dealt. Yeah, Moo did some nasty stuff there. Miro pops the BKB. Gonna get the duel in onto Yamso. The real Naga's caught. And his entire team is nowhere to be seen just yet, but he does have the song in case it's required of him. And we'll back off.
Lincoln's is coming now. I was about to call it passive Lincoln's. As that was definitely a big miss-up from 9 Pandas. It started all with the way too ham initiation from Miero, hoping to get a very quick duel victory, but Gunnar was very quick on the Light Strike Array to get a counterplay there, and Gunnar has a Hex now completed. Like, this game definitely took a big turn. We're about to get a Basher on Mu as well, so these 3 cores are getting very scary. Like, let's say now just go for a smoke. They find a quick Hex onto Ramses without Miero being close by. Bam, that's just a straight up free kill.
And the plus is Husky's also keeping that black hole right now. 80 seconds, he's got it available again. He's almost done with the Blink Dagger. And with the Arcane Supremacy, of course, you get that extra 250 cast range. Makes it a lot easier to connect to big black hole plays. Yeah, this is so scary. I think Antares needs to just unbind his ulti.
Yeah, they'll need to... they'll have to talk more about how they fight. Like, I think Miero kind of baited his team, and then, yeah, you give away the black hole. Like, if you want to play on black holes from now on, it is later in the game, someone needs to be assigned to own this Rubik. Like, you need to jump in with Kiyotaka or Miero and literally just kill Husky.
Oh, Lelis getting ruled. Dagon comes out. Miro in response needs to run away. Do they have a way to hold him in place? BKB is gonna end in a second, and there's Moog trying to drain all that juicy mana.
Very fast.
Tombstone's gonna get cleared up nicely. And Roche is up in 1 minute and 50. So it's a dire Roche spawn. Third Roche with the refresher. Will always be a third Roche, right? I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be the third Roche. I think they did one like quite oh, was there a cheese? Yeah, there was a cheese in one of the fights. Was there not?
Oh yeah, Legion Commander. Miro popped the cheese. BKB was back to full HP instantly.
Yeah. Well, let's see, as both teams are smoking, so they know that, well, it's important to try and get a grip of the map right now, but Nouns are around mid, at least poking with the illusions. Kiyotaka does have a Lincoln, so it's not the easy...
Oh,
nice
black
try.
hole not going to connect. Now is the time for a black hole play on the opposing side. 9 Pandas, they know it's going to be on cooldown even if he steals it, so might as well throw it out. Miro trying to get the duel. But the illusions are spotting everything, and his mana's also gone.
Okay, as now, I like that Miero has a Hex. This is a build that I've seen 3-3 do a lot in games where it's not too easy for you to cast Black Hole. You just play like a lot more on... yeah. I like the build he's going for, that I've seen 3-3 do before. I don't know what I messed up, but it's mainly about you buy the Hex, because it's hard to just get off the black holes in the fights. So you just like play on Hex for your team. So it's kind of like you just make up for the fact that it's really hard to use it by giving stuns to your team in a different way.
Yeah, no, I know you meant Enigma, but you said Miro, so I was like, Legion Commander has a Hex? But yeah. That was
Antares.
But yeah. I mean, it's hard to see, of course, because normally you'd expect the Enigma to be an off lane. Unless you got like Taiga playing. And whoever we had yesterday.
That may have been, was it Aster? Pichu, who played a 5 or something like that?
Think so. Yeah, he played it yesterday. Oh, the wraparound coming in from behind. But there's a proximity mine there. The mines are always good scouting tools against smokes. Gunner's got his own scythe available. He's also going for a Lincoln, so they're going to have 3 Lincolns on all 3 cores.
Yeah, I think 9 Pandas might just want to force Roche. Like, hit it and force him to come. Let's see. At least, like, you could drop the Tombstone, have Morph hit it, and then see how Nouns respond to it. Of course, they have Naga. They can try to run around with the song and set up the fight that way, but Kiyotaka can be annoying. Ramses can hit, as long as you keep a good positioning here. I think you should be okay.
They're going to get rid of the Tombstone quickly before the fight starts. That's a pretty big cooldown use, actually. They're trying to defend it. Hex comes out. Dream Coil only onto Lelis here. Duel comes through. Song of the Sign to try and interrupt it. Miro finishes off Gunner
Nice
during
duel.
the BKB duel. And that is going to be a Gunner quick buyback, but Miro in response will also get blasted down. That's a gem on deck. Buybacks from both cores. Ramses on the high ground, gonna be hunted by Yamson, who's just running straight for them. Gets the catch onto Solo, trying to finish off this Undying. The backline jump comes through, waveform forward, and Ramses gets one kill. Manta dodge, jump back to safety. Yamson is now surrounded by enemies. Roche is actually going to run back in the middle of that fight to the bottom side of the map. That's going to be an Aghanim Scepter Roche because of it.
Ooh, this might just be... This is super hard now for Nouns to contest. It's all the way bottom now. Looks like 9 Pandas are... They want to be a little bit patient, it looks like. As Kiyotaka. Get at the DD rune.
Doesn't swap in his bottle, but okay. Just need to be a bit careful.
Already half HP.
Roche dropping quickly. They're too slow. They have Song in 3 seconds, so if they can get there in time, they could go for a steal. Ah, so close and yet so far. Tombstone's also a bit annoying. Junko comes out. There's going to be the drop as well. Looking to kill off Antares Enigma immediately at the start of the fight, so Black Hole is not going to be a thing. One more right click, go, run away, Piggy, but they do manage to get the kill. However, in response, Yamson is going to drop. And Moo blinked right in, needs to disengage. Buybacks on both sides. Yamson actually bought back for this. And
this
did
is
not
a
have
nice
a TP.
disengage. Yeah, this is ooh. Even Gunner nearly ended up dying there on the TP out, but that was a very quick disengage from 9 Pandas. The moment Yamson bought back, they instantly bailed, which is for sure the correct choice. Okay, it's Gunner. It's looking.
Yeah, they're still playing at the bottom side, but it's a 16k net with advantage. Legion Commander with the Aghanim Scepter. Huh.
Oh, he did actually end up taking it, huh? Yeah, okay. You have the way longer duration. You do have some damage reduction, of course. But you have way lower cooldown. It lasts longer. So you can kind of just take heroes out of the fight for longer. And when you do have decent damage, which you do, you generally still end up winning those duels. So, actually, kind of interesting. I guess giving it to Undying is kind of whatever. Puck Axe isn't great. I mean, it's not like Enigma can use any black holes, so... And, of course, Ramses already has his, so... Yeah, checks out to me.
Well, Yamson, Scythe, Bloodthorn, Silver Edge next, and then he is pretty much fully stacked out. I mean, I guess you can still add, like, equipped Axe. I'm surprised he doesn't have the Shard for the extra healing.
There's a real Yamson here.
Gets the song off, but is going to still get dueled.
That's the Axe duel. It's going to last forever.
Yeah, it takes quite some time. Glimmer comes out, and Terry's was considering going for the black hole play. They do manage to take down Miro, but Yamson in response, turning into Yamson, hunting for more Kiyotaka, and Ramses go ham. Yeah, I'm, especially considering Legion Commander's duel is very annoying, I'm surprised he doesn't have Shard on the Naga, because it's 40% of hero's health healed during Song of the Siren.
It's, I guess, a decent point, because you can Song, and then the guy might still just go in and duel you. So you can heal through. You may have lived in that fight.
Oh, the save inside the Tombstone as well.
Grab ally, baby. That's one of the best shards in the game.
Yeah, Solo managing to stay alive. The push continues. They know there's no Yamson for 70. And Terry's is even smoked up, ready for to give away a black hole. Okay, jump forward. Ramses Morphling is going to get taken down. First life gone. Still have an anti-mage in Alina, but there's no Laguna right now. And they'll get Ramses out of there. Are they? Yeah, they're going to back off, so it's only a range racks that they managed to secure.
It's a decent hold for Nouns, I think, considering you're down 20k gold. You get to take away the Aegis, you get to hold your melee racks. Looks like Antares is now looking to build into this BKB towards the very later stages of the game. And I think seeing this just makes me want to believe that Kiyotaga's like, yo bro, I can kill the Rubik for you. I have a max out Dagon. You can just BKB, Blink, and Black Hole any of the cores you want, and Ramses is just gonna destroy them.
Yeah, Ramses is playing a phenomenal game at the moment. Miro's been struggling a little bit more since we got to the later portions of the game. But
yeah, he's at
right
least
now
getting
all
off
he needs to do is duel.
Yeah, he's getting off the important duels. I think it's important also when he goes into BKB Blink duel. I think Ramses should commit with him. Like in the last fight, Ramses got songed, so duel didn't quite end up being a victory, but I think they can help him out. But so far, he's been doing pretty well.
22k net worth advantage. Kiyotaka is level 27 right now on the puck. Going for the overwhelming Blink next. Got level 2 bots, level 5 Dagon. That's a very fat puck, but they're trying to get the catch. Immediately hex him up, but in comes the Miro save attempt. Kiyotaka's going to be able to disengage, hex onto Ramses.
Song is
Song
here.
of the Siren. Miro is going to get bashed up by Moo's Abyssal Blade, and they're going to fall back afterwards. So a lot of pampering, but no finish.
I mean, Miro needs help against the Lincoln Sphere, right? Like, he can't really duel any of these cores unless he gets help from someone else in order to break it.
Yeah, it is a little... He needs to get like a Heaven's Halberd or something along those lines to try and break it. Or maybe some neutral item. Yeah, he does. Which is... I can't think of anyone that...
You can't... Yeah, luckily
anymore?
they took that out, that some neutral items can just pop Lincolns.
Yeah, you had the Fey Grenade back in the day, and the double net thingy, whatever it's called.
Yeah, clumsy nets.
Yeah, that one. That was
I like what 9 Pandas are doing here. They're just going together. They know that Nouns are a little bit out of position, just forcing a little bit down bottom, get some tower damage, force everyone back to base, and then reassess the situation.
Well, they are going to quickly drop that tombstone, jump in, Black Hole onto 2.
2-man Black Hole.
They can't interrupt it right now, and that's the big problem. They're trying to duel Husky to make sure no Black Hole gets stolen in the process. A very lengthy duel. Miro, though, in response, might just drop very close to dying, will be able to get himself back. And Gunner does go in for Ramses, who doesn't have a buyback, a BKB available. He's actually going to get taken out. Kiyotaka, Song of the Siren comes out. They're going to chase for more. Yamson's going to surround Antares, or actually Antares gets the blink off to the side. Solo's going to be the target then instead. Duel comes out again. Dagon blast. Gunner is dead. Moon needs to run away. Yamson is a one-man army at this stage. They lose the Morphling, but they do not care. Hunting for more. Kiyotaka is a beast, is a monster, is everything on that puck.
Well, I thought this fight was... Because that looked a bit scary. Like, the heroes didn't end up dying in the Black Hole. Suddenly, Ramses ends up going down. But Miro on this Legion with the level 5 Dagon on Kiyotaka, they're just carrying through this fight right now. 200 bonus damage.
Also, the Aghanim Scepter reduces his dual cooldown to 30 seconds. Then you add in the Spell Prism as well. Which, for me, for some reason, it's not showing the reduction, but it is a 20%, 12% reduction, so it's slightly less. So they will find Antares Enigma still lingering about. So they'll at least get that kill. They didn't lose too much on the side of Nouns, actually, in that fight. I think they came out ahead pretty nicely.
Yeah, they held their racks. That was honestly pretty sick by Moo. He got to he blinked behind the Black Hole and got the Abyssal off in the star to actually catch Antares. Because he has the lens, he can kind of Black Hole far away from him, and he did that. Perhaps next time he has to look a bit more that the Black Hole like also covers like a little bit of his body. So if Moo tries to blink behind, he's gonna get sucked in there. But that was very nicely done by Moo. I'm pretty sure he saved that fight simply with that Abyssal Blade alone.
And I swear, Yamson needs to buy that shard. It's also great against Black Hole. It's so good. There's too much value in the item. Nouns are getting ready for a Radiant Roche spawn. Or at least Blacklist is trying to get ready, but they're making sure all of his mines explode by dragging the creeps there. Moo.
Scam pops. Wards are placed as well.
Ramsey's Miro. This is a...
They nearly took the bait there on the techies.
Yeah, they're lying in wait, ready to bounce. If you don't have everyone there, it gets deadly scary for the side of 9 Pandas, especially if you don't have Kiyotaka.
5-on-5 smoke.
That's the real Ramses. Smoke gets broken. They know that's the real Ramses. He's actually going to get nuked instantly. They find themselves a second. Miro will fall. Double buyback comes out from 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka, they want to go back in. Can they go for the Yamsen kill here? He does have Song to disengage. And this is a fat, juicy team fight favoring the Radiant side so far. But they still have duel. They can do the exact same move on the opposing side. On the high ground,
doing a lot. 9 Pandas need to be careful.
Needs to be very careful. There's going to be the Ramsey's walking again. He's going to
die back.
My God, no! And Terry bumps the BKB, gets bashed up in the process, and they need to disengage. Miro's going to be another dieback. What's happening on the side of 9 Pandas? Chasing in from Armu at the helm, at the front, at every single area they need him. They take down 9 Pandas back to back. Mistakes from the two main cores on the Dire side. It's only Kiyotaka left, and he's trying to force them back, cut the creep wave in towards the Radiant side, but top side Gunner's got his bots DP. He's ready to melt some buildings.
I'm actually stunned at what I think when they smoked up initially. I think Ramses was maybe not actually looking at his hero. Like maybe he was looking around on the map, if like checking if Nouns were smoked. They just blink in.
GG?
I mean, now GG is called.
GG. Nouns take the game with a big fat upset. But yeah, I was also like looking at that Ramses moment. He was just walking through the lane next to the creeps. Their smoke broke, so they knew that's the real Ramses. There's no other chance, and that's the real Ramses. They jump on him, they throw everything at the same time, and the plus of that is because they threw everything pretty much at the same time. He gets dispelled by Miro, and instantly gets hit by another control. Like, they did not like make sure that everything was spread out. It was like throw everything. If we have enough burst, we take him down.
Yeah, like they could have maybe even just scouted with like some puck orbs, right? Like look around, but then Miro gets kind of baited to go in, try and save Ramses, and he dies. Some double buyback comes out, and literally the game went out of their hands within like 1 minute. Like Nouns just outplaying them in that 1 minute. They get to get the kill on Ramses, and they kind of chill, back off, nice song, disengage, go again, and then it's just GG.
I'm also kind of baffled at the fact that they bought back on both the heroes. And I get third roast is important because you get free ags, blah, blah, blah. But they went back against the lineup that has, I mean, they only use Song of the Siren. They don't really have lengthy cooldowns on Nouns. It's all like short cooldowns, quick burst on their side. So if they had like a black hole use or something, or chrono like we saw in the previous series, I get they're going back instantly to take that roach fight, because at that point you have the advantage because of the buybacks and they don't have spells. This game, not the case. They have a lot of burst. Lina's cooldowns are incredibly short. Yams, like Song of the Siren was the only thing that they fear. You can't black hole in that fight. Moo played insane at the late stage of that game with the anti-mage catch. The Abyssal Blade instant stuns he hit won them the game.
No, I think that 9 Pandas just got, I don't know, they got impatient. Like, why not just let Kiyotaka kind of like scout out the area? He can blink in, use the orbs, so it's not just like that Ramses doesn't feel like, oh, I have to like throw in my body. But you know, Nouns are ready for it. I feel like all their cores kind of stepped it up big time in the late game. And yeah, I mean, if your enemy team is going to hand you a win like that, you definitely go and take it. This is a depressing loss for 9 Pandas, and especially for Kiyotaka, because he was bossing in this game, and then they threw it all away within 1 minute.
That went horribly, very quickly, but that was nonetheless. Hey, Nouns managed to take another win in their books. Granted, it was a big comeback, and they needed a couple of mistakes on 9 Panda's side, but it's still a Nouns W coming through. They continue their stride as the underdogs of the major. But of course, this major cannot be possible without our great partners. Thank you to our official travel partner. Create your special moment and hashtag start traveling now with AirPass. Don't forget to check in game number 2 after the break. We'll be right back. We'll see you then.
Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah, ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru, mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We had an exhilarating comeback in game number 1. USA came through this time around. But, I mean, it was a 9 Pandas throw, a fumble. Definitely.
A big one, yeah. The ending of that game was, I think if you call it a disaster, you're letting them get off very lightly. That is a that's a rough loss to accept as a team, and hopefully one of them after the game, you know, has like could take like a deep breath and be like, okay guys, we messed up this game, it was my fault, or we did this, whatever, let's move on and like try to forget about it. Because if they're dwelling on this game now when this next one starts, I think their chances are not good.
Yeah, no, this is just like yesterday, you know, a game where you lose a lengthy game, it does not feel good. You lose a game where you honestly, you probably had like what, 90, well, close to 99% win rate has to be the case. Quickly checking out the graphs. Yeah, pretty much 99% win rate at one point. Then they had the
pretty good,
Blacklist shenanigan and two big mistakes cost them.
Yeah, just some overplays. I think like some very unnecessary where maybe at some point you get a little impatient. Like if you're patient for like 35 minutes, I'm sure you can do it for like once or two more, but sometimes it just happens. Okay, I have a good play here, let's just go for it. And then I think that happened like once, twice, maybe a third time, and then suddenly the game, it just slips out of your hand.
Now, one thing that, of course, Nouns does have recently, this is the first time they have it. They've got like a partnership going on with Bali Esports. It's a group that like to keep the players positive, PMA, keep it BSJ. But it is... like that definitely can help. There's been in like CSGO especially, and I think OG also had like a psychiatrist and whatnot to help out the players to stay in a good vibe, because I know some teams have some struggles with that, and definitely showing right now. They did not give up at any point in that game, even how horrible the laning stage went, and afterwards it went even worse. 20k behind, but they were ready for that fight. They knew exactly how they needed to play, and they never quit.
I mean, people underestimate how mentally taxing I think Dota is, and how important your emotions are, and like how you deal with them, or like how you know, also bring it to words about how you feel and what you want to have happen. Like if you lose a fight, you know, the best teams, they will know how to bounce back and even use a mistake to their advantage. It's like, oh, we got team wipe, but they used the buyback, they used black hole, let's go Roche. You know, you're always looking for like the next thing, you're staying clear, you're telling each other what to do, what you need, what needs to happen differently. And some other teams are probably like, oh, you know, you idiot, why did you do that, blah, blah, blah. And when you go this way, which, you know, it does happen, that doesn't help anyone. Dota's already so hard, you need to just keep it simple, you know? Be nice to each other, keep it simple, and just play the game. And I think it's getting more normal, and people are putting more emphasis on, you know, keeping it PMA, no cap during the game.
Yeah, keep the toxicity in the pubs, not in the pro matches. But it's definitely, I mean, regular sports has the same thing. You need to be in a good state of mind, and then you'll be able to compete at the top level when you feel it. Because if you get, like, blamed for something during a game by a teammate, that's distracting. That can, like, you got that in the back of your mind, then you miss popping a fairy fire, then you miss just the slightest details that can win you a team fight, a game, and whatnot. And well, hopefully they will be able to recover on the side of 9 Pandas from that game 1, because that one hurt. But game 2, new chances, new heroes, hopefully. No morphling and no anti-mage, please. I beg of you, that would be disastrous.
You might get it again. We'll see. But There's definitely a chance that Morph gets picked, because I feel like it's the type of game where, okay, Nouns were fine to play against Morph. I think 9 Pandas were happy that they had Morphling. They just feel like they messed up. So I don't think we're going to get a run back like we did earlier in the Shopify series. But I think there's a high chance Morphling creeps into this game once more.
I mean, Nouns doesn't have 8th pick, so they can't counter like an 8th pick Morphling. But that's also the problem with, like, they can go Dusa, they can go Morphling as their 8th pick, and both are really hard to deal. If they ban Anti-Mage, it already does put you a little bit behind.
Well, what if Nouns just pick Morphling on 6-7? Take it one step further. JK, 9 Pandas don't want to let them do that.
Well, we still have the Dusa possibility available. Undying, yeah, lane dominating hero, of course. Nasty to deal with, but Moo could just go for Broodmother or something if they don't ban it out.
Yeah, let's see how Nouns kind of want to go about it. There's an ENG in the pool, which in most other games has, that was pretty highly contested in most of the other games. There's, once again, a Techies. I think Techies doesn't mind playing into Undying. You have high range, you're a good laner. Similarly with ENG, and then they'll just likely find maybe a flex core, as they'll just do with Pugna. I don't know if they like Pugna Storm as much as other teams. I'll just go with the Pugna Brood.
Yeah, that's just the good old Moo Broodmother. Feels very confident on it. I was thinking probably that, or as you mentioned, the ENG. I do know that Gunners played ENG mid before. They've also played it offlane. They can play it support. So in their team, it's actually like the most insane flex.
Yeah. Okay, that's a bit surprising that maybe they didn't pick it up, but they value Pugna for maybe similar stories, right? You play high range, you're very high movement speed, you can kite the Undying. You're a solid laner. Generally, I like Pugna more when there's like a specific combo, like you buff up someone, whether it's, of course, your classic Storm, or someone who just gets to stand their ground and hits, like some Pugna SF, you play some push plus Aura lineup, but never too shabby, I think, to pick up the Brood. Brood is very good against Undying later in the game, because spiders can always kill the Tombstone, you're very fast on the map, Undying is a very slow hero, so overall, I think Downs' opening is pretty solid.
Broodmother has also been played as a safe lane a bit more these days, but I don't really think that that's going to be the case. His lifesteal is remarkable in the laning stage, and of course, Spooters everywhere. The scouting tool of just sending them individually all across the map is a neat one.
Yeah, just having the web region, the region from your insatiable hunger is very strong. As 9 Pandas are taking a lot of time for this pick. I think there's a high chance you either consider taking your mid hero that can then help you deal with the Brood later, or you straight up take your carry, as they're gonna go with Doom. I mean, I know that Ramses has sometimes played this as a carry, but I feel like this is gonna be straight up Miro Doom.
Nouns turn to ban.
I mean, Ramses also used to play Brewmaster safe lane, and in this patch, I would think that there's a better chance to play Brewmaster safe lane than in the previous ones, with the buff to the what we saw earlier today. But that's definitely not going to be the case. Doom, Antares also plays it 4 position, so they can still flex it between Miro and Antares.
5 seconds.
And it's always nice to just get rid of the Pugna at the start of the fight by dropping a Doom on him, considering Pugna is most of the time going to be the most annoying hero on the opposing side. And if this is a lane Pugna plus Brood against an Undying +1, like, Undying is slow. Pugna is stupidly fast. Broodmother with the webs all over the place as well. Really hard to catch up for the Undying.
Yeah, there's still maybe even a way where you can do some lane shenanigans. I think now if you're Nouns, I would kind of like them to ban out at least 1 or 2 heroes that they don't want to face in this lane. Like some of these Ramses heroes that... I think you have like 2 options. You take a carry that does well in the lane and then goes into the jungle, such as TB. Or second option, you take some Monkey King, you do well in the lane, you can deal with the spiders later. Because for now, I don't really see a great answer to Brood yet. So, and this is a hero that you can't just leave it in the pool, where it's just like, oh well, if they have Brood, whatever, I'll just play my game. No, this hero, you need to address her, or she will destroy you.
Yeah, it's also a flexible hero in the item build that it can go for. As I mentioned, it can go for more of a core build where you get like an Orchid quickly in case you're up against some Puck or something, or you just go for auras. It has many choices in items it can get. It's also a hero that can go for a faster nullifier than most. And let's see, Nouns have one more ban left. I mean, there's so many different heroes the enemy can go for. Obviously, the Bloodseeker was a rightful ban because Broodmother, you get ruptured. They also like playing Pango, so that's an opening to possibly pick up the mid Pango for Gunner.
Pango is pretty. It could also be okay for 9 Pandas, but they didn't really ban anything for that. I feel like they're looking more so to pick their carry +1. Like with these type of bans, I think they're just kind of, they're like, okay, we see the Brood, we can pick our carry. Let's ban the matchups that, you know, our carry wouldn't be happy to play into. But yep, now I'm just gonna get themselves a Rubik. I think we've seen a lot of Rubiks today, and honestly, the hero just looks very solid. It's good against Doom. You can disengage with your shard and save people. You can steal Doom. You're pretty chill against Undying. You play on high range. So just very solid.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, shard's always one of the big pluses of Rubik. That you always in your draft need at least one hero, support hero, that has a really good shard. They have Undying, Nouns is Rubik, so that you don't waste them. Because if you go for like a Pugna Marana, you got terrible shards.
Yeah, and that is that's a little bit sad.
Skywrath Mage.
Storm, Skywrath, so Doom, Skywrath, offlane duo, very strong offlane duo. Not much that can win against that heavy burst damage coming your way. Stormspit also making sure that it doesn't get picked up by Nouns because they have the Pugna on their side. And Skywrath, the instant silence counters a lot of heroes that are very good against Storm, like the Puck, for instance.
I feel like a good picks here for Nouns would be like some Lone Druid, Ember Spirit. I think having mid heroes here that do well against Storm in the lane and are not easily ganked by Skywrath, I think would be pretty good for your draft. I do like that 9 Pandas pick up the Storm. It's a type of hero where you can counter the Brood later and like go around the map. As yeah, Nouns go for the Ember. You do well mid. You have some setup. It allows your supports to play through you. If you pop the Flame Guard, you know there's a high chance of you still living through some Storm Skywrath combo. So I think just one of the more solid picks here for them to close out the phase.
Is one of the most susceptible heroes to Doom, though. So definitely a scary prospect and needs to get a Lincoln's this game. Otherwise, yeah, this is 100% a Lincoln's game. That's the only way they kill him so far. Safe Laner, of course, is not showing just yet.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like 2 or 3 heroes in the game that don't really care about Doom. And sadly, literally every other hero is just like, well, I just gotta suck it up.
Yeah. If you Doom Broodmother, he just runs away. If you Doom Rubik, it's a Rubik. If you Doom Pugna, well, Pugna's dead. If you Doom Ember Spirit, he's got nothing. He doesn't build in any item or is not fast. I guess Pugna can save you for as long as he possibly can. Or maybe some Broodmother auras. I think a Lotus Orb would also be a superb pickup for the Brood. It's probably going to be Guardian Greaves, I think, this game. And then Pipe Lotus?
I would say it's gonna... It depends a little bit on what type of carry they want. I think if they're gonna have the win condition with their last pick, which is definitely possible, then you're for sure better off building auras to like just help your carry win and carry the game. Whereas maybe you play more of like a tempo one, and maybe you want your Brood to like be some secondary core, and you can still go for the Harpoon, but I'll say auras are really strong this game. Like being able to get some Greaves pipe this game to mitigate some of the Storm Skywrath damage, help your Ember, and like help people survive against the Doom. I think that would really check out.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you're also running low on... I mean, not necessarily running low. You can always go for TP as a safe laner. That's still in the pool. Storm is pretty good against PL. What other choices are there? I mean, PL's laning with the Pugna against Doomsky will probably get you completely destroyed. Alchemist.
Alchemists.
They're going for fast gaming. They got Doom with the Midas, they got the Alchemist, and they got the Storm Sky. Like, they're looking for a mid-game finish 100%.
Wait, this looks like a TB game to me, no? Yeah. It's you deal with the waves against Doom, you buy Skadi against Alk, you have pretty high HP. Sure, not in like the first 10 minutes, but once you have Manta and like one ult orb, you probably don't die to some Storm Skyref running at you. I do think Alk is a little underplayed. I wouldn't say it's a insanely good hero, but I would say he fits the type of style that they want to play in this game and what you mentioned. Like mid game, it's time to go. Like get some Radiance Blink, Alchemist, you go in, your Storm is zipping in, your Doom is running in, the Tombstone is dropped, and hopefully you overpower Nouns at that point. Because this is a pretty good TB game. Once again, like if Yamson gets to the later stages of this game, if they can make sure he's not doomed, he's gonna have free real estate in this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's kind of... I mean, I think the timing is you win before TB gets the Skadi. And then it becomes really rough for 9 Pandas to continue.
Yeah, just need to make sure that you are ahead at that point, or that you have like some map control. 9 Pandas definitely need to play from ahead in this game. Like maybe some like 2k lead minute 10, 5k lead minute like 16, 17. Try to speed up the game, go with your Radiance, try to abuse the fact that, you know, Ember takes a little bit to be online, TB takes a bit to be online, and just kind of run at them. But if they fail at this, or if they're at all tilted from the last game, then yeah, I ain't got my money on them, that's for sure.
I think they've got a pretty good lineup. TB is, as you said, TB Ember take a while. Storm Spirit is kind of go the moment he gets his level 6. Same with Doom. I do think Doom's farm a little bit more these days. Because of course you want Anamitis in sight. But once you get Doom, you have the Undying, which is super strong early game. Skywrath as well. Their lockdown for the Skywrath Mystic Flare is not superb. They don't have that combo really perfectly done. But their supports are really just keep chasing for more.
Yeah, it's the game's gonna have to be on Kiyotaka. Like he's always impressed me. I think he will likely do it again this game, because he kind of has to for them to do well on this game, because he's the only lockdown for the Sky ult. Maybe Miaro can even look at like building support items on the Doom, like a couple of auras, so that when the Storm is strong, when the Alchemist is strong, that he can join them. Because let's say he goes some Midas into BKB, I feel like it doesn't really mash up very well unless he wants to secure the late game. But then I feel like that's not really how the draft wants to play. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But the mid lane and the early rotations are going to be very important for both teams.
Kiyotaka did the same thing. Walks up the enemy's high ground.
Oh, Husky.
Doesn't have the Observer Ward in their inventory anymore. They are going to go in for the Rubik, who is surrounded by enemies all over the place, and that is first blood secured.
The blood grenade got
Solo.
it. Yeah, he tried to give it to Kiyotaka. I think the blood grenade ticked him out.
Miro saying have fun, Lelis. So, some friendly good luck, have funs.
You can be friends in Dota? That's never happened to me.
Yeah, I know. That it's an impossibility.
Yeah.
I mean, offlaner to offlane, considering Lelis is now playing +4, which he's doing really well. Of course, offlaner to offlaner, and most of them know each other.
That's true. Us offlaners, we're the most humane core players, pretty sure. We're not flaming everyone every game.
Lane, and
yeah, too bad to play mid. Or maybe it's more that, you know, we try to help the other people not destroy their items. I like to be a team player.
I mean, the suicide lane was what it was called in Heroes of New Earth.
Yeah. Just get dropped down the drain. Good luck, kid. Like.
Good luck. Figure it out. If you feed, you get kicked.
Yeah. This mid matchup is a pretty standard one at this point. Pretty farm tradey.
6 minutes definitely can get kills on each other. We saw previously in the other series the Storm win game 1 and the Ember win game 2, so it's like really a 50-50 matchup. Oh, Mo's actually getting bullied out. He doesn't have the spin webs.
Yeah, it's a bit. I didn't see the start of the lane. I don't think he skilled the Silken Bowler at the rune, right? Like he skilled it at the start of the lane. I guess he wants to make Ramses missed some CS, but I feel like you would love to have spin webs here. So first of all, the regen against the decay is great. Running through trees so that the Undying can slap you is great too. So Lelis is going to have to help him out a little bit. I mean, so far he's doing a very good job when I see Lelis play these lanes. He's just constantly getting all these right clicks off, being annoying and helping Mu the best he can. So surely he will help Mu get through this lane.
They also got 3 bounties at the start with an Alchemist on
Yep.
your side, with the full screed being a passive. That's a very important aspect for the supports. I expect some shovels to be picked up on their side as well, just because of that factor.
Yeah. So Ramses did push in the lane. I want to see if maybe he wants to move over against Lelis to try and help solo with the pull-up, but looks like he's going to value the Nice a little bit more. It's up top, Meta plus Blood Grenade. But not quite range for the telekinesis, I think.
Yeah, once meta is over, it's really easy for Doom plus Sky to run down the TB. Here, mana pool, HP pool, very terrible, very high armor,
Yeah.
but against all the magic damage from Scorched Earth plus the spam from the Sky, there's not much Aruba can do to keep you alive.
Yeah. This is like the type of lane, if you're Doom and you can find a Harpy creep, I feel the lane is just instantly GG for the TB. As Lelis getting another courier, helping his team out a little bit more, even if he's not even in their lane, by feeding them a bit of gold.
Mu getting forced back, Solo even dropping the tombstone for that. Mother, I mean, he's just being chased by Solo the entire time, which is annoying, but it's not the end in the world. Actually, in comes the unstable concoction from Ramses. Gonna get that stun onto Mu. God, that damage.
As for now, I mean, Brute does not do very well like level 1 and 2, but I would assume like when Mu gets like level 3, 4, 5, will slowly start to regain control. It's up top. Yamson in a bit of trouble.
The slow is nasty. Can he get himself back? And the last hit does have Fairy Fire, but the burn from the Scorched Earth.
Literally the last tick of the burn gets him.
Unfortunate coming up through from him, and Ring of Hell's already done on Doom. He's going to go for the fight.
Kiyotaka's a solo kill.
Okay, they're losing all 3 lanes at this stage. That's not good.
That's a 2k lead as Ramses. A little bit of a cell stun happens. Full treads on a courier when it comes out. Yeah, Kiyotaka is just a baller. I don't know. He's whenever I also see him lane against Quinn, he does a lot of outplays. It's Ramses. Oh, sheesh! He's denying himself.
Okay. I was afraid
he
that
got the creeps
a little
too.
bit closer there.
That's nicely done. It's up top. Yamson instantly on 0 HP again.
Yeah, this is a rough lane. TB is... I mean, the slow is nice, but he's going to be forced to jungle soon enough.
He's going
he needs to
jungle
get some
very
rotations
early.
From Gunner. And Gunner is not in a
that
position
easy.
to do that.
Yeah, like, also Ember struggles ganking Vanguard heroes unless they're being chipped down. And I don't think Rubik TV are like gonna lower Doom's health very much after he has Vanguard, so... Yeah, I think that might just be a very early jungle lane for Yamson, like maybe some minute 6. For now they also have this heal creep on Miero, 2 levels in Devour, so he's starting to get stacked on this Doom.
Yep, doesn't really... He can even go for the 2 points in Devour, as you said.
Yeah.
Instead of going for Infernal Blade to get at least a point to be dominant in the lane. Like, he's just going full on quick Midas rush after his Vanguard. Doesn't even want boots yet. That's how easy his lane is going.
Yeah, like once he has Vanguard, they're just gonna tickle him. And if you're winning the lane without Infernal Blade, like he's already free farming and pressuring. Now he has high levels in Devour, so printing even more gold. Ramses and Solo are doing very fine bottom so far. Mu's not the happiest yet. Of course, level 6 is what he wants, as he's gonna try to run around the trees. No lane ward, so bam, another self stun.
We
might need a counter on that. Yeah.
He needs to really
this
throw it
hurts a
out
lot.
sooner.
Like him being so low HP, suddenly Mu has he has a laning ability now.
Yeah, he also has the level 2 spin web, so he's gonna get that passive.
Oh,
regen the
Kiyotaka
entire
is
time.
keeping bottom.
Zip in, but Mu is in the trees. And through everything, Kiyotaka is continuing to chase. Tombstone does get dropped, and they will finally get the kill. In comes Husky. Solo. The Tombstone is in the vicinity. Drag back, but they need the Ember to TP to get those kills, to get Kiyotaka at the very least. But Ember is just going to continue farming. While in the meantime, Antares has taken over the mid farm. Okay,
I mean,
that was a wild dive from Kiyotaka, and it somehow works out.
Yeah, he did get the kill on Brood, but he used his TP, quite a bit of mana, and Gunnar got to recover and get the Regen rune, so I think he's pretty happy about that. I don't think Moo cares all that much about his death. They're doing a good job now refilling the bottle of Kiyotaka's. There's a Silence.
Silence comes through. Gunnar does have a Fire Remnant down, and he's just toying with them because he's got that regen and 10 stick available as well. Well,
Ramsey's
top side,
Yamsun
is just jungling.
Yeah, it's he's just gonna be defaulting to that. Like maybe jungle, go back to the lane like this when the lane pushes, get 1-2 CS, and then fall back to the jungle. Do you think if you're 9 Pandas here, you don't want to let Yamsun do this for too long? So there's like a high chance you want to bring the Skyrift back to top, or maybe smoke Kiyotaka here, because realistically, I don't think Yamsun is allowed to get too much farm close to his tower here. They don't have too many saving capabilities on Nouns in order to like TP and help him out.
They are going to rotate through. Solo coming in from behind, but they have a ward up on the Twin Gate, so they know what's coming their direction. Husky still needs to be definitely careful. They have no Metamorphosis available. TPing through, but with the Tombstone there, Husky is looking to get taken down. A bit of damage as a counter, but there's Gunnar coming in from behind, gets instantly doomed, so he doesn't even have the Flame Guard at the ready. And they need to get rid of the zombies. Deny comes through from Janssen at least, and they will lose Gunnar. That is, I mean, yes, he gets denied, but that is so horrible for the side of Nouns.
Yeah, like this is one of the plays where I think if you're 9 Pandas, it will nearly always like end up in a good result. You bring heroes top. If they respond, you're probably gonna kill them, and if they don't, you take a free tower. So you're kind of forcing your enemies to make the right choice, and I think Nouns did not really have the perfect response here, because yeah, like you're saying, even though they use Doom and deny him, this still really hurts Gunnar's game. And in the meantime, Ramses, he's just kind of chilling. I think he can stay here for quite a bit longer. Can always just throw the acid spray on the spiders, use his ult to regen through.
I don't think he can
Yeah, 9
even
Pandas
get pushed out. He's got Chemical Rage. Like, there's no chance they can kill him.
Gunnar wants to
go
try
in
something
to annoy him, but he just drops some acid spray level 3. Now it's level 4. Chemical Rage. He's just gonna be fine. Radiance is gonna be a superbly fast timing.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, you have Alk Doom and then on the top of the net worth. You are more than happy. There's a 5k lead at 8 minutes 50 in the game. Might be able to sack a camp of acid as he does. Top tower down. So
Kiyotaka has Trusty Shovel. Like,
there you go.
First Trusty Shovel move, gets a bounty, extra gold for the Alchemist. Gonna go for the Husky kill, Ellis with the save. But do they have anything as a response? Gunnar misses his Searing Chains. Oh, that's a unfortunate one.
Move down bottom, getting pressure a little bit. Blood Grenade, Decay. Who's high ground?
On the run, TP out.
Okay, it's Nouns' high ground ward, so they don't quite see him. They will de-ward that right away though. Well done by Solo.
Every little bit helps for 9 Pandas. Revenge for last game. This time they don't want to throw it away.
This is a 6k lead. How are the stacks looking? I don't think there's been too many since, I mean, if you own the lanes this hard, it would be a miracle if you'd also have stacks on the map. So 7k lead now at minute 10. Active room coming up. Kiyotaka gets chained up.
They will find the kill onto Lelis. Kiyotaka zipping back, but there is Gunnar. This would be a huge counter kill, and he finally does manage to secure it going in for Antares, but there's a Doom TPing in from behind who has Doom at the ready. Does he even need it is the question. Yeah, he does use it.
Yes.
There is no Fire Remnant available either, but he's still going to drop it regardless. And another kill onto Gunnar.
Yeah, I'm down. Like, just get this guy killed. You know, no fancy shenanigans. You're up so far. Just get the kills that you can. Arcane Boots, Midas, Vanguard, minute 10. Top lane pushed in, 7k gold lead. They do have one ancient stack. As how's Ramses looking with the? Yeah, he's got the relic ready as the going bottom.
Jump in onto move. He cannot really run away from a storm, and they will make that another one in the bag. This game, the question is starting to be, how long is this game going to last? Because Yamsun is still bottom of all the cores. Solo is not even that far away from him.
And 9 Pandas are playing very well. Like, they go for the bottom kill. They instantly smoke up. They take the Twin Gates up top because they know like that Yamsen is farming somewhere, right? He's either in the jungle part below or in the upper one. So let's see where they go. They scan him out. If they zip on him, he's just straight up dead. And Terry gives him the vision. Zip, kill.
Drag back. Mystic Flare not even
Beautiful
required. It's a snowball. The laning sage went too bad, and how can they recover on the side of Nouns? How can you fix this? Is it just wait for a mistake?
The best way for you to go about it, usually when you're this far behind, I think you need to play the map as wide as possible, aka, yeah, like you have Ember running down some side lanes, Brood farming some jungles, TBs as well. You have some support suiciding up top, and just like try to split up 9 Pandas. Try to get some levels and some item timings, because honestly, your heroes are under-leveled. Like, your Pugna doesn't have ult. I think Yamsen is barely level 6, has like no items. You try to split them up and then punish them at any point when they, split too much. There's not too many aggressive moves here for Nouns in their arsenal, I think.
Yeah, maybe if they get a good, like, Doom steal on Husky, they could get a quick kill. Or Unstable Concoction's also a nice steal, speaking of which. Ramses is not the fastest Radiance, but it's still a very good timing. It's going to have it in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, 12:30 with Treads, Basilius, and the stick. Yeah, he's pretty happy about that one. As Moo is up here.
Going in for Antares. Mystic Flare comes out. The Spiders, can they help him out against the Mystic Flare? Yes, they do. There's no mana left on Kiyotaka, actually. Miro drops the Doom onto Leathers, gets stolen immediately, throws it onto Miro. And will there be any more moves coming up towards top? There is a Gunner who is invised up heading that direction. But the Doom is just going to be chilling while being doomed. He's going to continue farm.
Yeah, why not? As they have a high ground ward, so they know that Kiyotaka is around here. They're currently eyeing for him. As Gunner is invis.
Kiyotaka rooted, lift up, control, do they kill him? Stolen zip, Husky doesn't have the mana to chase. And somehow he still gets out of there.
Yep, he will be A-okay. Kiyotaka playing with them a little bit more as Miro. He's just going to be like, sure, I can go for the full-on... We can go for the full-on money lineup. Alchemist making more money, I make more money, I rush Oxering Core, we make more gold, and we're just chilling.
Money on money. There's the Radiance. It's actually the courier of Ramses just AFK right now towards their tier 2 tower mid. He's got an extra 1,000 gold at the moment, while the courier was just doing nothing. So I think he forgot that he could send his courier further.
That happens every time. Why would you want your Radiance quickly? You know, maybe the items get faster sometimes when you let them simmer.
They think they still have a chance. That when they're like, oh, it's a 14-minute Radiance. It's not the worst.
Oh, this feels so good if you're Alchemist. Like, you get your Radiance, you get to like farm all the way backwards or even towards the south. Nouns are going for a little smoke. I mean, they might find Miro here, but he's very close to his tower with 2k HP. 2.2k HP. I feel like his team could... Like, if you make moves too deep at this point in the map when you're behind and the kill it doesn't happen fast, they can just TP and you're gonna get counterplayed on.
Gunner's still trying to get himself the Maelstrom. What items? Okay, it's a Brood with... What is he building? Is he going for the... Yeah, he's going for the pipe build. They need auras, but they need so much more as well. 10k net with advantage. Granted, a bunch of it is of course skewed because you are playing against an Alchemist Doom, but it's still a 10k net with advantage.
Yeah, I mean, pipe is completed, and sure, it's gonna help you stay alive, but where's your damage? Like, you need a couple more levels. As Gunner gets gone on, there's the Orchid with the invisible Mystic Flare. As they're gonna
for me
pre-hit
it showed
ward.
this time, but a lot of the time that specific spell always bugs out for me as well.
Yeah. Did not show for the viewers, I believe. It generally doesn't show for me. I don't know if it's like some RNG. I'm not lucky enough.
Yeah, it's I don't know why that is the thing. It's just invisible, and then sometimes it's not. Dota 2 in beta, of course.
I mean, if you're Nouns, I feel like Moo is doing a good job. You know, like, he takes the bot tower, tries to rotate top through the twin gates, makes something happen there, and now like chip down this mid tier 1. But they don't really have any moves around now. Where it's on 9 Pandas, they're just waiting for maybe Ramses to get a blink. And he's going Manta to like help with the waves and then go blink after. And once they have that, in the meantime, Kiyotaka just runs around with Antares, and whoever they run into, like, you are just straight up dead. There is no counterplay to this double silence Orchid Zip.
Yeah, they are looking to push the tier 2 tower right now in the bottom, so Nouns getting a bit more aggressive themselves. They've 14, 15-ish K behind. Manticell is now done on Ramses, but they are still getting the tier 2 tower, which is pretty neat to open up the map and be able to make sure that, especially Ramses has a harder time farming bottom.
Yeah. I mean, I know that tier 2 towers don't really matter that much nowadays, but I'm really surprised that 9 Pandas let that one go. But yeah, I guess with, you know, tier 2's not really leading into anything other than a little bit of gold, so maybe they don't really give a damn about it. But I feel like there's just some free kills to be obtained wherever 9 Pandas decide to move on the map when you're up by nearly 1,000 gold per minute. Generally not a good sign for your opponents.
It's now on 9 Pandas to throw the game. That's the state you're in. They need to make some really big mistakes. Like Doom the Pugna, Doom gets stolen, throw it on the Storm Spirits. Alchemist comes in way later. Miro misses the stun. And will be just fine. Okay, got a little bit dicey there. Yamsun's actually rotating through as well. He's got the Yasha. The Broodmother here, tier 1 tower mid. To soon be secured.
Solo is drawing on the map. I think he just wants his team to take Roche. I think that's the correct call. You have Solar Crest ready. You have like everything else ready as well with the Tombstone, with the Golem. You can decide to either go straight up Roche, get the Aegis, continue to play the map. Ramses will have a Blink Dagger shortly after Roche, so you have 3 heroes that can go in. And this is a pretty fail-proof Roche, whereas for Nouns, you probably have to wait for like Yamsun to get BKB, and even then you need to execute a fight to near perfection, or like bait 9 Pandas to dive you somewhere on the maps in tier 2, some tier 3 tower, play on buybacks.
They are currently keeping the net with at least a bit more of an even pace, and Moose got the pipe, so they're getting their items. Yamsun's going for the BKB next. High ground pushing is still something that 9 Pandas is pretty bad at with their line. It's actually really bad at with their lineup.
Yeah, I would say your high ground push is not great, but the fact of how like you can jump very easily. They can move around the map, kind of keep kicking them out slowly, try to gain more map control, like, you know, a little more by a little more, and eventually if you want to smoke up into the Nouns' base and like you jump one hero with Sky and Storm and you just burst him out of the map, Ramses charges up his stun, he goes on someone else, like, don't have to really play so much for the building damage, but just going, killing 1-2 heroes, forcing a buyback and backing off again. It's gotta be a free tier 2 tower.
Dagger now for the Alchemist. Wondering what's like the point where 9 Pandas try to finish the game? Is it after he's given everyone an axe?
At any point now, they're gonna start playing very aggressive and taking over the whole map. I think there's no way that Ramses will wait more.
This is just nether blasting the tier 3 tower. Will get jumped. Glimmer Cape keeps him alive for a little bit longer. In comes Gunner as well. Kiyotaka's actually out of mana. Gets rooted up. Has the Aegis. Ramses charging forward. The stun still lands onto Gunner. Has one more Fire Remnant at the ready. Husky tries to use the Shadow Amulet, but he's just going to burn. Doom comes out onto Gunner. And with that, they should be able to get 2 kills. It was a pretty hefty rotation made to defend the tier 3 tower that has lost about a third of its HP.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna keep doing this. Honest, like, damage on tier 3 towers until they die or if your Rex aren't threatened is kind of irrelevant. I think it might feel decent, but I mean, 9 Pandas are just gonna go rampage around the map. Suntaris, it's on Yamsun.
For me, that was
getting
in
sucked.
This version. Ooh. Sacrificing Lelis there for the greater good.
Stolen War Stomp.
Not a position Husky wants to be in.
No, definitely not. As Hyperstone queued up for Ramses, it's going to look to really just build an AC. So this Manta is just going to help him continue to play the map, run around, get some kills. Like, him plus Sky can kill anyone, Storm plus Sky can kill anyone. Same with Doom plus 1. So it is about to be near impossible for, as there's another kill. This Kiyotaka just gets a solo kill with the Zip Orchid.
Still has the Aegis, and Antares was also
And the
nearby
shovel.
with a Blink Dagger. And the shovel, of course, because you gotta get those bounty runes for the Alchemist. That's a
Yeah, he
real
doesn't-
support right there.
That's some good shit. Get the bounty rune for your bro, get the bounty rune for your bottle, give yourself some mana. It's my type of mid player. This Gunner is gonna steal a bounty rune, probably one of the bigger victories that they've had in the last couple minutes.
What's he going for? He's going for the BKB, so not... he did also go for a phase boot, so didn't go for bots this game to try and split the map a bit more. Moves zipped on. He is very fast. Is he fast enough? Miro tried to get the Doom off, but Moo is going to die on the side. No help coming out from Gunner. They are completely spread across the map, though, so Solo can die if they could get the catch. They immediately smoke up to try and make that happen, but Solo is very well aware of the possibility that he could get jumped.
Yeah, he's quite tanky too. Right? They should not underestimate this Undying, because they're coming. Like, Antares is already kind of moving over. Kiyotaka is slowly moving over too. Pandas still has his ult if he wants to.
They still have the Doom available. Big Zip comes out from Kiyotaka. Second silence onto Gunner. They don't even need to use the Doom. Looking immediately for the supports.
Kiyotaka
Husky
swapping in
on
one
the run,
mango.
Stunned. Lelis will just burn down. And Husky on the high ground. Kiyotaka's going to go for the deeper dive. Still a minute on that Aegis, so nothing to lose. Kill gets secured. Doom gets thrown out onto Yamson. No Sunder possibility. They're just wiping Nouns off the face of the planet with these aggressive moves.
Yeah, this is clinical performance. When you're down more than 1k gold per minute on the clock, you are not doing too well. Maybe we can get a 3-2-2 backwards kill score in this game. It's going to be my highlight. I need 9 Pandas to get 2 more kills.
I think that will be possible. The question is, will Nouns hold on long enough? 29k net worth advantage for 9 Pandas in 20.
You did say they don't give up, so I think it might happen. Gotta be teammate
Aegis
BSJ.
expires. He's also going for a Bloodstone, which is nice, especially against Broodmother, because all the Spiderlings give it full go. Ooh, got a little bit scary. Actually, Moose still chasing for more. Gunner hasn't been able to get the good Searing Chains connections this game. Really been struggling to get the catch. Now he does manage to get a 2-man catch. In comes Miro. No Doom available. They're trying to go back in. Yamson has the Metamorphosis and the Sunder possibility, but the Mystic Flare does a lot of damage. He does get the Sunder off onto an Illusion, but he's still surrounded by an Alchemist going absolutely ham. Moo, can he find any targets in the process? By the way, we already got past the 3-2-2 scoreline, or 22-3.
I blinked and I missed it.
Yep, exactly. It went by way too fast. As did this game. 24 minutes, 33k net with advantage. Is there much more analytical work to be done, or was it just they got owned?
They got owned in the lanes. I would say it was. I really like this Alchemist pick. We don't see it all too often, like really work out. But when your lanes go this well, and Kiyotaka again, I don't know, this guy just reigning supreme in the mid lane, kind of with how he performs, how he outskills people and outlanes them. And yeah, I don't know. It's just like the duality of Dota games. Like 1 hour ago, they played a 1 hour game, and now this game was legitimately over at like minute 8 or 9. Like there was no way 9 Pandas could really lose anymore. It was sick.
Yep, the lanes were abysmal for them. 9 Pandas looked sublime. I mean, who do you even give MVP here? They just all destroyed.
Yeah, they all played really well. Maybe like some Kiyotaka or Antares feel like they sped up the game. Like when Kiyotaka does well mid, it makes it really easy for Antares to move over there, get the kills, and they were the ones that played together and got all the kills. Whereas, you know, Miero, Ramsey, Solo, I think they all played very well, but it's more this 2-man ball that has got everything rolling in the game.
It's beautiful to see that Lelis did the most damage of the Nouns side to heroes, and to, well, just barely beaten by Moo to buildings. It's not really a great prospect if your position for Pugna does the most damage at this early of a game. Yeah, there was just not much more they could get done. The Terrorblade didn't have the farm. Gunners lane didn't go anywhere close to what he wanted, and then afterwards he played against Doom. You get anywhere close to Doom, you get doomed. He's the only target that Doom wanted to doom.
It was, I think it's just hard to come back. I feel like Yamsen was maybe a little underfarmed, but you know, you have a bad lane, then they hunt you the jungle. What can you really do? I do think that Nouns are still pretty happy with their score overall, like tying in this series as well. Like having that huge comeback in game 1. Like I think the more they can ride off of their momentum, you know, they should be happy. I think lots of teams are not expecting like too much from them, so the more that they can prove the haters wrong, I think that feels great.
Well, we will quickly check out the group standings, of course, with those slight changes coming in. It was a 1-1 tie. Nouns and 9 Pandas are very close to each other. Nouns about to, I mean, they need a little bit more, and then they're in the upper bracket part. Some of these teams, Azure 3 and 5 is surprising. Evil Geniuses, though, 1-7? Really?
Yeah, this is not good. I don't know if Matthew feels better. Like I said earlier, I think he was feeling sick or what's going on right now. But yeah, I'm very surprised about their standings. Probably the most surprising from this entire group. I hope they'll be able to bring it back.
I mean, to be fair, they already qualified for TI. They already qualified for Riyadh. Enjoy the luxury that is Bali right now before you have to go back and well, fly all the way across the world again for another tournament. But it doesn't seem that they have a single chance left to make it towards at least the upper bracket. And for the rest, I mean, maybe it's going to be really tough to even make lower bracket right now with their run. But there are some more days still where they can have the opportunity. We'll check out tomorrow's matches here on the C stream. Execration versus Shopify first, and then Azure versus Bleed. Both will be handled by Lyrical and Trent. Then afterwards, it's going to be me and Kezu back for Team Acer versus Shopify. Oh, Abed versus, of course, the king himself. Yeah, indeed. He's up against his old team. That's going to be pretty nuts. And Quest versus EG. Of course, Quest is looking like beast as well. Like, Nouns is looking really good, but Quest is looking impossibly good.
Yeah, what I've seen from Quest so far, I really like this team. Like, I've been a fan of theirs from like the start of this year, even already from the DPC. I feel like with Amar coming in, they've kind of stepped it up quite nicely. And yeah, EG, that's like if they want to make a comeback, it's got to be tomorrow in this series against Quest. Like, they have to show up, because if they don't, then I think it's definitely done for them, at least for this tournament.
Yeah, it's not going to be easier. I think their first match tomorrow is up against 9 Pandas, so they first have to win that one 2-0, and then afterwards another 2-0 is necessary. And then then they would be 5-7, which is not the end in the world. Yeah. But you're going to have to win everything from this point forward, which is just not viable in that regard. So are they going to make it? We'll have to wait and see. But the other to end, like BetBoom's looking amazing. Quest is looking amazing. Liquid's finally back in form after what we saw at Dream League. And the rest of the teams all tapping up nicely to each other. But this tournament, of course, is not possible, Kezu, without some sugary goodness that is Sucro.
Oh, yeah.
Sucro is the best coated peanuts that has become the pride of Indonesia, bringing happiness and joy to everyone.
I love nuts. My favorite type of meal. Make sure you pick those up.
Always get these nuts. Nonetheless, Kezu, thank you very much for joining me for the day. Any last words for the viewers at home?
No, I just hope they enjoyed. We'll have some classic powerhouse games tomorrow with Shopify versus Sumail. You know, who was right, who was left. People are going to make some random ass drama so we can enjoy the games even more. Thank you.
Yep, indeed. It's always the mid matchups tomorrow. I cannot wait for Shopify versus Asa. That's going to be absolutely nutty. But we'll be back for the matches tomorrow. In case you missed us, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Have a wonderful evening.